सब्जियों के बागानों में सोलर बदल रहा है रात को उजालों में financial inclusion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting in a short while from now. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats. Please put your phones on silent mode or on airplane mode for the best experience. Also, people who are seated at the back, they can come towards the front seats. They can occupy the front seats. It's a kind request to all of you to please put your phones on silent mode. We are about to begin in a short while from now.
Employs 41% of the total population. The growing population needs food to sustain itself, and quality seed is the beginning of producing nutritious food. FSII members are engaged in research-based breeding applications and technologies to give farmers access to quality seeds. Members are driven by the fundamental values of respecting everyone's intellectual property rights and commitment to research. FSII members are leading the innovation through local in-house seed material, as well as from overseas, and adapting them to Indian conditions. Through seed research, seed commercialization, the members are working closely with Indian farmers to help them drive profits and bring in quality produce for consumers. FSII's prime focus is to help all stakeholders understand seed issues and consistently advocate the seed industry's position for the benefit of farmers and agriculture. Through international collaborations, FSII brings best practices and propagates them amongst members and farmers for successful adoption of technology and innovation. FSII and its member companies engage closely with farmers, rural communities, regulatory authorities, policymakers, scientific community, NGOs, and other diverse stakeholders to create an enabling environment for the farmers to help achieve the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of making India self-reliant. FSII is working tirelessly to create a favorable environment to enhance the nation's agriculture economy. FSII is focused on improving farmers and consumer quality of life through improved agriculture. Join FSII's journey to empower India's millions of farmers so that billions can benefit.
The story of the origin of Yara is the story of two men that met at a dinner party in Norway over 100 years ago. Together, they created the foundation for what feeds today over half of the world's population. And it all started here in Rjukan, Notodden, Norway. By using hydroelectric power to extract nitrogen from the air, the curiosity of Christian Birkeland and the ambition of Sam Eide not only created the basis for large-scale mineral fertilizer production, but paved the way for the industrialization of Norway.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to each one of you present here. Once again, requesting you all to kindly take your seats, kindly settle down. Please put your phones on silent mode. With this, namaskar and a very warm welcome to each one of you at Businessline Agri, Business and Commodity Summit. My name is Veronica and I'll be your host for the day. Most of us would know that agriculture is one of the largest livelihood provider of our nation. It also contributes significantly to the GDP. And more than anything, one thing we all need on our table is food. So agriculture gives us that. But we all know that with the current climate change, global warming is not any further, it's right now. We all are witnessing it. With the solar flares, El Nino effect, a lot is happening around us. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, the changing climate, which is certainly the need of the hour. First of all, expressing gratitude to each one of you for your kind presence here. Also gratitude to the farmers who provide food to all of us. Now moving ahead, after a successful summit we had last year, we are back here with a very important topic. We'll be addressing the issues in the agri industry regarding to the climate change, and of course we'll be taking out solutions in whatever way possible. We have lined up a multitude of thought-provoking dialogues and inspiring stories from people on the ground. Yes, we have people from the ground at the grassroots level sharing their stories with us. But let us begin with creating some energy in this hall. It's very cold outside. A very happy new year to all of you. But it's almost the 10th of January now, but January I think it's for wishing New Year's. So happy New Year to all of you. And can we have a round of applause to create some energy in the hall? Great. Now, to begin with, I would like to call on stage Mr. Raghuveer Srinivasan, Editor Businessline, on stage to deliver the welcome speech. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For somebody who comes from a town where 20 degrees, we start shivering, we pull out our woolens. 12 degrees is quite cold. This feels like Siberia to me now. But thank you all for braving the cold and coming here early morning for this very consequential summit that we have. It's an annual event in our calendar. And as you all know, Businessline is a newspaper that has always focused sharply on agriculture and commodities from day one. We are the only business newspaper in India which has such a sharp focus on agriculture. So let me welcome you all for this. Mr. Devesh Chaturvedi, Secretary Agriculture, Dr. Ashish Bhutani, Secretary Cooperation, Mr. K.V. Shaji, Chairman NABARD, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to address this gathering at such a crucial juncture when the impact of climate change has never been more apparent or pressing. Climate change is no longer a myth or a distant threat. It is here, and its consequences are unfolding before us with unprecedented intensity. Only this morning, Businessline, in fact just a few minutes ago, published a report from the Copernicus Climate Change Services, C3S, confirming that 2024 was the warmest year on record. The global average temperature reached a staggering 1.5 degrees centigrade, above pre-industrial levels, with an average temperature of 15.1 degrees centigrade to 0.72 degrees centigrade higher than the 1991 to 2020 baseline. Alarming as this is, it marks only the latest chapter in a decade-long trend. Every year since 2015 has been among the 10 warmest years in recorded history. The C3S findings underscore a harsh reality. We are teetering on the edge of surpassing the critical 1.5 degrees threshold defined in the Paris Agreement. The past 2 years' average temperature has already exceeded this level. Except for July 2024, all months since July 23 have exceeded this critical mark, driven by one of the harshest El Nino events, which spanned from July 2023 to April 2024. Additionally, atmospheric concentrations of carbon dioxide and methane reached record levels in 2024 at 442 ppm and 1897 ppb respectively. The India Meteorological Department also confirmed that 2024 was the warmest year in India's history, with temperatures 0.65 degrees above the long-term average. The rising minimum temperatures since 2001 have further compounded the challenges faced by our nation. For Indian agriculture, these statistics are not mere numbers. They represent existential challenges. Agriculture, the backbone of economy, is deeply vulnerable to climate variability. Unseasonal rains and heat waves in the past 3 years have adversely affected wheat production, a staple grain. Despite these challenges, over 70% of the wheat growing areas have adopted climate-resilient varieties, thanks to the relentless efforts of our scientists. Yet, while food grain production has been maintained, it has stagnated, reflecting the mounting pressure on our agricultural systems. The Indian Council of Agricultural Research has rightly directed its scientists to prioritize climate resilience. Each new crop variety must now possess traits to withstand these challenges. This approach is essential as climate change not only threatens our food security, but also imposes staggering economic costs. According to the World Economic Forum, global climate-related losses exceed $100 billion annually. Recognizing this, governments worldwide are ramping up investments in climate resilience. India too has doubled its budget for climate adaptation from $653 million in 2019-20 to over $1.3 billion in 2021-22. Similarly, the World Bank allocated a record $42.6 billion for climate resilience during the 2023-24 fiscal year. This growing financial commitment reflects the urgency of the situation. However, it also signals a shift in priorities. Governments must now balance allocating funds for climate resilience with addressing the immediate needs of agriculture. This could mean special allocations for climate adaptation or diverting existing agricultural budgets to build resilience. It is in this context that Businessline is hosting this timely conference. Forums like this, we believe, are essential for bringing together policymakers, scientists, industry leaders, and stakeholders to discuss innovative strategies for tackling climate change and its impact on agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to act is now. Together, we must develop and implement solutions to ensure that Indian agriculture remains resilient, sustainable, and productive in the face of these unprecedented challenges. Let us rise to the occasion, not just for ourselves, but for the future generations who will inherit the legacy of the choices that we make today. We have sessions right through the day which are very interesting, and we also have bringing in the drone Didis and solar Didis today afternoon. So it's going to be a very entertaining whole day sessions for you all, learning and networking and taking back something that you will find useful for your respective vocations later. So thank you once again for coming all the way, and let me end by wishing you all a very happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone right for the day. The glaciers are melting, the temperatures are rising. Well, the time is now. It is the time that we all should take action. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Devesh Chaturvedi, Secretary, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, on stage to deliver the inaugural address. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone, and my friend and colleague, Shri Ashish Bhutani ji, Dr. Ashish Bhutani ji, Chairman NABARD, our Chief Editor, Hindu Businessline, all members from the farming community, सब किसान भाइयों बहनों को हमारा प्रणाम है. What would you like, in English or Hindi? What will better? क्योंकि audience are mixed. So maybe in Hindi. तो आज क्योंकि किसान भाई बहन यहाँ पर हैं और हमारे एफपीओ के प्रतिनिधि भी हैं और दिल्ली में कार्यक्रम है, तो हिंदी में चल जाएगा. सो आई विल स्पीक इन हिंदी. Climate change is a reality, we know that, and it is impacting agriculture. And not just agriculture, every facet. And the latest evidence of climate change is what we are seeing in Los Angeles, where in 3 days, the huge forest fires, and most of the experts in US are saying it's the prime cause is climate change. In deep winters, we are having the dry forest fires because the rainfall had failed in this season. So agriculture also has a huge problem. Agriculture में problem ये है कि आप देख रहे होंगे पिछले कई सालों से जब हम लोग 2000 इनफैक्ट सबसे आश्चर्यजनक बात आपको बताऊं मैं कि सबसे बम्पर क्रॉप हमें कब हुई थी 2020-21 में, जब पूरा ग्लोबल शटडाउन था और कोविड की वजह से. मतलब सबसे अच्छा मौसम था हमारा. और उसकी वजह से वेदर एकदम नॉर्मल पैटर्न पे चला था और ग्लोबल वीट की क्रॉप मैक्सिमम हुई थी, राइस की क्रॉप, पैडी की क्रॉप मैक्सिमम हुई थी, बहुत अच्छी क्रॉप हुई थी। उसके बाद 2022 में बहुत बड़ा एक ड्राउट लाइक कंडीशंस थी, 2023 में ड्राउट लाइक कंडीशंस थी, और कंडीशंस ऐसी थी कि थोड़े दिन तक सूखा रहता था, फिर एकदम बाढ़ आ जाती थी। एवरेज रेनफॉल नॉर्मल थी, लेकिन कुछ एरियाज़ में बाढ़ थी, कुछ एरिया में सूखा था। दूसरी तरफ से 2023 में एक और समस्या आई कि फरवरी मार्च से 2022 में एकदम से गर्मी पैदा हो गई, जिसकी वजह से वीट की क्रॉप में नुकसान हुआ। बहुत सारी हमें पल्सेस की वैरायटीज़, ऑयल सीड्स की वैरायटीज़ में नुकसान होता है। अनसीजनल रेन, जो हमारा बुंदेलखंड का एरिया है एमपी और यूपी में, वहाँ पर अनसीजनल रेन हो जाती है, जो कि पहले कभी नहीं होती थी, जिसकी वजह से तिल की हो या चने की हो, इस तरह की क्रॉप्स में नुकसान होता है। तो इशू क्या है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज का इम्पैक्ट हम देख रहे हैं, हर तरफ से देख रहे हैं, और क्योंकि हमारे देश में 54% ही इरीगेटेड एरिया है, उस इरीगेटेड एरिया में भी करीब 20-21% ही सरफेस वाटर्स हैं, यानी कि जो हम लोग कैनाल सिस्टम से या रिवर सिस्टम से करते हैं, बाकी अंडरग्राउंड वाटर से लेते हैं। तो वाटर टेबल डाउन होने का भी नतीजा है ये सब, जो इस तरह से वेदर की वजह से। और बाकी जो रेन फेड एरिया है उसमें तो वैसे भी थोड़ा भी अगर बारिश का प्रभाव चेंज हो जाए, बदल जाए, विपरीत हो जाए, तो किसानों को बहुत कष्ट होता है और तरह तरह के हमें रेमेडियल मेजर्स लिए जाते हैं। तो इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार के मिल के काम कर रही हैं। सर्वप्रथम तो हमारी नीति ये रही है, स्कीम हैज़ बीन दैट वी शुड फोकस मोर ऑन अडेप्टेशन and also take measures for mitigation. But we have consciously ensured that for food security and for the welfare of the farmers, we will not press for any targets in mitigation, but we'll go more on adaptation. तो adaptation में हम क्या कर रहे हैं? Adaptation में जैसे आपने बताया कि नई varieties जो ICR डेवलप कर रहा है, वो सब ऐसी हैं, उसमें 2 प्रायोरिटीज़ हैं अब नई varieties में। फर्स्ट पहली है कि हम बायो फोर्टिफाइड वैरायटीज़ लाएं जो ज़्यादा हमें न्यूट्रिएंट सपोर्ट दें, और दूसरा है कि क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट वैरायटीज़ लाएं। और क्लाइमेट, अब तो ICR की टेक्निक्स ऐसी डेवलप हो गई हैं कि क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट वैरायटीज़, दोनों सीड वैरायटीज़ ऐसी भी आ गई हैं कि प्रोलॉन्ग सूखा हो तो उसको भी ध्यान में रख सके, वो बच सकते हैं उसके प्रोडक्टिविटी, और अगर बाढ़ से आ जाए, वाटर लॉगिंग हो जाए, उससे भी बचा लेती है वो एक ही वैरायटी। तो इस तरह का रिसर्च ने एक सिस्टम डेवलप किया है। चैलेंज सबसे बड़ा ये है कि ये वैरायटीज़ जो डेवलप हुई हैं उनको हम कैसे किसानों तक तेज़ी से ले जाएं। तो हम लोग का जो मिशन लॉन्च हुआ है, ऑयल सीड मिशन लॉन्च हुआ है, फिर और भी जो हमारे फूड सिक्योरिटी और न्यूट्रिशन मिशन है, उसमें हमारा प्रयास यही है कि हम लोग ब्रीडर से लेके सर्टिफाइड तक उसको चेन को ध्यान में रखते हुए किसान भाइयों और बहनों को वही वैरायटीज़ जो क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट है अधिक से अधिक पहुंचाएं। और मैं आपको इट्स अ वेरी प्लेजरेबल थिंग टू टेल दैट वी हैड डेवलप्ड अ लॉट ऑफ क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट वैरायटीज़ फॉर वीट, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दोज 2 बैड सीजन्स ऑफ 2022 and 23, more and more farmers are now taking up those seed varieties and they have replaced the earlier one with the new ones. तो ये दिखाता है कि अगर सही चीज़ पहुंच जाए हमारे किसानों के पास, फार्मर्स पे, तो वो बहुत तेज़ी से उसको अडेप्ट करते हैं। तो एक ये स्ट्रैटेजी है सीड की, और सीड की स्ट्रैटेजी ये है कि ICR और राज्य सरकार और केंद्र सरकार में क्लोज कोऑर्डिनेशन हो, जिससे ये ना हो कि जो सीड निकला है वो केवल वैरायटी, केवल नोटिफिकेशन तक कागजों पर रह जाए, जब बल्कि वो सीधे किसानों तक जल्दी से जल्दी पहुँचे। और आप जानते हैं कि ब्रीडर के बाद सर्टिफाइड बनाने में मिनिमम 2 क्रॉपिंग सीजन लगते हैं, लेकिन उससे ज़्यादा ना लगे और अधिक से अधिक हम उसको वहाँ पहुँचा सकें, ये एक बहुत बड़ी स्ट्रैटेजी है हमारी। दूसरी जो एक स्ट्रैटेजी है वाटर यूज़ एफिशिएंसी, बिकॉज इट्स अ फैक्ट दैट वाटर, इरिगेशन वाटर इज़ ऑफ ऑल द अंडरग्राउंड वाटर, अगर हम देखेंगे कि तो एक तरफ हर घर जल नल योजना है और एक इरिगेशन है, तो प्रायोरिटी ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की होनी चाहिए। तो वी हैव टू इंश्योर दैट द इरिगेशन इज़ efficiently utilized if it is underground. So our micro irrigation schemes are very important schemes where we have drip and sprinkler, and also we have schemes for conservation of water, surface water through tanks and ponds. तो वो भी हम बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और साथ ही साथ इसमें एक चीज़ और हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि जो हम लोग सोलर पंप्स स्थापित कर रहे हैं उसमें माइक्रो इरिगेशन को देयर शुड बी अ मैंडेटरी लिंकेज, कि जो सोलर पंप लगाए वो माइक्रो इरिगेशन भी इस्तेमाल करें, जिससे अंडरग्राउंड वाटर, बिजली हम बचा रहे हैं, डीजल बचा रहे हैं, लेकिन जो अंडरग्राउंड वाटर में फ्लड इरिगेशन ना करके उसको हम माइक्रो इरिगेशन से एफिशिएंटली यूज़ करें. तो दिस कन्वर्जेंस होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच इज अगेन वी आर यूजिंग टू इंश्योर दैट over use of water, underground water is reduced. Then we have this DSR, the direct seeding of rice. Transplanting takes a lot of labor and transplanting also takes a lot of water. तो अगर हम जो रुपाई धान की जो होती है उसमें समय भी लगता है, लेबर भी लगता है, tedious काम होता है और पानी लगता है. तो डायरेक्ट सीडिंग ऑफ राइस बहुत तेज़ी से हमारे ICR के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हम एक्सटेंशन वर्क और उसके बहुत सफलता हम लोग देख रहे हैं. हर राज्य में हम देख रहे हैं कि DSR का बहुत उपयोग हो रहा है और उससे पानी, धान में पानी की जो है आवश्यकता कम हो जाती है और वो भी एक क्लाइमेट मिटिगेशन स्ट्रैटेजी है. इसी प्रकार जो हमारे, क्योंकि हमें मालूम है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से क्रॉप लॉसेस के चांसेस ज़्यादा हैं, संभावनाएं बढ़ जाती हैं, तो किसानों का भी रुख, हमारे जो क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस स्कीम है, सो आवर स्कीम ऑफ प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट स्कीम इन द वर्ल्ड एज फार एज नंबर ऑफ फार्मर्स आर कंसर्न्ड. और ये लगभग अब हम लोग करीब 40% किसानों तक पहुंच रहे हैं. और सबसे अच्छी बात यह है इसमें कि द स्कीम हैज़ 2 particular aspects. One is loany farmers, one is non-loany farmers. Loany farmers are those who have a crop loan, and they initially it was mandatory for them to be insured, but now it is optional. But the best part of it is that the non-loany farmers are also increasing. So it is becoming more and more popular, and primarily because whenever there is a vagary of weather, the compensation by the insurance companies insured well in time. So that again is something which is very important for adaptation and strategy, that farmers do get the compensation for the crop losses as early as possible. And that is, we are progressing also in a very satisfying fashion. And one of the most important mission which we have launched now is the natural farming. We know that the soil health is a problem. So organic carbon has reduced because of excessive use of fertilizers and pesticides and chemical fertilizers. So there is a move to voluntarily shift farmers from chemical to chemical-free farming. One of the typical strategy of natural farming is, which हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी बोला था कि ये है, सामान्यतः जो ग्रीन एवोल्यूशन था वो था प्रमाण से परिणाम, but natural farming is परिणाम से प्रमाण. There are farmers who are doing it successfully for years. They have developed their own protocols, which now research is also validating, and now we are propagating. And if this experiment, this natural farming mission which has been launched recently, it has succeeded in many of the farms individually without the mission, and now if it goes ahead, many states have gone ahead already, and if this goes ahead, it will be a transformational change in the way the agriculture is practiced, because not only it will ensure safe food, which by design is free from pesticides, free from excessive chemicals, with a better taste, with a better quality, but it will also ensure that the cost of farming, जो farming की cost है वो कम हो जाएगी, और जो fossil fuels पे dependence है वो भी कम होगी. So that is another very important mission which has already been launched with the states, and we are working on it. So these are a few aspects of adaptation, and in which we are putting our resources and priorities. The whole idea is that there should be a whole of government approach. Every department related to agriculture and allied activities should have this approach of addressing the climate change realities. And also, we are also trying that the voluntary carbon market is brought to the use for the farmers, with maximum, and the incentive from the carbon credits should also go to the farmers if they are adapting climate to the practices which are reducing climate change. And for that also we are working within the ministry and also with the Ministry of Environment to ensure that this happens in an efficient manner, and it should not happen that the middle agencies who are doing the actual trading get maximum profit, but it should go, the incentive, maximum share of the incentive should go to the farming community who are actually changing their practices based on our advice to ensure that that agriculture is sustainable. So these are a few thoughts which I wanted to mention, and good wishes for today's event. I hope that the discussions which happen after this will be very fruitful, and जो भी हमारे किसान भाई बहन हैं वो भी अपनी बात रखेंगे, कुछ डिस्कशन करेंगे उनके अनुभव, और वो कुछ यहाँ से और बेहतर चीज़ लेके जाएंगे जो अपने गांव में जाके उसको चर्चा करेंगे. And this dissemination will help in understanding the challenges and what the government is doing. It is a good forum to tell what the government is doing and taking it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Requesting you to kindly be on the dais. I request Mr. Raghuveer to kindly present him a memento. Requesting you, sir, to kindly be on the dais. Thank you so much, sir, for your words of motivation. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call upon Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani, Secretary, Ministry of Corporation, on stage to deliver the special address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bhutani with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Shri Devesh Chaturvedi, Secretary, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, Shahji, Dr. Shahji, Chairman NABARD, the entire executive team from Hindu Business Line, and all the invited guests, और मेरे प्रिय किसान भाइयों और बहनों, कृषि सचिव ने बहुत सारी बातें रखी कि क्लाइमेट चेंज से क्या तकलीफ हो रही है, क्या करना चाहिए और कितनी योजनाएं जो ली जा रही हैं इसको लेके उसको मिटिगेशन के लिए. बात सही है कि दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट अर्जेंट चैलेंजेस ऑफ आवर टाइम, द क्लाइमेट चेंज, एंड it has far-reaching consequences on human societies, environment and economies, and it is imperative that we take notice of it and come up with mitigation strategies which address it in a timely manner. We are aware that it has impacted yields across the country. The rising temperatures affected the cropping patterns, the altered systems of rainfall with high rainfall and long prolonged drought spells have had their own impact on agriculture. It has also altered cropping patterns and led to I would say, disrupted the entire agri value chain in a manner right from the production to consumption. If you see the yields have gone down in many cases, the entire infrastructure has been impacted, transportation systems have been impacted, markets have been impacted. So there's a need to have I would say, a overarching and a very inclusive type of a thought process to go into addressing the issues of climate change. I stand here before you to basically present to you another aspect of climate change, since Agriculture Secretary has already pointed out on the issues related to agriculture. I come here as Secretary Cooperatives, and I believe that clusterization, be it cooperatives, FPOs, SHGs, are very, very critical in addressing the issues of climate change. I think if we जैसे इकट्ठे हैं तभी मजबूत हैं. We can address the issues of climate change, be it adoption of technology, be it access to economies of scale, be it using digital, I would say, interventions, and having better, I would say, selling and buying capacities. All are primarily enforced. They are inclusive in their approach. So all this is very, very important, especially in the whole context of climate change. From the ministry side, a number of initiatives have been, I would say, unveiled to ensure that all these, the impact of climate change is addressed to a great extent. In fact, we've launched a scheme called to set up 200,000 multipurpose packs. Now, what is a multipurpose packs? We have nearly 100,000 packs in the country, across the villages in the country. They were doing primarily input and credit activities. What has happened is we have issued model bylaws which have been adopted by all the states across the country, enabling them to take up nearly 25 more activities. It could be a common service center, it could be a Pradhan Mantri Krishi Kisan Samriddhi Kendra, it could be a Jan Aushadhi Kendra, it could be a petrol pump or a LPG distributorship. A whole lot of activities have now been made available to these packs, and they are adopting these firms primarily to diversify the income, that is one, and also ensuring that all the facilities are available to the farmers and the rural masses in the villages under one roof. That is one thing which we have done. Lot of villages don't have such societies, they are either underserved or these societies are defunct. So we are liquidating old societies, the defunct societies, setting up new societies. Idea is we should have a very vibrant cooperative system in each and every village in the country. We have we launched this effort in September, and in last 3 months we have already set up nearly 10,000 multipurpose packs, for which there was a big program on 25th of December where we unveiled a groundbreaking of 10,000 packs took place. So idea is that we strengthen these systems. These societies have been there. In fact, cooperative movement, it has been in India since 1994. The first act was passed in 1994. So very strong clusters are available backed by an act of the state or the center. They have a legal entity, they have a legal basis, and they are doing, I would say, great work in areas. Amul is a glaring, I would say, example how it has strengthened communities in rural areas. Gujarat, I have been visiting, I have had a recent visit to Gujarat. It has strengthened the communities, increased the incomes of farmers, and it is very, very inclusive. In fact, most of you might not know, सब भाई बहन जो हमारे किसान भाई जानते होंगे कि कोऑपरेटिव काम करता है 1 person 1 vote के बेसिस पे. अगर 1000 रुपए के शेयर हैं, इक्विटी शेयर हैं, 900 शेयर भी मेरे पास हैं और बाकी 100 शेयर 10 लोगों के पास हैं, उनके 10 वोट है, मेरा 1 वोट है. That is how it works. It's very inclusive in how it approaches the cluster approach. So my take here is that cooperatives can really do wonders as far as addressing the issues of climate change goes. We have also taken up a big program for grain storage. Now, we are aware that grain storage is a big issue in the rural areas. 70,000 storage, I would say, points would be created in the packs across the country, which are viable packs, ensuring that farmers have a place to keep the grains. They can be doubled up as procurement centers. The packs can earn a lot of money out of this activity. They double up as a fair price shop. So procurement happens in the packs. It is stored in the packs. This is again given to the farmers through the fair price shops. So the cost of transport goes down. Again, I would say positively impacting the entire issue of climate change. Now, over and above that, somebody mentioned, I think in the initial remarks, it was mentioned that new societies, the Bharat Beej Sehkari Samiti Society has been launched by Government of India. 3 national level societies we have created: the National Cooperative Organics Limited, Export Limited, and Bharat Beej Sehkari Samiti Limited. Idea is, how do we ensure proper marketing of the organic produce or the natural farming produce of the farmers? Marketing, we are aware, is a big issue. The Government of India stepped in by a decision of the Cabinet. 5 biggest cooperatives have joined hands, created this organization, and set up or provided a platform for all the cooperatives to join in. Nearly 10,000 packs have joined the Bharat Beej Sehkari Samiti Limited, and the other 2 have a membership of nearly 8,000 societies each. Every society becomes a member and becomes a part, I would say, equal shareholder in the entire effort of the society to ensure that there's a proper marketing and testing certification system put in place for proper, I would say, selling or branding of organic produce and its export. We have set up a export limited organization as well to ensure that the product of all these societies and farmers reaches the point where we have maximum, I would say, price being fetched and they get the maximum benefit. In most of these cases, the entire profit being made by societies, 50% is being passed back to the farmer. So I would say win-win situation, a big initiative on part of the Government of India to ensure that farmers have a robust mechanism of reaching the most distant markets without taking an effort, because Government of India, the society is putting that effort. Another program which we have launched in the ministry is to do something called a cooperation among cooperatives. Sehkarta Samitiyon ke madhya sehkar. What we are doing is, cooperative sector, we are aware, especially the rural credit sector, doesn't have resources to provide loans and credit to the farmers. There are accessible lines of credit which are concessional credit through NABARD and other agencies, which are very limited. We are aware that there's a lot of money which flows inside the cooperative sector, but flows out of it because of I would say, deficiencies in the system. So what we have done is, we have ensured that all the cooperative societies open their accounts only in cooperative banks. All the cooperative member societies open their accounts only in cooperative banks. We provide the micro ATMs to them to ensure doorstep banking to such people, as well as provide a RuPay KCC card for meeting their the cash credit needs of all the farmers. We started this pilot in Gujarat, and over a period of 1 year, 6,500 crores have additionally come into the cooperative banking system. Now, this is a CASA fund which is available at 2 to 3% interest rate, on which they can on-lend at 5 to 7%. So easily a lot of fund is available to the cooperative banks now to on-lend for variety of cooperative activities. In fact, Amul took a big loan from the Gujarat Cooperative Bank. Nearly about 600 crores was taken by them. As one shot, they partnered with the district cooperative banks and provided this loan. For the first time, cooperatives have been provided big loans for the cooperative development in the country. This is one initiative to ensure that the money remains within the cooperative sector, strengthens the cooperative sector, and ensures that they have access to, I would say, sufficient funds to undertake a lot of developmental activities. Over and above that, we are mindful of the fact that one of the biggest challenges which we face in the dispensing of credit, which is very critical for the rural masses, is the non-availability of proper technology for the entire credit sector. So we have taken up a program to do the computerization of all the packs. Chairman NABARD is here. NABARD is, in fact, spearheading the entire effort of computerizing all the nearly 70,000 packs in the country which are viable. They are being linked through an online system to the registrar of cooperative societies, and in turn being linked to the district cooperative banks, the state cooperative banks, and the NABARD headquarters. This will provide real-time information, do away with all the paperwork, and also remove opacity in the system, bring in transparency, and I would say accountability. So this will bring in more confidence among the rural masses to put their money in the cooperative bank, and also take advantage of various facilities now being created. In fact, what we have done is, we are aware that many banks in the cooperative sector do not have the wherewithal to bring in technology, especially the mobile banking and the internet banking. We have set up an umbrella organization through the approval of the Reserve Bank of India. This organization is providing technology to all the banks which cannot buy technology on their own because of the issues of resources. That is one. It's expensive if you buy it on a standalone basis, as well as the issue of doing the entire exercise of developing an RFP, doing a bidding exercise, getting the best person on the job. So this organization will provide the technology to all the urban cooperative banks. On the other hand, the NABARD is already put up a proposal for having a similar entity for the rural cooperative banks. So idea is, technology is one way forward. Even the rural areas, people want internet and mobile banking. If cooperative banks can't provide, they're slowly migrating towards commercial and the private banks. We intend to keep these people within the cooperative sector and the cooperative space. We are aware that cooperative people, the banks provide the last mile connectivity. In fact, if you see the number of Kisan credit cards in the country, Dr. Shaji will bear me out. Out of 100 rupees being dispensed as credit, only 11 rupees are now being dispensed through the cooperative sector. The amount has been coming down. We intend to put a stop to that. But 43% of the Kisan credit cards are through the cooperative banks. 11% money, but 43% cards. So you see, they are basically providing resources and addressing credit needs of the smallest farmers in the country, which bigger banks would never do. So cooperatives have to be strengthened, and that is, I would say, one big way of mitigating the climate change effects. We are aware that the smallest farmers, the small and marginal farmers, are disproportionately affected by the impact of climate change. They don't have access to technology, to resources, as well as to proper mitigation, including insurance. So and they get trapped into a vicious cycle of debt and somehow have to leave the farming or get trapped in various other ways. So the best way is to ensure that these credit needs of these people are properly addressed, and they provide resources to remain in the cropping cycle and also have access to all the latest technology and insurance. Devesh Chaturvedi mentioned about crop insurance. That is, I think, is one of the biggest, I would say, methods of mitigating climate change. 40% farmers are presently being provided support through the crop insurance exercise. The need to ensure that every farmer in the country has access to crop insurance. So that is the, I would say, the biggest financial instrument in handling the impact of climate change. We all know clusterization brings in economies of scale, access to technology, digitization, also shared infra. Now, another aspect of clusterization is the availability of infrastructure can be on a shared basis. It could be a common service center, including where technology, all your machineries are available on hire, and other big machineries and big, I would say, equipment required for modern day farming, which can be easily accessed by smaller farmers. So all in all, I would say climate change is something which impacts all of us in one way or the other, and collective action is required on behalf of, on the part of the governments, cooperative societies, NGOs, and private players, including working on R&D to ensure that we have the best of the stress-tolerant variety of seeds, the technology in precision farming, and efficient water use technologies, as well as climate-resilient infrastructure for agriculture. So I would say it's something which is not the baby or the work of agriculture or cooperation or somebody else. All of us have to join hands and rack our brains to ensure that we address or mitigate the effect of climate change, because it impacts something which is very, very basic, our food. So my request, I'm sure with the inputs which we'll be getting in the conference today, and I'll be looking forward to some of the inputs being shared with us, so we can work on our schemes to ensure that we fine-tune our schemes and ensure that all the suggestions and all the I would say good ideas are brought to ground from the Government of India side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhutani. Requesting you to kindly be on the stage, inviting you on the stage, and I request Mr. Raghuveer to kindly hand over the memento to Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for your wise and motivating words. Thank you. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for the keynote address, and I would like to call on stage Mr. Shahji KV, Chairman, NABARD, on stage to deliver the keynote address. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Respected Secretary Agriculture, Secretary Corporation, and our partners from the Hindu business line, the farmer colleagues over there, and also the representatives from the agriculture and commodity industry. Already, both the secretaries of the government have explained about their actions in the field of agriculture, then collectivization through cooperatives, and also the climate aspects of what they are doing. NABARD being the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, we are conscious about the activities which are needed for the emerging challenges, and climate being the most important challenge right now we are facing. India, as you all know, is surplus in food, but when you come to the food security index, we are only 68. Why is it so? Mostly because the Indian agriculture is rain-fed, and there are a lot of variations in production, and there is no assurance of that level being maintained. Further, the population also is huge. So 61% of India is still rain dependent, and this 61% of the area contributes to 40% of the production. So that means the volatility in production can be huge, and climate will accentuate this volatility. So there is no doubt that we need to be aware of the challenges, and we need to take measures, both adaptive and mitigative measures for combating this thing. So the food security index is very important thing, and one more thing is that India aspires, because in India we have almost all agroclimatic conditions of the world, which prevents an opportunity for us to produce any type of agriculture crop, and then India can even aspire, because considering the productivity gap which we have with the world average productivity, India can aspire to become the food security provider to the world if our productivity is improving. And there are a lot of measures being taken by the government. But now, NABARD being an arm of the government, we actually are partnering with the government to complement and supplement their activities to bring the various players in the sector to the direction in which we should move. So in this aspect, NABARD have a larger role to play in terms of we are taking measures in terms of data, we are taking measures in terms of credit, and we are also forging partnerships, and we are also doing pilots. So I'll explain what all things we are doing on these 4 aspects. One is the data. Secretary Corporation has mentioned about the digitization efforts which we are doing. Apart from the digitization efforts, we are also putting up a data warehouse for the agri and rural sector for the country. Actually, we are in the making of the data warehouse since last 1.5 years. So now we have come to a stage where we can actually come out with the use cases for the data. We are partnering with various agencies, including with the UNDP, for providing the data warehouse for the sector. And in fact, we have the data in climate resilient agriculture. That's an integral part of this data warehouse which we are making. We are partnered with UNDP for DCRA, that is data in climate resilient agriculture, and we are also partnering with the state government, because agriculture being the state subject, so each state is in different levels of data maturity. The AgriStack framework which the Government of India has given, most of the states are working on that, but some states like Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, they all have moved ahead. So we are partnering individually with the states to help populate data into the AgriStack framework. As you all know, AgriStack has the 3 layers. One is the crop layer, which identifies the crop which a farmer is growing. The one is the farmer layer, where the KYC of the farmer is there. And the third one is the land layer. So unless these 3 data are integrated and made available in a unified form, any number of places, particularly the bankers, bankers are good in KYC, but then they can't relate the KYC to the activity which that person is doing. So once it is integrated with the activity, that is the crop activity, which crop is growing, and the land on which these crops are growing, then the bankers can innovate on the credit products. And they can be sure, because in India, land records are not that good, especially when you see that regional disparity in the credit flow. One of the main reasons for lesser credit to certain areas is lack of data, or lack of land records which are linking to the farmers. See, and tenancy is very prevalent in India, and actually the tenancy is creating a problem of lesser credit penetration. And that is why almost 25% of the farmers are still not dependent on the formal financial system. So we need to provide verified data to bankers. A lot of formalization need to happen. And once formalization happens, all the Government of India schemes, see now the Kisan credit card, which gives farmers at a lower rate of interest, or even the Agri Infra Fund scheme, which also provides farmers to move up the value chain in setting up processing units. These are all assured credit schemes with proper credit enhancements, like guarantee scheme is there, insurance is there in KCC. So all these are credit enhancements, but all these things can be availed by the farmers only when the banks are sure about lending. And we are in the process of, as an ecosystem player, we are in the process of providing that confidence to the bankers in vending credit. And in that process, already Secretary Corporation has told about small and marginal farmers. If you see the data, most of the marginal farmers and even tenant farmers, they are the most excluded from the formal financial system. So the digitization of the cooperatives, and also talking about the bylaws of the cooperatives, now landless farmers can also become members of the cooperatives. So that means, so they will be formalized to a large extent, and they can avail of this Government of India schemes for their activities. So when we talk about the farming community, we are talking about the climate aspects of that. Individually, the farmers may not be able to adapt to or mitigate, take mitigative actions for the climate resilience. So in that case, the collectivization is the way forward. The farmer producer organizations, already Government of India schemes are there. So there also, farmer producer organizations, once formed, they are newer entities. They may not be able to access credit faster. So there a credit enhancement is needed. That is where the FPO guarantee scheme of the Government of India, which is vended through the National Industrial Trust, is helping them. So now, whatever activities the farm producer organizations are doing, we are working with them through FPO accelerator and such other schemes. to sensitize them for taking climate resilient activities also as part of their regular activities. Climate need to be embedded in each of these activities. The farmer individually may not be aware of this. So we need to now educate them, and whatever business cases they are building as a farm producer organization, the climate resilience need to be embedded in them. In that case, in that manner, we in NABARD also has come out with a climate strategy document, which actually hinges on the 4 pillars, which is very important as far as adapting and mitigating the climate aspects are concerned. So now there are 4 aspects. One is the most important aspect, where we need to now generate resources, adequate resources also for all these activities, because these resources can't be generated through market market racing, because market always demand higher yields. So that means for these activities we need blended finance to come in. It can be a combination of philanthropic capital, then grants, and of course concessional capital from the government or from other entities. And of course then we can blend it with the market funds to actually make it into a larger sum. So here we are working with Government of India to set up some carbon fund, and also with multilateral agencies. We are discussing with multilateral agencies to set up carbon fund for India. And our Secretary of Agriculture mentioned about the voluntary carbon market, because since we can't actually put embargoes on farmers in terms of, because they are now on a hand-to-mouth existence. They need to improve their productivity, they need to improve their per capita income, and we can't impose upon them the climate climate responsibilities on them. So that is where we are coming out with the voluntary carbon market framework. We are partnering with both the departments of agriculture and also Department of Fisheries, because allied activities are also very important in climate resilience, because once in the risk management of a small and marginal farmer, allied activities play a larger role. So if they are growing crop alone, then the impact of climate events on the crop, once it materializes, then they need to have proper other source of income. That is where the allied activities come in. So we are working with the Fisheries and also Animal Husbandry Department to set up voluntary carbon market framework across the country. So I talked about the climate strategy. The first the pillar which of the climate strategy document is to accelerate green lending across sectors. So we have come out with a NABARD green lending framework, where we are embedding climate-related activities into the products. And we are also actively engaging with rural financial institutions in structuring products meant for climate resilience. And then we are also, as a second pillar for the climate strategy document, we are playing a broader market-making role in terms of making available proper awareness, data, and also products and players, so that the climate-related actions will be penetrated more. And within NABARD also, we are embarking on an internal green transformation. We have declared that we will be going net zero as early as possible, and we are also working with the rural financial institutions. We will try to contain the scope 3 emissions as well. And then the resource mobilization part, we have already come out with a sustainability bond. We will be, we are actually planning for a green bond as well for raising resources. Of course, the market Indian market is not deep enough to have the green bond framework. Also, the greenium which is available is not to the level of what we expect, considering the homework which we need to do, the document we need to do for accessing market for green activities. So in these 4 pillars of green lending, market making role, internal green transformation, and resource mobilization, we will be playing a larger role, and we will be partnering with government entities as well as the civil society organizations, and also the collectivized the FPOs and SHGs. Now, I told about partnerships. We are partnering with both internal organizations as well as external organizations like ADB. We are the national implementing entity for the Green Climate Fund of UN Fund for Climate Change, and we are also a direct access entity for such fund, and we are also an entity for the National Adaptation Fund as well. So we are generating funds, blended funds for the climate resilience activities, and then within NABARD, we have a large program of watershed development and tribal development. These are essentially climate resilient activities. We have set up close to around 4,000 watershed programs across country, and also we are working with tribal settlements in almost 1,100 of such settlements we are working with them. So that will enable them to resist the impact of climate change in their livelihood itself. Wherever they are, we are trying to settle them with adequate income for them. And regarding our infrastructure financing, we have the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund as well as the NABARD Infrastructure Development Assistance Fund. These are all are meant for providing adequate infrastructure in terms of irrigation facilities, and also we are doing area-based climate-smart agriculture pilot projects across. I told about the pilot as one of our important activity. The SHG movement and the FPO movement started as pilots within NABARD, and seeing the success, we have mainstreamed that, and Government of India took it forward in terms of National Rural Livelihood Mission and also the 10,000 FPO program. So similar to that, we are now doing a pilot program for climate smart agriculture, which is a larger pilot covering per block basis. So, and then we will demonstrate along with the Krishi Vigyan Kendras and also the local research institutes, the locally available climate resilient actions need to be demonstrated to the farmers, and then we will have exposure visit to such plots and to demonstrate to farmers that these activities are in fact yielding results. Now, in the process, we are also dealing with a lot of agri startups. We have a NAB Venture Fund 1, which is investing in such solutions, locally available solutions. And in fact, we have included climate as an important theme of our NAB Venture Fund, along with the rural and agri theme. Now, we are now announcing another fund of 750 crores of Agri-Sure Fund, where early stage startups in agri and climate space will be supported. And the NAB Venture Fund 2 also comes, because the problems, the serious problems need to be tackled in an effective manner through appropriate adoption of technology. And for the appropriate adoption of technology, we need not only credit or other type of assistance, we need venture capital assistance as well. Also, venture debt assistance also we need to put up. So now, to conclude, so we will be working as NABARD, we will be working as a market maker. We will be via media of the government programs to the farmer. So we will work both with the government and also civil society organizations to take the policies and procedures of the government to the farmer in a localized manner, and also working with various state governments in making state-specific or area-specific solutions for various activities in agriculture, including climate resilience. So now, as NABARD, being a national entity for climate resilience as well, or we are working with the Ministry of Environment. Of course, I mentioned about the implementing entity for the National Adaptation Fund. So what we are trying to do is to align financing. Of course, all these activities need financing. So we need to align financing with local needs, and we have to leverage partnerships. Otherwise, individually, any entity, especially the small and marginal farmers, may not be able to survive in these challenging circumstances. And then providing innovative solutions through supporting agri startups, or also influencing the research aspects in the ICR. We have an MOU with ICR to take their research findings and also provide reverse feedback to the ICR institutions to find solutions to the emerging challenges of farmers. So, as a development bank, we believe in development through credit, and we understand that that development should involve climate resilient development. And as I said in the beginning, if we want to improve in our global food security index, we need to now bring more of agricultural land under irrigation. So micro irrigation is a very important thing, conserving water and then bringing more irrigated land, and precision agriculture, and including the IoT devices for facilitating that. So we are doing a lot of pilots across country for that as well. So to sum up all these endeavor, we are here to support the sector in terms of building climate resilience. but in terms of improving productivity in a sustainable manner and also influencing the policy, because policy advocacy is another important role which we need to think about. And we are actually giving feedbacks to the government in the policy making. And as a result of that, a lot of digitization efforts which we are now seeing are part of our feedback to the government. The digitization of the interest subvention. So even though the government policy is there to subvent credit, but that subvention was not being appropriately and timely given to the farmer. So the government has digitized now that interest subvention activities, which is huge. 25 lakh crore is being now pumped through these interest subvention activities of the government of India, which of course will help the climate resilient activities as well. So we are also working with the RBI. RBI has come out with a climate policy document. So we are working with them on the agriculture sector, how best the bankers can be nudged to support climate resilient agriculture. So as NABARD, we are fortunate to partner with Hindu Businessline in such activities to disseminate information to the farmers and also to take feedbacks from them so that we can have a better and more consistent agriculture production in the country. And our endeavor, the Honorable Prime Minister also believes that farmer, poor, youth and women, all these things should be taken, all these four players, stakeholders need to be taken forward to build a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. And in that, climate resilient is a very important factor. Otherwise, sustainability is an issue. We can't sustain our efforts to reach, the goal of becoming the developed country in the near future. Thank you, and wish all the best for the deliberations.
Requesting Mr. Raghuveer to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate Mr. Shaji. Thank you so much, sir, for your words. Can we have a louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, sir, for taking out time to be present here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we move to the first session of the day. A very much talked topic previous year, Bin Mausam Barsat. We all have seen how rains affected the agriculture industry, affected the food that we eat, the cost of the food that we are consuming. So the first session will talk about, why the monsoon has been raining woes over the last few years. Over the past few years, monsoon have been very different from one another. Why this is happening? What are the reasons? To talk more on this, we have eminent panelists who will be taking this session forward. To moderate this panel, I would like to call upon Mr. Subramani of Businessline to kindly join us on the dais. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. In the panel with us, we'll be having Dr. D.S. Pai, Scientist G, IMD, to kindly join us on the dais. Dr. D.S. Pai. I would like to invite Dr. Nabanshu Chattopadhyay, Consultant, World Meteorological Organization. Let's have a round of applause. Mr. Ajay Rana, Chairman of Federation of Seed Industry of India and CEO Savannah Seeds. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Ms. Neha Kumar, Head South Asia Program, Climate Bonds Initiative. Let's have a louder round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, why the monsoon has been raining woes over the last few years. Over to you, Mr. Subramani.
Hi all, I think, hi all, it's already, we are discussing about climate change. It's cold outside, but over here, I think it's not warm, but it has even got a little hot. Yeah, so things have been put in the right perspective. We have had the IMD saying that India had its warmest year in 2024. We had we have the climate, Copernicus Climate Center for Service Center saying that the world went through its warmest year in 2024. I think this evening the World Meteorological Organization is holding a media conference where I think they are also going to repeat the findings of these two bodies. But, happily, I think India has been the first to say that we have been ahead. India has been ahead of others in saying that we have had a warmest 2024. While we were, structuring this conference, our attempt was first to see what is going wrong. So before we have the discussion on other things, we thought it's only fit and proper that we discuss what's really going wrong with our monsoon. And as the Agriculture Secretary was saying, after 2021, when we found an ideal weather, things have really gone this way or that way. I mean, 3 years, continuous years of La Nina, and then a very harsh El Nino, and a La Nina, and another La Nina, which is saying, here I come, hasn't come in yet, probably it's going to set in this month. So, with that in perspective, we'll now ask the panelists to briefly, to tell about them. So, I will start with Dr. Pai, briefly about yourself.
Yeah. Myself, Dr. D.S. Pai. I'm Scientist G, India Meteorological Department. I'm looking after Agriculture Advisory Services.
So, Dr. Nabanshu Chaudhary. Dr. Nabanshu Chattopadhyay.
Good morning to all of you, and it's a great privilege to be here. It's a very important topic. I worked as a head of the department in the Division of Agriculture Meteorology in India Meteorology Department. And after that, I joined with World Bank in the different climate resilience program in South Asia. And also, I am associated with World Meteorological Organizations in different capacities as a expert team, as a chairperson, and also consultant. During my services, I worked with the Climatic Research Unit in East Anglia University in UK, where I worked elaborately on the climate change issues on Indian aspects. Also, I work in the two societies for South Asia Forum of Agriculture Meteorology and International Society for Agriculture Meteorology. Thank you.
Mr. Ajay Rana.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Ajay Rana. I'm the chairman of Federation of Seed Industry of India and CEO and managing director of Savannah Seeds. I've been in food and agriculture sector for last 33 years. Have been fortunate to work on diverse crop, right from apples in the Himalayas to cotton in Maharashtra to soybean and corn in Americas, as well as rice in South America. So I have closely worked on agriculture and also feel proud to be a part-time farmer. Glad to be here.
Yeah, and Ms. Neha Kumar.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Neha Kumar, and I head South Asia work for Climate Bonds Initiative. So my introduction is in two parts. First, what is Climate Bonds Initiative? It works on mobilizing finance for climate solutions, and agriculture is a very, very big part of it, on defining what is green, on defining what is resilient agriculture. So that's one of the things that we do. Myself, I have been involved with sustainability, sustainable finance for last 21, 22 years, and particularly agriculture for about last 10 years, especially on mobilizing investments for resilient agriculture and looking at climate-related financial risks.
Thank you all for a very crisp introduction. Now, I would want to have your views on the behavior of monsoon over the past few years and why 2023 and 2024 have witnessed a record warmth. Has climate change now started impacting us in a big way? So I would start with Dr. Pai.
Yeah. So from today morning itself, people have been saying,
Yeah, hold it little near.
Yeah. 2023 was warmest, and then now 2024 is likely to be much warmer than that. In fact, if we see the records, in 1980s, the warmness was only, the anomaly was only 0.5 above normal. So you can see that in last 25 or 30 years, we are closing towards 1.5. From 2015, it was almost consecutively more than 1 degree it was coming. It took time, only 10, 15 years. Now it is crossing 1.5. Though we will not call it, close to 1.5 unless you have continuous 10 years or so, 1.5 degree. The main reason why it is warm is that record level of greenhouse gases just after COVID, that you might have seen 22, 23, we had a record level of greenhouse gases. That is one reason. And also because of a lot of activity, population increase, and then you have a lot of development activities are taking place, land use, land cover uses are taking place. And also because of the climate change, definitely that is happening, as we said earlier. And because of that, a lot of deforestation, that becoming a feedback kind of thing, whereby you are seeing that more and more greenhouse gases are, and that all these aspects are actually causing, to be warm, more warm in the recent years.
Dr. Chattopadhyay.
Yeah, actually, if we talk about the recent kind of features of monsoon, just for a minute, we just go back about 100 years, what exactly happening. In Indian department, we have seen that, in fact, as far as rainfall is concerned, there is no trend. But if we go to the district level, we have seen that Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand and the eastern part of UP and also East MP, these are very vulnerable where it is decreasing, the rainfall is decreasing. And if you come out in last 5 years, 2023, 94% of LPA, which is El Nino years, and if you go 21, that is a normal. Otherwise, all are La Nina years and say good amount of rainfall. So the thing is that I will be talking about what is the impact, but as far as the temperature is concerned, actually what Dr. Pai has already mentioned that, as I'm from the WMO side, that already in CO COP29, the Celestial Soleil has already mentioned that 1.5 is very, very alarming and attributed to the greenhouse gas rates and mitigation, so on and so forth. So the thing is that even also in 2024, it is 0.65 with the last 30 years average if you take it. And most interesting thing is that if we can't take this as a challenge to adaptation, mitigation, whatever may be, in 2040 to 2080, 1.3 to 2.7 degree temperature will be there. So climate change is very, very there, and last recent years has a definite impact on the agriculture side also. Okay, over to you.
Mr. Rana.
Yeah, so Subramani, climate change is real. Of course, I'm in the company of meteorologists. So I'll talk about like what is causing climate change and these erratic monsoons. So the greenhouse gases are responsible for change in climate. In fact, like the greenhouse gases, the major one greenhouse gas is carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide concentration in atmosphere has gone up by 51%. From 278 parts per million, now it is 420 parts per million. Methane is another greenhouse gas, and methane emission, in fact, is happening from industries, but also agriculture is also responsible. In fact, one of our largest food crop, rice, is also responsible for methane emission. And nitrous oxide, the use of chemical fertilizers, especially urea, lead to release of nitrous oxide. So another factor is, of course, we have these more greenhouse gases, and they're absorbing more heat in the climate, in the Earth atmosphere, leading to increase in temperature. Our oceans are becoming warmer, and that is leading to the change in monsoon patterns. Monsoon, in fact, our industry, we work very closely with farmers across the country. We have seen the figures from IMD that overall it was 97% or sometime 103% normal, but the distribution is the challenge. So the distribution is, we will get the monsoon onset on time in June, but then we have a very dry July, August, and then we are seeing the late rains in the month of September and October. And this is the time when crop is ready for harvest. In many parts of the country, rice is our major crop, corn and other crops. And that impact, the rains, the late rains at the time of flowering and seed setting leads to more diseases, insect pressure, and drop in productivity. So yes, it is there, and the impact of human footprints, as well as, of course, there are more, I'll say the space, climate also has impact on this.
Yeah. Ms. Neha Kumar, I have a different question for you. Can you give us the perspective on the financial risk that is emerging from climate change?
Sure, and I think that is just probably the perspective that will connect the dots on the stage as well. Now, one thing is that I will try to say a little bit about climate change and the kind of risks it produces, and then link it to the mobilization of finance for those practices of agriculture we can reduce those risks, and also look at how does it really affect the financial stability itself. So it's a huge concern. Agriculture still contributes a lot to the GDP, still employs nearly 60% of people. So without fixing agriculture, we really cannot really fix the Indian economy. That's first thing. Now, what are these kind of climate change impacts that the agriculture is facing? Two types. These are extreme weather events. You would have floods and cyclones and all of that. That will absolutely wipe off the produce. The second are the chronic changes. Now, we mentioned about the chronic rise in temperatures, which has actually changed the southwest monsoon rainfall patterns, on which Indian agriculture is dependent. In fact, the first time Reserve Bank of India addressed climate change as a problem, as a challenge, was in 2019-2020 by looking at climate change impacts on agriculture. So we are in for a pretty grievous situation if we do not tackle all of these challenges. Let me give you a couple of figures and facts that I have on my hands right now. NICRA, which also looks at climate vulnerability, etc., it said that by 2039, if we do not take appropriate strategies, if we do not implement them, the reduction in yield of agriculture will be as large as 9%. So from 4.5 to 9% by 2039. So we are not really talking about many, many decades later into the future. We are actually talking about things that are affecting and are going to produce the probably disastrous effect, not only in agriculture, but on farmers, on their incomes, on economics and finance. The other thing that I just wanted to bring together is that agriculture is not agriculture alone. It is allied services, it is commodities. The nexus is water, nexus with energy is extremely important. The nexus with food security and food inflation is extremely important. And going by all of these factors, where food inflation really forms a large part of our economic basket, we simply cannot ignore the impact of climate change. So I will come back to perhaps other aspects of the financial side of climate risks impacting agriculture as we move on.
So what sort of real changes are we witnessing in rainfall, the maximum and minimum? And also IMD said that there's a rise in the minimum temperature across the country. So I would first want Nabanshu ji to explain.
Yeah, actually, if you see the monsoon, which is very, very crucial, particularly the rain-fed areas and also the dry farming tract, already mentioned that if any kind of variations will be there, that will be a major impact. But the thing is that what I just mentioned already, the 100 years data is giving the signal that which are the part, eastern part, are very, very vulnerable. So we should be very, very cautious. Even also, if you see 2023 El Nino years, there is a havoc change. If you see Jharkhand, if you see Chhattisgarh, there is a huge, deficit in the rainfall. Even also in the eastern and northeastern part, minus 18% deficit is there, which is very, very alarming. That means what I want to mean, signal is very, very clear to us that what I mentioned in the morning, that if we are not taking as a benchmark now, then it will be not very supportive for the agriculture. One of the important, projections is there that monsoon will be weakened in future, but the atmosphere, moisture will be more. So if you couple these two things, there will be more rainfall. Projections are telling that from 4 to 16% increase of the rainfall will be there. But the most important part is that this rainfall will be very short period rainfall. And if there is any short period rainfall, that means what we have already witnessed in 2023, the large number of breaks will be there. And if breaks will be there, so that will totally jeopardize that monsoon and the agriculture productions. So most important part which is happening and which will happen, that is the called active shift of the monsoon zone, core zone, and also the breaks, and also the which I've already witnessed 2023-24. There's a lot of changes in the withdrawal of monsoon, onset of monsoon, and also the breaks. So these are the things will be coming, and we will be very much be alert that how to tackle the monsoon with respect to rainfall and temperature. I'll talk about afterwards how temperature, because all the phenophase of rice, particularly cereals, are very, very sensitive. If you have if you have the wheat is sowing after the harvest of rice, but sometimes it is too late in UP. And then, because of temperature rise, no tillering is there, no panicle is there. And in 2022, in the month of March, there is a spikes in the temperature, and that destroyed that wheat production. Even also in case of rice, when the breaks are there, the temperature is big high, that is your make the flowering, and also the pest and disease infestations are very common. So these are the multi kind of aspects are that which is make the monsoon very, very unstable as on today, and make the unstable. But we have the challenges to how to adapt or mitigate. Thank you.
Dr. Pai, your views on this?
See, if you see the long time series of temperature and rainfall from say 1901 to up to 2024, shows that both maximum and mean temperatures are showing significant trend increasing. Minimum temperature, though increasing trend, it was not significant. But since 1970, all these three are showing significant trend. So now both maximum as well as minimum temperature is a significant increase. That is a very important aspect. If you see the spatial pattern, almost all parts of the country is indicating increased temperature. This is also in other way, heat waves are showing increase in trend in all parts of the country. Now coming to rainfall, if you see the last 125 years, there is no any significant trend can be seen all over the country as a whole. Mainly because, we also have got a large multi-decadal variation. That means in the early part of the 20th century, we were in the below, first 20 years or below normal rainfall. Then around 40 years, up to 70s, 40 to 70s, it was above normal. Then last part of, 20th century and early part, it was below normal. And I think that recent 5 or 6 years, the rainfall is increasing. But if you take data, which pattern, you may find secular variation, but a total, if you see 125 years, there is no increasing trend. But the most important point is that in spite of not showing any important trend, extreme rainfall events are increasing, particularly over the central part of India and along the west coast and northeast. Especially total rainfall, if you see, most important part is that northeast, where you are getting maximum rainfall, it is showing a decreasing trend. So, but since you are getting a lot of rain there, this decreasing is not affecting there. But most interesting is that northwest India, including Rajasthan, you are observing increasing trend of the rainfall. In fact, the normal monsoon onset date recently we had in 2021. I myself was the first author. We had updated the onset date, monsoon onset. Though monsoon is reaching 1st June over Kerala, along the Maharashtra and up to central part, it is getting delayed by 2 to 7 days compared to earlier day. But thereafter, it is a much faster, and by the time it becomes northwest India, it is almost like old day. And over Rajasthan, northwest part, it is reaching 1 week earlier than previous in Rajasthan. But most interesting part is the withdrawal. Earlier, withdrawal used to be 1st September. Now it is almost 17 September. So in the northwest India, monsoon is remaining, the onset is taking place 1 week early instead of earlier June 15, now July 15, now July 7. And withdrawal, it is taking almost 2 weeks late, which means that in the Rajasthan you are getting almost more monsoon rainy days. So that is why actually showing a increasing trend. And most parts of that, as already said, because of the climate change, in line with the global other parts of the globe, we are getting more extreme rainfall events, and between the extreme rainfall events, long period of dry. So that has got a significant, so all that aspect which I have said has got a significant impact on the agriculture which is being done, what kind of, in part, even the patterns of agriculture is getting changed when it is being sowing, etc. And that also has got an impact on our air quality and other aspects.
Mr. Rana, your views.
Yeah, I'll take it from there on impact of these extreme climate events. And we, in fact, like all of us, those who are from agriculture background or familiar with our two major cropping seasons, Kharif and Rabi. Our Kharif sowing, in fact, like the Kharif season, we have seen over the last 1 decade, slowly there is a movement, like the Kharif season is delayed by 15 days. And what is happening is, like all of us human, the crop also need water. When we plant the seed need moisture for germination and to grow. And once the plant is growing at different stages, it has vegetative stage, it has reproductive stage, it has grain formation stage. So on all those critical stages, the availability of moisture is important. So farmers, in fact, like based on onset of monsoon, because nearly 45% of our agriculture is still rain-fed, have shifted when they start planting. So there's a shift in fact, one of the region, what used to happen, the rice harvesting in northern India used to happen nearly 3 weeks earlier. It has moved back, and we continue to harvest rice till end of October, mid of November, especially the basmati varieties. And then we start seeing the drop in temperature and the humidity. So the harvesting of rice, of course, the burning of stubbles is an issue, but since the harvesting is delayed, and now this is overlapping with the colder weather, we see the more suspension of those particles, and that is leading to more air pollution also. Of course, right now in December and January, we don't have any crop burning. There's other impact. I will not go on pollution. But I'm coming to now mitigation. So of course, this is happening. Climate change is happening, and we all need food. We all need fiber. The two major things. So rice and wheat are two major food crops, and then corn is third, followed by this, and cotton is a major fiber crop, source of the fiber or the clothing we wear. Our rice crop, in fact, rice is a very, I'll say, dynamic plant. But of course, if I say there is no impact on rice, there is a huge impact on all crops of climate change. But what is needed, and it is proven also, the areas where we have rain-fed agriculture, especially Jharkhand, northern Chhattisgarh, we go to parts of southern Gujarat, farmers have shifted to hybrids. In fact, like for over a decade, we have seen the rice farmer in the rain-fed areas have shifted to hybrid seed. Because hybrid seed is more moisture tolerant, in fact, like moisture stress tolerant or climate resilient. We have seen this in corn also. In fact, Karnataka is one of the largest producer of corn. The hybrid corn was first adopted in Karnataka. And Davangere, and you go northern Karnataka, it's largely rain-fed. And these farmers moved from, in fact, cultivating conventional varieties to hybrids. So we have, I think the good news is like, hey, our public as well as private sector has a mitigation strategy to develop seeds which are climate resilient, and hybrids are proven one. Another interesting fact about hybrid, and especially on rice, a recent study published by International Rice Research Institute, USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, and University of Philippines, that the hybrid rice, the methane emission with hybrid rice is 19% lower as compared to conventional rice. What happened when we grow rice and we have flooded irrigation and there is water in the field like few inches, it leads to, in fact, like all the organic matter and the fertilizer we apply there create methane. Methane is one of the major greenhouse gas. So, but when we plant hybrid, and hybrid along with direct seeded rice, the Secretary of Agriculture, he talked about this in the morning, and also there is a practice called AWD, alternate wetting and drying. So with these practices, we reduce water consumption, we reduce methane and greenhouse gases emission by nearly 50%, and we also reduce use of fossil fuel. You know, in rice, preparing 1 acre land, you know, farmer puddle the land, and that requires 10 to 12 liters of diesel. So shifting to hybrid seeds, climate resilient varieties, and the practices like direct seeded rice, in fact, like these are good mitigation strategies to counter these impact of climate change.
Yeah, Mr. Neha Kumar, you were talking about RBI's observations in 2019-2020. Now, what's the view of RBI on climate change?
Yeah. Thank you. I will try to make a couple of points also listening from the fellow panelists. One is that the nature of risks, climate risk, is completely different from anything else. Now you have data, some patterns which have changed, but you also need to model these risks into the future. And those are, they are pretty much, I mean, there are a lot of modeling exercises that are being done, but this is a huge challenge. How or when will an extreme event manifest itself is still in the area of probability. It cannot be forecast with exact certainty. Okay. Now this is a huge challenge, not only from the point of view of farming practices, but also from the point of view of how should a bank lend, right? If a particular area is going to get more rainfall, less rainfall, floods, etc. So what RBI did was very recently, it asked banks, at least nearly 15 of them, to conduct an exercise on flood risks and see how much of their assets are actually exposed to that. Now we know that agricultural lending forms part of priority sector lending, And all banks have exposure to agriculture lending. So while the credit growth to agriculture has increased over time, it hasn't made agriculture less risky, because the climate element of agriculture is still not factored into either the practices that need to be followed for farming or the lending or the investment practices. Now, what I want to emphasize over here is that we have entered the era where science, policy, economics, and finance will need to get connected. Without that, I do not think that we will even make a robust economic base for agricultural productivity, right? You would be surprised to know that more and more banks are hiring climate scientists, you know. So there is going to be a fundamental shift in how you will tackle climate change, especially from the agri point of view. Another point that I wanted to make was, look at inflation. Until 2020, you had inflation, food inflation, which was in the region of 2.9 or something in that region. After that, it has doubled. So the usual demand, supply, production, consumption matrix to determine price is no longer following a predictable pattern. Climate change has become an endemic source of disruption, and that supply side disruption is also causing sort of persistent food inflation. RBI is absolutely, I think right now, it also, like, you know, we heard from Mr. Shaji that it released draft guidelines on climate-related financial disclosures. It is going to come up with a final version of what the financial institutions will have to do. They will have to look at physical risks into the future, model them in their lending practices. They will also have to, we heard from Mr. Shaji, they will also have to look at new financing sources. Green bonds are one, blended finance is another. But definitely that additional finance will need to come, which is very, very focused and thematic on how to increase resilience and how to decrease. Now, agriculture is both. It is both a sink of carbon as well as an emitter of carbon. In India's case, our long-term, low carbon strategy, we need nearly $204 billion a year to fill the resilient investment gap. So we need a lot of money. Right now, it is in trickles. NABARD Adaptation Fund, everything GCF, it will give you a couple of $1 million per year, not more than that. So what we need is actually a lot of finance, directed finance, blended finance, commercial finance, everything possible to actually put on the table, get that to farmers. Unless you invest in resilience agriculture, you will not reduce also the input cost, right? Our extreme dependency on fertilizers, pesticides, has robbed our soil from its carbon content, has made it more dry. So while sturdier seeds are extremely important, you need to have those practices, zero tillage, low tillage, less mechanization, wherever possible in a calibrated way to introduce scale so that soil carbon, moisture content in soil can be preserved and in fact increased. And I think there is a lot of effort going on in this. In fact, after this meeting, I'm going to Ministry of Finance. We are putting a, Ministry of Finance is putting a technical group together to design the taxonomy of what is green agriculture, what is resilient agriculture. Once you know what those measures are, finance can also be directed in that direction. Thank you.
So this changes that we are witnessing in monsoon, I would address this first to Mr. Rana. The changes that we are seeing in the monsoon pattern and other things, does this require a change in our agriculture pattern, like changing the sowing or something like that?
So yeah, I touched upon on this. In fact, like we have to, the crop agronomy is one part. In fact, like crop agronomy covers, of course, the time of planting, the time of fertilizer application, the time of, crop chemicals applications, and in fact, like the choice of seeds we make. So also the crops we grow. So Currently, Punjab and Haryana, they are known as the granary of India. Like we produce rice and wheat. And these two states contribute nearly 50% to the central pool from these states. And Punjab grow rice in 7 million acres. Rice in Punjab will not be sustainable, in fact, like in long period. So rice in Punjab is supported by groundwater. And the changing monsoon patterns, like we are not recharging enough and we are pumping out more. Unless, there's a large shift towards regenerative agriculture or, practices like I mentioned, direct seeded rice. So yes, there will be, changes in the way we do agriculture. There will be crop shifts. In fact, like states like Punjab, it is not going to happen in 10 years because there are two things, like we want to shift farmers from rice to corn or maize, but the MSP is a great incentive for the farmer to stick to rice. In fact, like farmer want to shift, they say, but like who is going to buy my maize crop? So we have to also look at like, how we create a marketing network for the produce. But there will be shift in agriculture. And we need such technologies. In fact, I mentioned about hybrids, but like in future gene editing, GM crops, they will also play a major role. In fact, like I differ on one point, like we vilify chemicals and fertilizer use too much. Our average use as a country is among the lowest. Not forget about developed countries, but even the developing countries, our use of chemical and fertilizers, of course, the distribution is uneven. I have seen crops, the secretary this morning talked about organic agriculture, Jaivik Kheti. I have seen fields, my grandfather was a organic farmer, Jaivik farmer only. Subramani, I'm just deviating for a minute. And we used to produce from 1 acre, not more than 20, 30 quintals sugarcane. And now from the same acre, we produce around 400 quintals. You see, from 40 to 400. What has changed? The seed. We protect the crop from termites. What used to happen, the termites used to eat away the whole crop. If we do not protect, we do kitchen gardening. Many of you must be having, in fact, like I grow some chilies and tomato in my balcony. And yesterday I saw a lot of aphids. They're like small sucking pests. And all the plants are drying. I asked my gardener, what is going on? Sir, keeda aa gaya hai. Spray karna padega. This is happening to my apartment on 21st floor. So what will happen to our whole agriculture, feeding 1.4 billion if we just go on one path? There is a room for coexistence, and let science and data, we take decisions which are science and data driven, not by emotions and not by notions like, hey, we have destroyed our soil. No, the soil is so beautiful. You apply some, farmyard manure, you practice zero tillage and other practices, we revive it. So nothing is happening, to our soil. There is room for coexistence to feed 1.4 billion and export. We need to continue to invest on modern science, modern plant breeding, and using all these strategies.
Ms. Neha Kumar.
Yes. Let me respond to that, and I would agree on one point that there is room for coexistence. I'm not canvassing that there should be sudden shifts, but calibrated, planned way of not only new ways of Jaivik farming or whichever farming, whether that is precision farming, permaculture, all of these have their own place, and all of these also need funding. They also need building of knowledge. They also need science and data to back those practices up. The thing is that we don't have a knowledge base as developed for these new practices as it occurs for the traditional practices. I think we need to have proper thrust on science being developed to, to test some of these practices and to bring out those results, and some of these things are happening. So I completely agree that there should be room for coexistence. But talking about yields, right? Now in Andhra Pradesh, we have conducted experiments, when we say we, institutions, okay, where natural types of farming have actually not affected in lowering of productivity for the crops except for chilies, okay. This was done in a particular area. Of course, it was not entirely Andhra Pradesh. Another thing which I have witnessed, there is a district called Anantapur, which is one of the driest districts in Andhra Pradesh. Some of these practices which are less dependent upon chemicals and fertilizers, they're able to actually create the porosity in soil which gets lost because of heavy chemicalization of soil. You would not believe that they have been able to have 365 green cover in the driest part of Andhra, which is Anantapur, through such practices. So both things are happening. One thing requires a lot more effort to build science-based evidence. The other one, of course, you will have the kind of funding that has been going into new seeds, GM, is enormous, right? It has been happening everywhere in the world. But I think the time has come where you have to calibrate, you have to re-look at innovations, you have to look at innovations in all of these institutions and in the financial institutions to direct money where it needs to go. A lot of public investment will be needed, and only then will you get additional private capital flows to be able to make agriculture a less risky, more resilient, more equitable, more income generating endeavor than what it is today.
Dr. Pai, your views on this?
Yeah, see, definitely there is a need for a change of, but mainly because, as we have seen, that the weather itself has got a natural variability. It's a day-to-day variation, or within the season variation, year-to-year variation, decadal. But now we are finding that climate change is exacerbating this variability. So as I said, extreme rainfall, and then you have got a long type of drought. So if you miss, first sowing, then you will have a very less time, depending on, as we said, global, climate change is a global, but its impact is local. So therefore, local to local, how things are changing, depending on that, you may also have to change the pattern, because if you miss the sowing, so then you may have to change the variety and find out. So all this information has to be used, and definitely, as I said, onset dates are changing. So definitely there is a need of...
Dr. Chattopadhyay.
Thank you. Actually, as on now, we have understood what is the observed climate change, what will be the projections, what will be the financial kind of assistance or like that. But the most important, your last part, what exactly we are supposed to do. Now, the thing is that first point you said sowing. In Indian context, we have a very modest sowing window. So we need not to think about much of the sowing window, because if you see that, onset, it is 7 days, but we can also transplant up to first week of July, okay? So, but the thing is that what NICRA has done, they have done the contingent planning. Because when we are doing the monsoon season cropping, we have a mid-season drought, early season drought. So thing is that even also it has been documented what kind of variety, short duration, medium duration. Only the thing is that you should have the resource of the particular seed, and that has to be shared with the farming community. Next thing is very important, that I totally agree with her that whatever we have observed and what project, and now we should go science-based approach, which is that. Now, one science-based approach is that in India, we have divided the India 127 agroclimatic zone based on the rainfall, temperatures, cropping pattern, and the soil characteristics. But we have studied now 1950 to 1980 and 1981 to 2015. So we have seen there is a definite shift in the temperature regime and also your rainfall regime. And this has been documented in current science. But the thing is that this has to be the work of ICAR. So, I mean, first thing we have to do this kind of thing, that how to change the pattern. Second thing is that we will have a break in 2023, we have seen. We will have more break anticipating than what we are supposed to do. That means in the Prime Minister's campaign also there now, we have to shift to water guzzling crop like sugarcane, rice to nutri-cereals, sorghum, then millets, then soybean, we have to. But the important part is that when we are going to the high resolution scale, mean district or block level, the mindset of the farmers is not changing. It's very, very difficult to change the mindset. Another point is that water will be the main issue in monsoon. So the one point which I was missing, that sowing window, now it has started in India, particularly in the northeastern part, that even also when I am to transplant my rice in 25 days or like that, but break is there, that is what I'm supposed to do. That's why they have started community seedling, right? So that they can do the community seedling, so that they can avoid this kind of situation. Another very important, what is the water? Water means we have to take one drop water very seriously. And for that, in India, we have mapped the groundwater and the soil moisture like that. So on that, based on the mapping, we can strategize what kind of crop will be there. If you see 2023, pulses, millets, rice, everything, has affected in this area. Another thing is that, community approach in irrigations, that is very, very important. I think there are a number of issues are there, but the thing is that policymaker, financial assistant, then science-based observation, we should sit together. And also, with a higher level, we should talk about and develop a kind of resilience system. One signal has been given by IPCC and also in COP that after 2050, nothing is possible. Is very, because now this time in COP that Secretary WMO has categorically mentioned that the alarming wave greenhouse is increasing. So mitigation is a big question, but adaptations may be there. And so that we have to think about holistically, and also, whenever finance is concerned, what she was telling that as I'm attached to the World Bank, they categorically see that what is the vulnerability of the flood, drought or like that, and based on that, they are putting the money onto them. I think that that all these things should be talked to the highest level, and then this kind of forum will get some kind of signal that, this is how we are very, very sincere about the climate change, monsoon, and this thing. Thank you very much.
We have run out of time, but I would want to have a one short, crisp last word or last sentence from each of you. So you can start, Ms.
I think policy level levers and clarity of signals will be important, but equally important will be changing the mindset of farmers. So a lot of training, a lot of education will have to be given to them, because it's difficult to change, for anybody. And so I think that will be very important. And if policies can integrate all of these things and embed in various aspects, then I think we'll be moving the needle.
Mr. Rana.
So, we need more investment on R&D in agriculture, especially, to develop the sturdy seed varieties, hybrids for, weathering these impacts of climate change. And the investment on agriculture research, unfortunately, has reduced in our country. There is a recent study which shows like 1 rupee invested on R&D in agriculture delivers 13 rupees return. So 1 is to 13. So we need, a policy as well as, more investment, both public and private sectors. Last 20 years, the new innovation we have seen is, in fact, like very few, but like they largely come from private sector, be it corn or be it cotton. So.
Dr. Chattopadhyay.
My last word is that, this is a big work. It cannot be done in 1 year, 2 years. So what I feel that we should plan short term, medium term, and long term, how we can do. Another important thing that we should have to document, all this kind of thing at the block level or whatever level is possible. If we make the proper documentations with the science base to the policies like that, I think that the days are not very far that this community can give a important, inputs to the government of India.
Dr. Pai.
See, while agriculture, in that they will do themselves, as a weather specialist, what we need is to have a better improve the early warning system. Particularly, we need a much better observation so that the finance and other marketing for everybody that can be support. So that's why we are now working with the agriculture department to install thousands of AWS in all parts of the country. Maybe in the next 1 or 2 years, it will become lakhs of AWS will be done. And also recently under Mission Monsoon, we have decided to put a lot of radars that also will help you extreme rainfall and like lightning, which actually takes a lot of life of farmers and the livestock. So that can be, early warning can help that, and also improve the forecasting. So observation, forecasting. So this 2,000 crore in the next 2 to 5 years will be invested. That will help in improving observation network as well as forecasting.
Thank you all. It's been a wonderful discussion. There's been a lot of issues that have been raised, and there have been solutions also have been offered. I hope the stakeholders are listening to it and we'll do the needful. Sir, we have actually run out of time. Maybe you can have an interaction. Or maybe you can have one question. Yeah, short. Straight, direct to the question.
My question is to Dr. Chanakyapuri and Mr. Ajay. My question is not I am asking about that global warming. My question is on global warming. You have rightly said that so far as the greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, ozone, methane, and nitrous oxide are concerned, they are the main cause of this global warming. Now, most of the countries as on date, they are running to become a developed country by 2047 or 2050 and onwards. And if you see worldwide, total population is 800 crore and 140 crore are the vehicles. And most of the industries, they are having the more of this factories will be in pipeline. Now my question is, when most of the countries are in the race of becoming developed countries and burning of fossil fuel as well as petroleum, coal and natural gas cannot be avoided, then how can we control the global warming?
So I think sustainable practices is a solution, and it is a big topic. We are already running out of time. So there is the impact of, carbon footprint impact of everything we do. In fact, like every picture we take, has a carbon footprint. So sustainable practices, the way we use energy, in fact, like the way we will be doing agriculture in future, and of course, increasing the green cover. So we have to have urban forest, we have to increase the forest cover all across. So their mitigation strategies, and you very rightly said, like every country is aspiring to be a developed country. We are talking like 2047, and which means there will be more industrial activity. But yeah, in fact, like there are, for all the industries and everybody else, there are now sustainable practices. We will have to switch to those. So, over to you now, Anshul.
This is a big question because now, as far as the control of global warming, we are very, very, effective in adaptations. But on mitigation aspect, whatever the COP meeting, this is one of the, agreement, which is a lot of debate is there, how they will, put the greenhouse gases. But what I feel that as a country level, about the mitigations, which we can start, we have already know that most of the flooded, rice where methane is emerging. So now alternate drying, direct seeding, so many things, afforestation, so many. So what I'm telling you that as it's a global warming, a number of times this question has been raised in that forum, but clear cut there was no solution in which level they should put the greenhouse gases. Even also they agree that has not been maintained. But what I feel that at country level, adaptation is in a 100% possible, but mitigations we can start with. And also, I was talking to global forum that as far as the mitigation is concerned in COP 2030, that there would be some kind of program will be there, some case studies that how this kind of mitigations can be done as a country level, regional level, and global level. But again, it's a big issue.
Thank you all.
Thank you for a very thought-provoking discussion. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again? I request Mr. Sundaresan, Vice President at Sales, The Hindu Group, to kindly join us on the dais to felicitate our panelists for this session. Requesting Mr. Sundaresan to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a very insightful discussion on a very important topic we all have been talking about. We all have been witnessing how rains are affecting agriculture. Once again, let's put our hands together for speakers who've shared their thoughts and solutions for this very problem. Thanking Dr. D.S. Pai, Dr. Nabanshu Chattopadhyay, Mr. Ajay Rana, and Ms. Neha Kumar. And special mention to Mr. Subramani for taking us through, for moderating this session for us. Thank you. Requesting you all to kindly step forward for a group picture together. Requesting you all to kindly be on the dais for a group picture. Sundaresan, sir, you can also please join them for the group picture. Thank you once again for this very insightful discussion. And with this, thank you once again. With this, we move to the next topic, the next session of the day, which is also a very important topic. How can we overcome climate change with the new seeds and strategies? We all knew new strategies, and seeds, bija ropan, plays a very integral role, very important role. Climate change has impacted agriculture production, as we all have seen in the year 23 and 24. Over the past 3 years, wheat productions has been very below expectations, while other crops have also been hit. Now, this problem requires new solutions, new policies, new strategies and methods from the stakeholders, government and others. Requesting you all to kindly be seated. Please take your seats as... Sure. So we have very limited time. If we can just... Also, you can take this offline. You can address it to the person. You can take it offline. So you can do it offline. You can do it later. So we're running slightly short on time. We can do it offline. So we can take it offline. We can take it later. जी अगले सेशन के Q&A में we'll take it. Yes, thank you. So we'll take it after the next session for sure. Moving ahead, as I've mentioned, the topic for the next session is overcoming climate change with new seeds and strategies. And an eminent set of panelists will be joining us on the stage to talk on this very important topic. To begin with, I would like to call upon our moderator for the session, Mr. Vishwanath Kulkarni of Businessline, to kindly join us to moderate this panel. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us on the panel, Dr. Venkatram Vasantwada, Director of Federation of Seed Industry of India and MD and CEO, Seedworks International Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Mr. Ajit Chahal, Rice Team Lead, Asia, Crop Science Division, Bayer Crop Science. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. S. Soundarajan, CEO, High Farm, A&D. High Farm, and Mrs. Sanjeev Kawar, MD, Yara South Asia. A very warm welcome to each one of you. Overcoming climate change with new seeds and strategies. Over to you, Mr. Kulkarni.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So for the last 2 hours or so, we have been hearing about climate change and how it's manifesting in all that. So in this session, we have representation from the industry. Most of them are industry veterans. We'll get to hear their views on how do they see climate change. So to begin with, Mr. Venkatram, so you come from a seed industry background. So how is the seed industry gearing up, to meet this challenge?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Hindu Business Line, for the opportunity. So I think most of you who would be knowing it and some of you who don't know, seed is one of the important carriers for impacting the yield, and it is a carrier for all the technologies which go through. So augmented with the right kind of inputs and the right agronomy, seed would contribute to almost 20% of the incremental yield. Now, given the climate change and given the kind of challenges which we are having it, first is, I think I would take specific examples. Ajay was talking about it. The whole cultivation practices, while from an agronomy side there would be a lot of changes which will happen, but seed as a vehicle of some of the technologies to mitigate this, one classic case is around rice. Ajay spoke about the direct seeded rice, but we are not only talking about a direct seeded rice, but direct seeded rice with a technology embedded in it, what we call as the herbicide tolerant rice. There are companies which are working on it, and that once it gets implemented large scale, it will actually solve multiple problems. One is definitely, labor, and labor availability is a huge shortage. It will also obviously solve the problem of, water, because as the earlier speakers were talking about, transplanted paddy takes a lot of water. So I think that will also solve that issue. And the third one is, obviously the yields don't get impacted because of these technologies. So you have optimization of the cost, optimization of the resources, which is water, and then to a certain extent even the soil also would not get. So that is one solution, which is in one of the largest crops in rice. Similarly, in cotton, we are today at this point of time, unfortunately, post the BG2 getting approved, there have been no new technology approvals which were coming up. And our prayer has always been there that GM technologies, gene editing technologies, and obviously hybrid technology, all of should get encouraged. While that will happen and it might take whatever time it takes, we are talking about a high density planting system in cotton. What does it do? A high density planting system in cotton also, while you grow more plants on a per acre basis, you also
significantly reduce the growing time of cotton. Typically, you know, cotton in India largely has been grown for 150 days, 160 days and all, which an HDPS cotton, you can harvest the crop faster. Probably you can do it in one picking or at the most 2 pickings. So you are actually talking about reducing the time in which the crop is there in this thing. And obviously that itself is a huge change in the way agriculture is done. So when we are talking about, you know, we hear this topic of climate resilient agriculture, climate resilient, what is this all about? I mean, you talk about drought tolerance and all. Drought tolerance through technologies, there are some solutions which are there. Might be, I don't know whether, how long it will take in the country, but some of the ways in which you can mitigate this is through some of these technologies. So I'm just giving you 2 examples, and there are actually many more, and I will come back on that.
So we have Mr. Kanwar from the crop nutrient segment. So basically, Mr. Kanwarji, how do you see this overall scheme of climate change? How is it impacting the agriculture, and what role do you envisage for a nutrient industry like, you know? So,
thank you so much for having us here. First of all, I would like to wish everyone here a very happy Lodi in advance, which is about 3 days away, and I must compliment the organizers. We actually have real farmers in the audience, and I really love that.
Thank you.
Because generally we have these panels and we talk amongst each other and then we just go home, which is not the right thing to do. But anyway, so when it comes to climate change, the fact is climate change is real. The previous panelists, which are the experts from the IMD, they confirmed that we are having extremely wet seasons and also extremely dry runs. My experience says that in the last 12 years, we have seen 4 El Nino events, and each one of them is more brutal than the last one. The last one was extremely strange for me, at least. I never seen 50 degrees in India. We saw that. And at the same time, it was 50 degrees in North India. We had floods in Kerala. It was weird. So this is the reality now. It's, I mean, this is really going to be with us for the foreseeable future, and it's going to definitely affect agriculture production as we know today. And so obviously we now need to move towards mitigation of that. So the starting point of the mitigation is to look where the emissions are coming from. Agriculture in India contributes over 25% of emissions. Out of this agriculture emissions, 65% are coming from the dairy sector, 13% from fertilizers, and 13%, as Ajay was talking about, and I'm sure Ajit will also talk about, is coming from paddy. So these are the 3 key areas where the emissions are happening. So we do need, all of us do need to take a step back and see what to do. When it comes to dairy farming, essentially we now need to go back to regenerative agriculture. That is to protect the soil, keep a watch on the climate. We need to look at improving our resource use efficiency. It's incredibly low. Protect biodiversity, and all these things, this chain will lead to improved farmer prosperity. So coming back to the dairy side, we have run some experiments in which we brought in certain elements of regenerative agriculture with a leading dairy company in India. And when we went in there and we saw, the outcome was that the silage quality was much better. The health of the heifers improved. The milk production was better and better quality. And overall methane emissions were lower. So that means that when you actually insert regenerative agriculture into the system, things will improve. But the bottom line is you need to have balanced crop nutrition in place. That's the most critical part. When it comes to fertilizer sector production, I think there is a move globally to move either towards green ammonia or towards blue ammonia. There's a move there. What we see as Yara is almost about 35 to 40 million tons of ammonia will be most likely be blue by the time you come to 2030. And that's almost about 20% of ammonia production globally. India is at the forefront of green ammonia at this point of time. We see the real projects on the ground, potentially contributing around 5 million tons of green ammonia by 2030, 2035. That's what it looks like. So if you would reduce your carbon emissions through production of fertilizers, that will also help. Then I think when it comes to the paddy side, there we are collaborating with, it's very important for the crop nutrition companies, including Yara, to collaborate with Savannah, with Bayer, which we're already doing, to support their activities in the direct seeded rice. Because let's be honest about it, if you have a hybrid seed obviously means that you will most likely have a better yield, but the yield will improve only when you put in the right nutrition. If the right nutrition is not there, you will not be able to achieve the yield potential of the crop. So this is the way we want to do. To sum up, I think there is a strong need, in my opinion, to collaborate across the value chain, starting from seed, ag-chem, machinery, water management, crop nutrition, and also bringing the food companies into play. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, taking cue from what Mr. Kanwar was saying, Mr. Chahal, so how is Bayer crop science seeing this climate change in the Indian context? Like, what kind of programs you are running, and could you elaborate a bit on that?
Sure, thank you. First of all, thank you very much, Hindu Business Line, for organizing this summit on a very, very important topic. Before I move to the climate change only, I think we need to address 3 problems for our planet in future. One of them is how do we ensure food security for the growing population. As per UN Food Council estimation, we need 50% more food by 2050. And this is only one aspect is food security. The other aspect is how do we ensure the nutritional food security, nutritional food. And so this is one element, and we know that the food production are impacted by different factors. And one of them, major problem is, which we are discussing today, is the impact of climate change on. The lands are, say, reducing because of infrastructure development and other things. That means we have to produce more from a less, land available. Second, the most important is the sustainability. How do we mitigate, how do we minimize the impact, in terms of on the environment, on the society at large. So to address all these 3 factors, one is to food security, the sustainable, farming, to address the climate change impact, and to address the, overall impact on the environment. What we are focusing at Bayer is regenerative agriculture, where we are looking at farming from a holistic point of view with 2 major focus. One is how do we maximize yields and income of the farmers? How do we provide them better, return on their investment, better ROI through adoption of the right technologies, through adoption of the right inputs. Second important element here is the sustainability part. How do we mitigate the challenges of water scarcity, water availability issues? How do we mitigate the challenges of labor scarcity, greenhouse gas emissions? Ajay spoke already on these topics. So that is another part where we are working that on a crop system approach. And when I say crop system, it is not limiting to only one crop. Crop system has to look into a complete crop rotation for the full year crop rotation, whether it is paddy followed by potato, followed by corn, or paddy followed by wheat. So this is how we are looking at to address these challenges. Some of the example where very quickly I will quote one of the example is DSR, rice, where successfully from last 3 years we have been now progressing well, and this year we have done successful, and then that's why I'm using the word successful, because DSR has got a different experience by the farmers, mixed response as well. But we have made 50,000 hectares this year very successfully for, DSR. Second is our carbon program, where we have also done 45,000 hectares of reducing carbon program with the help of our, say, partners. And how we, in terms of crop system, how we are approaching, as Sanjeev ji also mentioned, we are collaborating with the right people. Through crop system, we are looking at how do we provide access to right inputs in terms of right seed, right varieties, right hybrids, in terms of right nutrition, in terms of right, say, access to credit and even access to market linkage. So this is how we are looking at holistically, as well as how it can benefit from DSR to the next follow-up crop of potato in terms of mitigating the climate change. I will very quickly give one example given by one of the very prominent farmer from Haryana. He mentioned that because of DSR, I could maximize my crop rotation, where I could harvest my paddy crop 10 days early. I could do the sowing of potato 10 days early, and then I could do the sowing of spring corn on time, mitigating the challenge. And that has maximized his income from 1 acre or 1 hectare of land to the faster. So these are the area where we are focusing in terms of demonstrating these technologies, this crop system approach, and say mitigating environmental sustainability targets, challenges, as well as helping the farmers to maximize their yields with, say, optimizing resources. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. So, Mr. Soundarajan, you come from a processing industry background, so how do you see, as a processor, food processor, how do you see the evolving climate change landscape, and how are you going to secure your supply chains going forward?
Right.
What needs to be done?
Thanks, Vishwanath, and thanks for the opportunity. So when you look at the potato industry, especially the processing industry, we need to step back and then look at the history. If you look at last 3 decades in potato industry, it has been led by CPRI's climate resilient varieties in table segment. Then thereafter, last 2 decades have been more of processing industry which had come in place, especially in the crisping sector. And thereafter, last decade, you see sunrise industry which is evolving in the French fry industry. So if you look at the processing sector, during the processing sector for the last 2 decades, a lot of germplasm has come from Europe as well as from US. It's not being dominated by the Indian varieties. But if you look at in the table front, which is today we produce around 60 million metric tons, almost 55 million metric tons come from table segment. And the processing segment is just 5 million metric tons. But it has created a big change in terms of value chain as well as the kind of difference in the industry. But when you look at the kind of germplasm which has come from European varieties, they've been having excellent crisping process. But the challenge today is that they also come with viral load. They are more fragile varieties, and they have their own challenges in terms of, because these are coming from temperate areas. When it faces heat tolerance, when they face heat or temperature rise, there's an advent of more late blight, more of viral load, and these are the challenges which we are facing today. And when you look at these varieties today, when you look at these are varieties which are grown for 130 days or 140 days. But in Indian conditions, because of erratic rainfall or even temperature, the duration of the crop is getting shrunk. So if you look at it is now from 130 days, we are forced to harvest all the processing varieties less than 100 days. What happens is that because the temperature, if you look at in MP and Gujarat, the larger processing areas, you will find the temperature is going up by 2 degrees last 2 to 3 years. And it has got an impact in the harvest, and farmers have to rush and then harvest the produce in time. And when you harvest a premature harvested crop, doesn't retain storability for a long term. So 8 to 10 months storability is an issue which the processors are facing now because of climate change. We also have challenges in maintaining those stocks in our cold stores. Today we have modern cold stores in bulk form or in bag cold stores or in bag cold stores. These are excellent cold storage mechanism in the country. But unfortunately, when there is an impact on the climate change during the crop season, it has an impact on the storability as well as on the quality of the produce. And what we are observing last 2 to 3 years, I think the quality of the produce is taking a backseat. And as we are all discussing about 2024, we had the highest temperature. For instance, the temperature was rising up in the month of October, wherein the planting season got delayed. And today when we started having early harvest, we see a lot of challenges in terms of quality, the quality of the produce. So as a processing industry, we are not only interested in the volume of, or the quantity of the production, we are also equally interested in the quality of the produce. And that's where the biggest challenge we are facing. And today, if you look at the post-harvest losses in processing sector, is close to 12 to 15%. If you look at 12 to 15%, it is equivalent to something like the best of the countries in the processing sector, like Netherlands. They produce around 10 to 12 million metric tons. We are losing one country's production every year, and just because of storage losses or post-harvest losses. I think this calls for a larger discussion and larger debate as to how to address climate change.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Venkataraman, climate change, manifests, the impact is highly localized, So as a seed developer or a breeder, so how do you see this? You need to develop seeds for local different environment conditions, or so what are the challenges there, and how are you overcoming that? And is the industry looking at this as an opportunity to come up with new varieties?
So I think I'll talk about the private seed industry. I think it has always been very vibrant and resilient. Our investments in R&D estimated would be around 8 to 9% of the revenue. So we have always been at the forefront. If you pick up the key crops, rice, cotton, millets, mustards, corn, probably beans, soya beans and all, I think the private sector participation in giving, delivering the seed to the farmers has been there and will continue to be there. Now, I think the whole R&D definitely gets impacted because of climate change, because the product development cycles in seed industry would be anywhere around 5 to 6 years. And obviously the climate change impacts that development because you will miss 1 or 2 breeding cycles. Now there are multiple technologies around it, and I don't want to talk more about science here, but I think there are speed breeding, shuttle breedings, molecular breeding, marker, multiple things are there. But the moot point here is, and I've also, Ajay was also speaking about that, the investments in R&D has to be encouraged, A. B, we are also talking about some incentivization to the industry. Because if we have to tackle this climate change while we are doing what we are doing, an incentivization mechanism is very, very important. So that is point number 1. While we will continue to all of that, independent of whether but if this has to be accelerated, obviously there has to be a policy framework. The second one, which is much, much more important, is openness to have a dialogue among many different technologies which are there. There are GM technologies. While, everybody has a viewpoint, including the civil society, the GM technologies also, all of you have heard about this carbon sequestration. GM technologies have a positive impact on the carbon sequestration. Our ask is only be open, evaluate it. Already there is a policy in place. Then there are gene editing technologies. There are crops which needs to be encouraged, which are, the millets, the sorghums, the beans and all. Now this crop is grown in certain geographies, but the market linkages and the associated mechanisms have need to be strengthened. So these are some of the aspects, but more importantly, and I don't know whether I should say that, it's a huge cultural shift at the end of the farmer. It will also require a strong political will to make that change. It's not so easy. Cropping patterns need to be changed. Probably that might happen. If you are pushed to the wall, it will eventually happen. But I will tell you about some of the experiences which my industry colleagues would know. The government of Telangana, or even the undivided Andhra Pradesh earlier, tried to do some experiments around, suggesting farmers of following a cropping pattern. Well, I don't want to get into the controversies of why an X state should sow this thing, but the fact is, I think those patterns need to change, and it is basically a cultural shift which we are talking about. Obviously, there has to be a lot of farmer enablement which requires to be done on that front of it. So I think to just summarize, encourage R&D investments. Let us be open about welcoming new technologies, have a dialogue, and we need to push it. And these also have a positive impacts for the climate change. Third is this whole cultural shift aspect which it requires, it's a political will, it is a cultural shift, and obviously the industry is more than happy to participate. Otherwise, we will only keep talking about it in these forums, and the reality is hitting us. We are saying that, okay, next year might be a normal. It will never be normal, and I don't know what the new normal is. So we have solutions, and definitely, with a little bit of and then, of course, the last point is collaboration intra-industry among different industry players within this, and then obviously on a larger public-private partnership model. So these are some of those.
Okay, agreed. So you talked about the cultural shift and, but see, in terms of awareness, the farmer is aware that he's being impacted by climate change and all that. His yields are getting impacted. But when you go to him with the seeds, the resistant seeds and all, so affordability is also going to be a big question going forward. Like, so what role can a enabling policy environment can help you,
So, yeah, good. It's a very good question, and which most of us in the industry, we keep getting this. I'll tell you, the farmer in India is one of the most, one is, of course, he takes a lot of risk. He's one of the best entrepreneurs. Sometimes we make decisions for the farmers. And this whole thing around, there are two elements of it. I'll just put it. One is, you talked about the seed cost and the associated aspects of it. Seed cost as a percentage of the cost of cultivation, and these are audited reports. Anything which I'm talking about is all science-based. I'm not, cooking something in it, is not more than 5 to 6%. The biggest cost of cultivation in the farmers, this thing is labor. Then, of course, there are the other inputs and all happen. So that is, in fact, not a huge cost, because if you look at the adoption of hybrid seeds, adoption of Polgard cotton in the cotton segment, I think that was basically scale neutral, the large farmers and the small farmers. In fact, the small farmers require technologies much more, because in an acre of a land or a 1.5 acre of land, he has to maximize what he gets. Unlike a large farmer who can probably, average it out. So I think that is not. But the second one, which is there is a lot of enablement which requires to be done. I mean, I have, in the industry, all of us, we have a lot of respect for the farmer, for being open to technologies, for being an entrepreneur. And sometimes we think that he doesn't know. He's very well informed. He's very well informed. But yeah, how do you enable the whole process, and how do you, make that proposition very strong for him? At the end of the day, he's also a businessman. He will, do something as long as it is making sense to him. So that is where, while the private sector will play a big role in the whole enablement process through a technology transfer, through extension, all of that which Ajit was talking about, the buyer initiatives and all of that we do, we would also expect some bit of a favorable policy, environment around that, so that the farmer can kind of, adapt it faster, and then be. Otherwise, we are all staring at it. And, one of the statistics is, independent of climate change, I think we are staring at a food issue, because the global population, the rate at which it is increasing versus the food at which it is increasing, it is still not matching it. This will only accelerate the overall pain, and probably, while I don't want to scare you, all of you know those statistics, it will come faster than what it is.
So Mr. Kamrur, you talked about blue ammonia and green ammonia and all that. So where do we stand, in terms of adopting are these fertilizers available in India, and what role they are going to play, in terms of combating climate change?
I think at this point of time, to be honest, we don't have a clear policy in terms of how the blue ammonia costs will be factored in while paying other subsidies. Because let's not forget, in India, fertilizers are heavily subsidized. We're spending almost about 200,000 crores on fertilizer subsidies. And that's all based on gray ammonia today. So in the coming years, will the government of India be ready to increase the subsidy levels to cover the cost of green ammonia, blue ammonia? That's a question which I don't have an answer today. But the thing is, taking on what my colleague here was saying, was that 100% of Indian farmers are business people. I mean, those days are gone. That 1950s, do bigha zameen ka kisan nahi hai mera. I mean, we should stop thinking that. That's very clear. We have a literacy rate is over 90% in India today, and that is largely coming from the farming community, because 60% of our population is living in the villages today. So he or she knows what they want. And we, as an industry, as civil society, we need to listen to their needs. I mean, we talk about crop diversification. It's a very good topic. Move farmers from paddy to corn to so on and so forth, and vegetables. But where is the supply chain? That's what Ajay was mentioning about. Where is the supply chain? आप कहते हो चावल बंद कर दो जी, आप ये कर लो. क्यों? वो बेचेगा कहाँ पे? Where is the supply chain for the farmer? So we need to address that. That's where the need is there for a collaboration amongst the entire value chain that we have in Indian agriculture. That includes the government of India, the state governments, the food companies, the input companies. We need that, but we need that urgently. I mean, maybe I'm just stepping out of my question which you asked, but it's something which really puzzles me, and also, to be very honest, rankles me at times, is the way we run our agriculture, the regulatory. It takes me 5 years to bring in a crop nutrition solution to the Indian farmer, which is available to the Chinese farmer as of yesterday. So just think, he's 5 years behind in technology adaptation. So why do we have that? I'm certain the same in the seed industry. I'm certain same in the ag-chem industry. So when we want to improve our farm productivity, it cannot happen by कि ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा कि subsidy बढ़ा दो. No, you have to give the farmer the option, the right to decide. I don't want to use urea. I want to use this product. But this product gives me a better return. And where is the supply chain for it? Why don't we look at? That is the question that needs to be answered. That is where the solution, answer to sustainability lies. I'll just leave a thought here. I mean, India is, North India, paddy, problem, good. You have 3 airports in North India. Jewar is coming up 4 airports. These airports are 3 hours away from the Middle East. You have Kandla, 3 sailing days to the Middle East. We have an FTA with Qatar. Why don't we, in a mission mode, go and say, okay guys, we take care of food security, you take care of energy security. Just think, if we could convert even 5%, 10% of land under paddy and wheat into vegetables, every day you could ship to the Middle East by air from these airports. But you need a mission mode, which you need, means that you need the governments to come in, you need the food companies to come in, you need the seed players, you need the ag-chem, you need the crop nutrition companies to come in to produce a high quality nutritive vegetable which can fight and compete against what is coming into those countries from APAC region. That is why are we allowing that to happen? We are closer to these countries as compared to APAC. That is where your sustainability will also get better.
Yeah, agreed. You talked about the need for collaboration, and some of you are already collaborating with each other and all that. But for a broader set of collaborative effort, so where is the initiative going to come from? Does the government need to take the initiative, or the industry? So who has to initiate that?
I think the starting point is you have to have an enabling environment. Okay. That is the real thing. I mean, between us, I think with Bayer, we have been working for almost 12 years in grapes and apples, and we see that the productivity in these markets has become better. With Savannah seeds, we started only about a year or 2 years back to look at DSR, and we begin to gather pace. But end of the day is, unless there is an off-taker in the game, it's very difficult to really lift it. It's very difficult as an input player. I don't buy crops. So there you do need a food player to come in, and there has to be an enabling environment which can allow us to introduce innovative products into the system and get the message out to the farmers. Let's say, for example, I gave the example what could happen with Qatar and India, Middle East and India, if you look at food security vis-a-vis energy security. That's where the FTA is there, but how do you make it happen? That's where the governments need to come in. The Agriculture Extension Act player, government's extension, KVKs, that has to be hyperactive. Talk to the farmers. This is the benefit. Then farmer is always going to say, "Mera sabzi kaun kharidega?" Then you need a food player. That's where I think the government has to create that enabling environment in which the private sector also say, "Okay, इसमें करना है, इसमें किसान को भी फायदा, हमें भी फायदा." That is where it is. The government has to take a lead.
The other one is government should not, they should not try to solve all the problems.
Yeah.
It's just not required.
No.
As long as you encourage and provide an enabling environment, some of the problems will automatically get. But that is where the issue comes. So if you want to solve all the problems on your own, then obviously it will take its own pace. So public-private partnership is one of the things where both the parties should be open to solve these problems.
Again, I'm jumping in because this is something which is painful. I'll give an example of Maharashtra, Nasik. Till 15 years back, Nasik farmers were in deep stress. Every 10 months, the record was it would be a dry run. So what did the government of Maharashtra do? They said, okay, let's give subsidies on fertigation systems. Drip irrigation. They started with drip irrigation. So drip irrigation shuru hua. Now today you almost have about 3 odd million hectares of land under fertigation, not only drip irrigation, fertigation in Maharashtra. Maharashtra today is the California of India. We export almost $500 million worth of grapes from Maharashtra. Why is it happening? Because government provided an enabling environment. Ki subsidy dete hain. And then the private sector got into the act. Okay, we will provide the inputs. We'll get better inputs there. So you have to trigger something to get something. That's the challenge here, that we are rock low. Enabling environment nahi milta. Wo chahiye. Yeah.
So Mr. Chahal, you talked about DSR and all that. So how is the farmer responding to DSR? Do you think that DSR will become a mainstream going forward, like in the near term, or say in the next 5 or 10 years?
Yes. Basically, if you see how DSR is not something new, it has been tried earlier, but maybe because of the certain problems where the right solutions were not available to the farmers, they could not maximize the full potential of DSR. Again, it is now being, driven overall in the ecosystem at every level, industry, government, public institutions, including, media and communication. And now farmers have the access to right technologies. In terms of earlier, there were challenges in weed management. Now there are solutions and technologies available to support him. Second, as I mentioned, we should not see DSR only from one perspective, that we are changing the practice of farming from transplanting to, DSR, direct seeding. We have to see this as a complete crop system, because there are different nutritional requirements in DSR. It is not same like transplanted. There are different other solutions, crop protection solutions requirement. There are mechanization requirement, and that's why what we are focusing is to make it successful is on a complete crop system, end-to-end solution, connecting with hand-holding and making it successful. And just to touch on one point which you asked, the earlier question on the affordability. What I believe, farmer, and Sanjeev also mentioned, farmer believe in return on investment. If he is getting return on investment, he don't mind to invest. However, I want to mention here that we have observed and we have proven that DSR technology is cost-efficient system. DSR is a cost-efficient system where farmers are getting 10 to 15% savings in their cost of production. And this is how this entire system is working, because as mentioned by Sanjeev also, that labor is a major cost, and it's becoming painful. Water is a cost. Now, if we are able to address those scarce resource say utilization, it helps to say surplus money to the farmer where he can invest on the right inputs and right technologies. Still it will be cost efficient. So this is how we are driving, and I can say that with our 3-year continued say experience in this field, together with we are working with Savannah, with working with Yara and other mechanization partners also, and now we are looking at the other crop rotations beyond rice. But through collaborative approach and through a crop system approach, definitely DSR is a much successful farming system, which help all the stakeholders. It helps in say environment, on the sustainability front, water saving in terms of say lower greenhouse gas emissions. It helps farmer in terms of managing his better say income. That's why income is important, not always yield or say overall, but better return on income is investments are there.
Okay. Actually, one more point, timely transplanting. Okay. Somebody was talking about earlier. If rice is transplanted beyond 25, there is a penalty on the yields. So this will also ensure, because of the labor availability, because the labor is required all at one point of time in the same village. So that will also ensure that the timely transplanting will also contribute to the yield.
Yeah. So, Mr. Sundaran, see, true potato seed has been talked about a lot, in the industry context. So, where do we see, what is the current status? How is the adoption, and what needs to be done? See, recently, China has launched a mission mode approach, to protect their potato growers from climate change. So do you envisage a similar kind of arrangement in the Indian context? Is there a need for that kind of a?
Well, if you look at for future breeding, there are two options. One is gene editing and true potato seeds. True potato seeds, primarily from a tetraploid to a diploid, is a new technology which has been there for last 5 to 6 years. And there are companies who are working on it, and even processors are working on it. But in true potato seed, the challenge is that getting purity is an issue, which many companies are struggling. And we have seen some initial success in table potatoes. But in crisping potatoes or French fry potatoes, it will take time. So there are some initial work which is going on across Europe and US. And even there are partnerships which have been worked with Indian companies as well. So these are in the very initial stage. In my opinion, true potato seed to become a reality in potato industry might take at least 15 to 20 years.
Okay. So on that note, we'll come to an end. Any questions from the audience?
I would just like to add one more point. These whole carbon credits, while they are evolving, we still want to figure out what is up. That would be a great source of incentivizing. Where will the Googles and the Microsofts of the world get to offset they don't do anything which is related to agriculture. That would be a huge opportunity, provided it is, clearly articulated, navigated, because we are still seeing the carbon credits, markets are evolving. There are some companies which are participating. The pricing is still, not so clear, but that is one big incentivization to farmer. The DSR farmer, why should he not get HDPS in cotton? Pearl millet farmer and stuff like that.
So any questions from the audience? Yes, sir. Can we have some mic, please?
थैंक यू माइक देने के लिए थैंक यू वेरी मच सर मैं पंजाब से आता हूँ
ओके
तो आई एम एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर इन डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पंजाब
ओके आप अपना नाम बताएंगे प्लीज
डॉक्टर रंजोत सिंह बैंस
ओके
तो
ओनली वन
बात क्लाइमेट चेंज की हो रही है
नहीं आपका क्वेश्चन प्लीज हैव अ पॉइंटेड क्वेश्चन मतलब
डेफिनेटली
आपका क्वेश्चन क्या है
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि अगर हम इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे बात क्लाइमेट चेंज की कर रहे हैं तो उसके लिए बेटर सॉल्यूशंस अगर हम सोच रहे हैं तो उसमें 2-3 सॉल्यूशंस पे बात करनी बहुत ज़रूरी है, जिस पे थोड़ी सी बात हुई भी है और उस पे ज़्यादा बात करने की ज़रूरत है। जो FPO कंसेप्ट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने शुरू किया है, मैं पहले इसलिए बात करना चाहता था क्योंकि हमारे पास है
नहीं, आपका क्वेश्चन क्या है?
सर प्लीज़।
नहीं, वी आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम।
वी आर रनिंग, हम यहाँ आदान प्रदान के लिए बैठे हैं। रनिंग ऑफ टाइम इज
नहीं,
हम 2 मिनट में कुछ ज़्यादा हमारी ट्रेन नहीं निकल जाएगी।
हाँ, बताइए।
यस, ऑफ कोर्स आई हैव रन फ्रॉम फाजिलका से मैं 8 घंटे बस में रात को यहाँ इसलिए आया हूँ।
धन्यवाद आप इधर आने के लिए।
हम सीख के जाएं और कुछ आदान प्रदान हो, तो वो ऐसे ही होना चाहिए क्योंकि ये इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। यहाँ सभी लोग, और पार्टिकुलरली आई एम फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर, आई नो बेटर देन मैनी ऑफ अस, ठीक है। तो मेरी बात ये है कि पंजाब की बात हुई थी पहले सेशन में, पैडी का जो मैक्सिमम 7 बिलियन एकड़ पे हम कल्टीवेट करते हैं, तो अगर उसमें उसको पंजाब को सस्टेन करना है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने और जहाँ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ने, जहाँ हमारे प्राइवेट पार्टनर्स ने, तो हमें इमीडिएटली 10 लाख हेक्टेयर उसमें से शिफ्ट करना पड़ेगा भाई साहब। 10 लाख हेक्टेयर। सर मैं उसी पे आ रहा हूँ।
सर सुनिए, आप सोल्यूशन दे रहे हैं, लाइक वो ठीक है, बट इधर क्वेश्चन आप थोड़ा क्वेश्चन पूछ लीजिए सो दैट एवरीबॉडी कैन।
तो उसका अगर मैं कुछ सोल्यूशन आपको दूं तो उसकी अहमियत नहीं होगी सर? अगर आप सोल्यूशन फाइंडिंग के लिए यहाँ बैठे हैं।
नहीं, आप क्रॉप शिफ्टिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, मतलब क्वेश्चन क्या है?
प्लीज मेरे को बात पूरी तो करने दो ना भाई साहब। हम 40 करोड़ का पंजाब और इतना ही अमाउंट, इससे कम होगा हरियाणा को, पैडी प्रोक्योरमेंट के लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया देती है 40,000 करोड़, और $20 बिलियन की हम बाहर से पल्सेस परचेज करते हैं। $20 बिलियन को अगर करोड़ में देखा जाए तो 14 लाख करोड़ की हम पल्सेस बाहर से लेते हैं पंजाब, और पंजाब से हम 40,000 की सिर्फ पैडी परचेज करते हैं। तो अगर मेरे को थोड़ा सा आप प्रोक्योरमेंट पल्सेस की अच्छी करके इतना ही रिटर्न, अगर 40,000 करोड़ का पर ईयर आप पल्सेस को दे दो, तो भाई साहब क्लाइमेट चेंज का 10 लाख हेक्टेयर का मेरा पंजाब भी बच जाएगा, उसका पानी भी बच जाएगा, आपका क्लाइमेट जो आप ये कह रहे हो रिजिलियंस की बात, वो करने की बात है, सीड टेक्नोलॉजी पे, जीन पिरामिडिंग पे, और इसकी सीक्वेंसिंग पे, मॉलिक्यूलर लेवल पे बात, वो नेक्स्ट लेवल की है। अगर इसी को कर लो तो भाई साहब इसी से आपका बहुत ज़्यादा फायदा होने वाला है। इसको अपनी प्रोसीडिंग्स में कहीं
ठीक है।
दूसरी बात
लास्ट
है जो FPO वाला कंसेप्ट है भाई साहब, ये बहुत अच्छा कंसेप्ट है। आई एम हैंड होल्डिंग ऑफ 1 FPO, मेरे को उसका कुछ रिटर्न नहीं मिलता, फिर भी मैं कर रहा हूँ। उसका ये फायदा है, उसका ये मुझे अपनी पर्सनल सेटिस्फेक्शन है कि मैं कोई अपनी सोसाइटी के लिए कुछ कर रहा हूँ। भारत सरकार को चाहिए कि जो FPOs बने हैं, ये मेरे हम इस 10,000 FPO प्रमोशन ऑफ फॉर्मेशन ऑफ FPO वाली स्कीम में हर एक ब्लॉक पे 1 FPO बना है। फॉर योर काइंड इन्फॉर्मेशन, अगर आपको पता होगा, मेरे से ज़्यादा पता हो, तो 145 ब्लॉक हैं मेरे पंजाब के, तो उसमें से मोटा मोटा 48 लाख रुपया 1 FPO को जाता है। तो इसका मतलब 70 करोड़ रुपया आपका पंजाब को FPO के बीच में जाता है, मगर आपका कुछ फ़ायदा तो कुछ नहीं हो रहा, ना पंजाब का फ़ायदा आ रहा, ना गवर्नमेंट। प्लीज़ इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर FPOs को बेटर फंक्शनिंग करनी है, क्योंकि वो अच्छा रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं, तो उसके लिए एक बॉडी बनाइए जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट या स्टेट एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट उसको हो, वहाँ उसकी लुक आफ्टर करे, या नवार्ड करे, क्योंकि नवार्ड के बैठे हुए हैं, नवार्ड के सिर्फ 20 FPOs हैं, वो भी अच्छे नहीं चल रहे। अगर 145 FPO नवार्ड विद एग्रीकल्चर कोलैबोरेशन चले, हम आप क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन को बहुत अच्छी पेस पे लेके आ सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपने मेरे को इतना टाइम दिया।
देखिए आपका सुझाव अच्छा है पॉलिसीज प्रोक्यूरमेंट के बारे में और एफपीओ
सुझाव लोगे सर, हम बहुत अच्छे सुझाव देंगे।
आपका सुझाव हम कन्वे कर लेंगे अभी। और आपका जो कंसर्न है एफपीओ के बारे में, लाइक एफपीओ स्टिल इन अर्ली स्टेजेस, सो जाते जाते वो भी हो जाए। सो एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस? वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज। या so Mr. Chal, difference between DSR and the normal transplanting.
Okay, no, I mean DSR has only benefits, and there is no adverse impact. It helps the environment, it helps the soil, say soil improvement, it helps overall say lower gas emissions in the environment, which helps the not only agriculture, not only farmer, but the entire society.
नहीं, आप क्या बोल रहे हैं? डीएसआर का क्या नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट?
Yes,
that is the main driver.
Yes, definitely there will be water saving.
आप देखिए जो ट्रांसप्लांटिंग पैडी, अगर आपने पैडी देखी होगी तो पैडी में हर समय वाटर रहता है, वो वाटर नहीं दिखेगा अगर आप डीएसआर के उसमें रहोगे तो इट इज अ ह्यूज सेविंग ऑन वाटर।
ठीक है, so on that note we are coming to an end. Okay, there is one more question. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kalra, and I represent the animal feed industry. That's known as CLAFMA of India. My question is that as part of the sustainability initiative of the government, there's emphasis on ethanol production. And a lot of maize is getting diverted for production of ethanol, right? Our productivity in India for maize is very low as compared to US and China, where I think the seed would play an important role in improving the productivity or the quality of the soil or the practices. The industry is facing the pinch because the maize which is required for feeding of poultry and dairy is getting shifted to the ethanol production. My question therefore to the experts here is that what kind of initiatives are we planning so that we are able to improve the productivity of the maize so that we are able to feed the dairy and poultry and also towards the ethanol production. Thank you.
Mr. Venkatram.
Yeah, so there are, again, there are seed solutions in maize which will improve productivities. Today, obviously, our productivity benchmarks are far lesser. Again, as I was telling in the, in my talk, there are technologies which are available. We will have to make a call and say that, those technologies have to come. Otherwise, this difference between, the yields which are there in India versus what they are there, added to that, this issue of the crop getting diverted for ethanol and all. So again, the industry is prepared. We have solutions. We would like to have some policy decisions around those solutions, which will definitely improve the yield. Conventional methods में अभी जैसे जा रहे हैं हम लोग, इसमें yield जो delta होगा वो बहुत ज़्यादा significant नहीं रहेगा. So, and in fact, times of crisis, I have also worked in the corn markets. The output players and the input players and all, they come. उसके बाद जब फिर मामला सही हो जाता है, then everybody is, doing their own way. So this is the right thing for, companies like yours to collaborate and understand what we have and how we can jointly go and let the policymakers know that there are solutions, and then they make a call. So there are solutions. That much I can tell.
Exactly. Yeah. And just to add, the productivity of say US, Brazil, Argentina is much higher, and that is because of the technology. There are say biotechnology solutions. There are other solutions. We as Bayer, we are also working short stature corn, where it can help in terms of overall mitigating the climate challenges, as well as it can bring, say, a lot of productivity improvement. So, as already say discussed, the policy enabling has to support that the technology is available to the Indian farmers. Indian farmers has to compete with global farmers, and if Indian farmers don't have access to right technology, they will not be able to compete with the global, say, farmers who already have access to right technologies.
So on that note, we'll come to an end with this panel discussion. So thank you, Mr. Venkatram. Thank you, Mr. Kanwar. Thank you, Mr. Chala, and thank you, Mr. Sundar.
Thank you, all the panelists. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I request Ms. Rekha Rawani, General Manager, Advertising Sales, North, to kindly join us on the dais to felicitate our panelists for this session. A very interesting, thought-provoking discussion. I'm sure you all could benefit from this as a community together. Requesting Ms. Rekha to kindly join us on the dais. Once again, we would like to thank Dr. Venkatram, Mr. Simon, Mr. Soundarajan, and Mr. Kavar. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This was on overcoming climate change with new seeds and strategies. Special thank to our moderator, Mr. Kulkarni, for bringing the best out of the panel. Can we have a group picture? Ladies and gentlemen, a very interesting discussion, and yet another interesting discussion awaits. Thank you once again to the entire team of panelists. Thank you, Mr. Kulkarni. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for a very interesting session. Yes, as I've mentioned in the beginning, that we will bring you the stories from the grassroots level. I'm sure you all have heard of drone didis. How many of you heard of drone didis? Great, okay, a lot of you. Well, we are fortunate today, we have drone didis with us. In the next session, we'll be welcoming them on the stage, and they will be sharing their stories. Well, we all know that the scheme is by the Government of India to empower women, and right in front of you, this is the drone that these drone didis fly. See, this looks really big. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. Purnima Joshi of Businessline to kindly join us on the stage. And let's give our loudest applauses to these drone didis who are here with us, who've traveled from Karnal, Gurugram, and different parts of Haryana to be a part of this. Let's welcome Ms. Monica Yadav. आइए स्वागत करते हैं मोनिका जी का जोरदार तालियों के साथ. Let's have a thunderous round of applause. सीता देवी, Miss सीता देवी भी हमारे साथ हैं. She's also here with us. A wonderful way to empower women of the country. Miss Geeta Devi जी के लिए भी जोरदार तालियां. And Miss Renu, who will also be joining us here today. It is the time that we listen from the horse's mouth. Drone didis are right here to tell you their stories. Well, whenever we talk about farmer, we always think about males. But here we are, the best of the drone didis here. And a wonderful drone is right here. Now over to you, Ms. Joshi.
So after climate change and monsoons and seeds, We are extremely honored to get a perspective from the ground. And it is our deep privilege. These women have come leaving their children. And I would like some silence, please. Give them your regard, because they have left their children and their cattle in the care of their elderly in-laws or elderly family members to be looked after and be tended to. And they've literally come from the field to tell us how from a life which is largely sheltered in very, very backward, extremely poor areas, villages, they have come to this city to tell us how their lives were changed, how they are still changing, and what all needs to be done now to carry their work forward. तो हम लोग हिंदी में ही बात करेंगे. आप थोड़ा हमको बताइए सीता जी कि आप कैसे ड्रोन पायलट कैसे बन कैसे गईं? हुआ मतलब आप घर में थीं, बाहर ज़्यादा काम नहीं करती थी, क्या पढ़ी लिखी हैं कि नहीं? थोड़ा सा अपने बारे में बताइए.
सभी को नमस्कार. मेरा नाम सीता देवी है. मैं BA B.Ed हूँ और मेरी शादी 2007 में हुई थी. तो मैं शादी के बाद मैंने B.Ed किया है. B.Ed करने के बाद मैं घर में ही थी. तो 2018 में मैं महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के साथ जुड़ी हुई. हरियाणा राज्य ग्रामीण आजीविका मिशन की जो स्कीम चलाई हुई है सरकार ने, तो उसके माध्यम से मैं थोड़ा बाहर निकली, ग्रुप बनाए गांव में और बैंकों में गई. तो ग्रुप के माध्यम से ही मुझे ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग के विषय में पता चला और उसमें बोला गया था कि फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी और ड्रोन भी दिया जाएगा. तो मेरा परिवार है जो स्प्रे का काम करता है खेतों में, किसानों का, तो स्प्रे का तो पता था, तो ड्रोन का नहीं पता था. ड्रोन से स्प्रे का भी कैसे होगा, तो ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग के विषय में पता चला. तो मैंने ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग ली गुड़गांव में, और ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद मेरे को ड्रोन मिला.
आप अकेली बहू हैं अपने घर में जो पढ़ी लिखी हैं, मैंने सुना, आप बता रही थी कल मुझे.
जी मैडम.
और लोगों और औरतों में इस तरह की जागृति नहीं है जितना आप बता रही थी कि जब आप पढ़ रही थी तो आपके परिवार में भी थोड़ा बहुत
हाँ, मैंने शादी के बाद मेरे हस्बैंड ने मेरे को B.Ed करवाने के लिए बोला कि आप B.Ed कर लो. मेरा फॉर्म भर दिया तो मैंने B.Ed के लिए नंबर भी पड़ गया. जिस दिन मैं अपना B.Ed में एडमिशन के लिए गई तो मैंने मेरे ससुर से आशीर्वाद लिया, तो उनकी आंखों में आंसू आ गए कि पता नहीं क्या होगा. गांव में ऐसा ही होता है, पढ़ाई लिखाई के लिए भाई कामयाब होगी या नहीं होगी. तो उनको ये लगा कहीं मेरे लड़के को ये भाई साजी वगैरह ना लगवा दे. तो फिर मैंने B.Ed की और फिर मैं अपने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुपों में बाहर निकली, थोड़ी इनकम भी होने लगी. तो आज गांव में मेरा नाम है. पहले तो हमें हस्बैंड के नाम से जाना जाता था, जानते भी नहीं थे. अगर आज हम गांव में अगर किसी को जैसे आते हैं, इंटरव्यू लेने के लिए आते हैं, तो गांव के किसी भी कोने में अगर पूछ लें कि सीता देवी के घर जाना है जो ड्रोन चलाती हैं, तो घर छोड़ के जाते हैं मैडम. अगर
बट इट्स नॉट
आज मेरी सास बोलती है, खुद उन्होंने इंटरव्यू में बोला है कि मुझे प्राउड है कि सीता देवी मेरी बहू है.
हाँ, लेकिन ये दिस इज़ नॉट बीन एन ईजी जर्नी. जब गीता जी बताएंगी कि जब वो जा रही थी तो किस तरह का भय और किस तरह का मतलब उनको डर था कि ये हो क्या रहा है, कैसे, कहाँ जा रहे हैं, क्या होगा, थोड़ा बताइए हमको.
जी, जब मैंने ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग के लिए अपना नाम दिया तो वहाँ पे पासपोर्ट मांगा गया. इससे पहले मैंने दा केरला मूवी देखी हुई थी, तो मुझे डर लगने लगा कि जा तो रहे हैं, कहीं हमें आगे से आगे देश विदेश ना भेज दे ये. और मुझे डर के मारे एक बार तो मैंने मना ही कर दिया कि मैं नहीं ट्रेनिंग लूँगी, मैं बाहर नहीं जाऊँगी। बट फिर मैंने देखा कि ये तो बहुत अच्छी प्रोजेक्ट है भारत सरकार का, तब मैंने थोड़ा हौसला किया और अपने परिवार से परमिशन ली, अपने सास ससुर से परमिशन ली कि मुझे डैडी मुझे ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाना है। मेरा जो परिवार है ना वो मजदूरी भी करता है और हमारे खेत भी है, हम किसान भी है मेरे ससुर। तो उन्होंने कहा कि चलो आप ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाओ। सपोर्ट किया मेरे ससुर ने और मेरे परिवार वालों ने सपोर्ट किया और मेरे हस्बैंड ने, तो मुझे भेज दिया ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग के लिए। ये गुड़गांव में मैंने 15 दिन की ट्रेनिंग ली और हमने जहाँ वहाँ पे हम गांव से ही है, डर लगता था। बट जब हम गांव से बाहर गए तो हमने लगा कि यहाँ वहाँ पे पेपर पास करने होते हैं। हमने पेपर पास किए और मतलब करने के डर में हम इतनी दूर गए गांव से और हमने डर लगता था, हम दिन रात पढ़ते थे वहाँ पे ये सोच के कि कहीं हम फेल हो के वापस ना चले जाएं और हमारी बेइज्जती ना हो जाए। तो हमें मतलब दिन रात मेहनत करके ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग ली और एग्ज़ाम भी पास किया और एक ड्रोन पायलट का हमने सर्टिफिकेट भी लिया वहाँ से। थैंक यू।
But when they came back from the training, रेनू जी थोड़ा सा बताएंगे कि ट्रेनिंग में बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ाई भी करनी पड़ती, रात को 12 बजे तक, सुबह 2 बजे उठ के, लेकिन वापस आके आपका गांव में थोड़ा आपका काम कुछ किसी ने लगाया भी आपको काम से कि नहीं किया, क्या किया, थोड़ा सा बताइए।
हमने वहाँ पे दिन रात मेहनत की, पढ़ाई की, क्योंकि पढ़ाई छोड़े हुए हमें काफ़ी साल हो गए थे। शादी के बाद बच्चों में और गृहस्थी में उलझ के रह गए थे। तो जैसे हमने वहाँ ट्रेनिंग के लिए बोला गया, पहले हमें पता नहीं था कि एग्ज़ाम भी होगा हमारा वहाँ पे। तो हमें वहाँ पे मैम थी एक वहाँ पे हरियाणा से ही, उन्होंने हमें बहुत हेल्प की। उन्होंने हमें दिन रात वहाँ पढ़ाया और बताया ड्रोन का, क्योंकि वो अलग पढ़ाई थी एक जो हमने पहले पढ़ाई की थी। तो फिर हमें गांव में भी ये था, बच्चों को भी था कि मम्मी ड्रोन लेके आएगी, पता नहीं कैसा होगा, गांव वालों को भी था। फिर हमें ड्रोन दिया गया गांव में, तो लोगों का उत्साह बढ़ा कि ड्रोन से स्प्रे कैसा होता है, कितना पानी लगता है उसके अंदर। कुछ लोग संतुष्ट नहीं थे, 10 लीटर पानी से 1 एकड़ में कैसे स्प्रे होगा, क्योंकि जहाँ किसान 100 लीटर 120 लीटर यूज करा 1 एकड़ में, वहाँ 10 लीटर से क्या होगा। तो लोगों को समझाना पड़ता है। और हमारे हरियाणा सरकार ने भी हमें 1 लाख एकड़ का फ्री में सरकार ने पैसे दिए थे किसानों के खेतों में स्प्रे के लिए। तो हमारे गांव के जो नौजवान युवक है वो इसकी तरफ ज़्यादा बढ़े, उन्होंने स्प्रे करवाया हम लोगों से और इसका रिजल्ट भी अच्छा था गांव में। लेकिन जो हमारे बुजुर्ग हैं वो इस बात से संतुष्ट नहीं होते, जल्दी से उनको बहुत समझाना पड़ता है।
मोनिका, आप इंस्ट्रक्टर भी हैं, आप वहाँ पे लोगों को ड्रोन सिखाती भी हैं।
हाँ, ड्रोन ट्रेनिंग में मैं हेल्प करती हूँ।
हाँ,
दृश्या के साथ हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट के साथ।
हरियाणा तो उसमें
जैसे लेडीज को मोटिवेट करती हूँ, भाई आप लोग ड्रोन ट्रेनिंग करो, आपको इसमें आगे बेनिफिट मिलेगा। एक लेडीज चाहे कितनी भी पढ़ लो, वो घर में है तो वो सिर्फ एक हाउस वाइफ है। आपका बच्चा कहेगा कि मम्मा स्कूल में फॉर्म फिल करवाया है तो क्या लिखो, हाउस वाइफ। बच्चे को सामने कितना बुरा लगता है। पर अब खुद ने भी किया है ड्रोन ट्रेनिंग, तो लिखते हैं कि हाँ मम्मा ड्रोन पायलट, तो अच्छा लगता है। इसलिए आगे कोई कुछ भी काम करो आप, नहीं घर में आप काम करते कोई वैल्यू नहीं उस काम की। आपके भी घर में सब कितना काम करती है एक लेडीज पूरा दिन, हाउस वाइफ। तो इससे अच्छा कि अब लिखता है ना बच्चा कि स्कूल में कोई मम्मा क्या लिखे, ड्रोन पायलट, बहुत अच्छा लगता है। तो इसलिए सबको मोटिवेट किया कि भैया तुम भी करो, ड्रोन पायलट बनो, अच्छा लगता है, आगे बढ़ोगे, आपके पास इनकम भी आती है, इज्जत भी बढ़ती है।
हाँ, बट इट्स नॉट एन ईजी जर्नी फॉर पीपल। रेनू जी जैसे कह रहे हैं कि उनके गांव में लोग स्प्रे करवा रहे हैं, लेकिन सब लोगों का एक्सपीरियंस उस तरह का नहीं है। जैसे आपको सीता जी बताएंगी कि उनके गांव में क्या उनका एक्सपीरियंस रहा है। आप थोड़ा सा बताइए कि गांव में लोग कैसे आपको देखते हैं, कैसे रिएक्ट करते हैं? जैसे आपका इतना बड़ा कद हो गया है, अभी आप पहले हाउसवाइफ ही थी, अभी आपका इतना बड़ा कद हो गया है, लोग कैसे रिएक्ट करते हैं आपके साथ?
लोगों का रिएक्ट तो देखो गांव में तो है ही, बोलते हैं, बुजुर्ग भी बोलते हैं कि अब ये महिला खेतों में स्प्रे करेगी। जैसे मैं एक बार खेत में स्प्रे करने के लिए गई भी, एक बुजुर्ग थे, उन्होंने मेरे को बोला क्या भाई, ये मेरे हस्बैंड को बोला कि कोई जेंट्स नहीं था स्प्रे करने के लिए, अब महिलाएं खेतों में स्प्रे करेंगी। तो हस्बैंड थोड़े सपोर्टिव हैं, तो उन्होंने बोला कि अंकल ये इन्हीं का ही है, इन्हीं को मिला हुआ और यही काम करेंगे इनसे। तो गांव के जो थोड़ा अभी नहीं करवा रहे हैं गांव वाले, थोड़ी ये सोच रहे हैं कि महिलाओं से कैसे काम करवाएं। वैसे स्प्रे का काम तो मेरा परिवार करता है, लेकिन अभी मुझसे नहीं करवा रहे हैं खेतों में स्प्रे। हाँ, बाहर गांव में करवा रहे हैं, गांव में अभी नहीं करवा रहे हैं।
आपके अपने गांव में नहीं करवा रहे हैं, बाहर के गांव में करवा रहे हैं?
हाँ जी।
बाहर के गांव में आपने कितना स्प्रे किया है अभी तक,
अभी
पिछले एक साल में?
हाँ, अभी हमने 1000+ एकड़ कर दिया है बाहर स्प्रे ड्रोन से।
उसमें कुछ आपका भी एक्सपीरियंस यही है ना गीता जी, कि आपके अपने गांव में थोड़ा बहुत अभी लोगों को अजीब लगता है?
हाँ जी, मैं जैसे कि ड्रोन, मेरे खुद के भी खेत हैं, तो मैंने अपने खेतों में स्प्रे किया। लोगों ने देखा कि ये अब लेडीज़ कर रही है स्प्रे, तो उन्होंने देखा मेरे खेतों में जब मैंने स्प्रे किया तो 1-2 किसान को ही कराया, ज़्यादा को नहीं कराया। बट सीता के गांव में जाके मैंने स्प्रे किया, इसके गांव में कराया मेरे से स्प्रे। पता नहीं लोगों को थोड़ी जेलसी थी, पता नहीं किस वजह से मेरे से नहीं करवाया, बट सीता के गांव में जाके मैंने स्प्रे किया और उनके गांव वालों ने मेरे से स्प्रे कराया और बाहर भी मेरा अच्छा स्प्रे चल रहा है और मैंने 800+ एकड़ कर चुकी हूँ मैं अब।
तो इसमें और भी थोड़े डिफरेंसेस हैं कि जैसे आप कह रही हैं कि इफ़को ने आपको ड्रोन दिया है
जी,
और वो चाह रहे हैं कि नैनो यूरिया जो है किसान ले, लेकिन आपके हिसाब से यूरिया कितना किसान डालना चाहता है और जो पेस्टिसाइड वगैरह है वो कितना आपसे करवा लेता है? इसका थोड़ा सा आप अंतर हमको बताइए।
जैसे कि इफ़को ने हमें नैनो यूरिया और नैनो DAP लिक्विड के लिए ड्रोन दिया है, नैनो यूरिया के, बट किसान इससे नैनो यूरिया से और नैनो DAP लिक्विड से संतुष्ट नहीं है। वो चाहते हैं कि हम जो बोरी वाला खाद होता है वो ज़्यादा डाल ले, उससे ज़्यादा पैदावार होगी हमारी फसल की। तो हम फिर ये कर रहे हैं, हम उनको समझाते हैं कि ये थोड़ा कम करो और हमसे ये स्प्रे कराओ नैनो यूरिया, नैनो DAP का। तो सरकार से हम भी गुजारिश करते हैं कि किसानों के लिए थोड़ा सा फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट किसानों को फ्री में दिलवाए नैनो यूरिया, नैनो DAP, ताकि वो उसके यूज़र बने और यूज़र के बाद वो उनको उसके रिजल्ट का पता लगेगा, तब चलेगा उनका नैनो यूरिया, नैनो DAP ज़्यादा।
हाँ, जैसे आप बता रही थी गीता जी के कुछ फसलों में, जैसे गेहूं में ज़्यादा पेस्टिसाइड वगैरह नहीं डलता है और उसमें ज़्यादातर यूरिया वगैरह का इस्तेमाल होता है, लेकिन और फसलों में जैसे आप कह रही थी कि सरसों में या गन्ने में या धान में जो पेस्टिसाइड वगैरह है उसके लिए आपका ज़्यादा यूज़ हो रहा है, ये बता रही थी आप?
हाँ जी, ये जो नैनो यूरिया, नैनो DAP गन्ने के लिए ज़्यादा यूज हो रहा है और हमारी जो गेहूं की फसल है उसके लिए भी ज़्यादा यूज हो रहा है।
अच्छा,
हाँ जी।
अच्छा, और ये जो आप लोग जितना जैसे जो और लोग पहले से काम कर रहे हैं गांव में, उनके और आप लोगों के बीच में कितना फ़र्क है पैसों का, या लोगों को लगता है कि आप लोग ज़्यादा पैसे लेते हैं और आप लोग उनको बताते हैं कि हम लोग ज़्यादा मतलब अच्छे से स्प्रे कर सकते हैं? ये अभी मतलब लोग अभी तक पूरा तरह से आप लोगों को एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया लोगों ने, है ना?
जी, वो कहते हैं कि इसका जो पानी है सिर्फ 10 लीटर है और इससे पानी से संतुष्ट नहीं है लोग, किसान। तो वो चाहते हैं कि हमारा जैसे कि वो 100 लीटर पानी डालते हैं 1 एकड़ में, उससे ही संतुष्ट होते हैं। तो वो थोड़ा सा इससे संतुष्ट नहीं हो रहे, बोलते हैं कि पानी कम है इसमें। तो हम उनको समझाते हैं कि ये पानी को बचाने के लिए ही सरकार ने एक टेक्नोलॉजी चलाई है, और इससे जब हम समझाते हैं लोगों को, इससे जब हम स्प्रे करते हैं तो ये पानी को बचाने का, लेबर को बचाने का, और हमारी फसल को टूटने से बचाता है। और ये जब स्प्रे करता है तो ये उसमें जाता है, फसल के ऊपर ही जाता है, ये धरती को खराब नहीं करता। तो हम लोगों को समझाते हैं, कुछ लोग मान भी रहे हैं और धीरे धीरे बदल रहे हैं।
रेणु जी, आपकी अपनी ज़मीन है, खेती है, आपकी भी है गीता जी, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि जो नई तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे आपका ड्रोन है, उसको किसान इस्तेमाल करेगा कि नहीं करेगा, या किसान को सपोर्ट की कितनी ज़रूरत है? आपको क्या लगता है चेंज होने में, मतलब
जी मैम, चेंज होने में टाइम लगेगा। अभी किसान संतुष्ट भी नहीं है, और क्योंकि वो 1 एकड़ में 4-4, 5-5 बोरियां डाल रहा है, तो अब नैनो यूरिया के लिए बोल रहे हैं, तो वो संतुष्ट अभी नहीं हो रहा है। इसके लिए टाइम लगेगा, कुछ सरकार को स्कीमें देनी पड़ेगी इसके लिए, क्योंकि सरकार की मदद से ही ये सब कुछ हो सकता है। और जैसे हम खुद अपने खेतों में करते हैं, नैनो यूरिया सागरी का यूज करते हैं उसके साथ, तो हमने रिजल्ट देखा कि अच्छा रिजल्ट मिला है। पास के जो खेतों वाले किसान हैं वो उनसे पूछने भी आते हैं कि आपने क्या डाला है, और ड्रोन की मदद से हमें काफ़ी फ़ायदा हुआ खेतों में।
अच्छा, आप लोग अपना थोड़ा सा बताइए कि आप लोग जब से हाउसवाइफ थे और अब जबकि आप ड्रोन पायलट बन गए हो, तो आपकी घर में, समाज में किस तरह से आप लोगों का चेंज हुआ है, थोड़ा सा बताइए।
चेंज तो बहुत सारा आ गया मैम। आज ड्रोन की वजह से हम इस स्टेज पे बैठे हैं, क्योंकि हम एक घरेलू औरतें थी, घर में कामें करती थी, कहाँ सोचा था कि हम ऐसे 5 स्टार होटल में जाएंगे या बैठेंगे क्योंकि ये नया एक्सपीरियंस है हमारे लिए तो हमें बहुत इज्जत मिल रही है, जहाँ भी जाते हैं लोग हमारी बहुत इज्जत कर रहे हैं। एक नया नाम मिला है, नया काम मिला है, नया रोजगार मिला हमें।
आपको क्या लगता है गीता जी?
जी, हमें बहुत मान सम्मान मिला है और ड्रोन पायलट की उपाधि मिली है। जब हम औरतें गांव में थे तो साइकिल चलाने में भी हेजिटेशन करते थे, और साइकिल चलाने में भी हमें बहुत शर्म आती थी। अब हमें ड्रोन पायलट की उपाधि दी है, हमें बहुत मान सम्मान मिला है और हम बहुत खुश हैं इस बिजनेस से। मैं सरकार का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि हमें नमो ड्रोन दीदी की परियोजना के साथ बहुत बड़ा मान सम्मान मिला है।
सीता जी, आप बता रही थी कि आपको पहले बाहर निकल के लोगों से बात करने में, लोगों से ये करने में शर्म आती थी, तकलीफ होती थी, लेकिन अभी आप काफ़ी चेंज देखती हैं, अभी आप और लोगों के काम करवाती हैं, थोड़ा सा बताइए हमको।
जी मैडम, पहले हम घर में ही थे, हमें बाहर निकलने में भी दिक्कत ही आ रही थी। अभी कोई काम करेंगे तो देखो परिवार भी धीरे धीरे ही साथ देगा, एकदम से तो परिवार भी साथ नहीं देता, तो परिवार से बाहर निकलने में प्रॉब्लम थी। लेकिन अब हम जैसे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में जुड़े हैं, बाहर बैंकों में जाते हैं। पहले हमें बैंक का फार्म का भी नहीं पता था कि फार्म कैसे भरा जाता है, वैसे हम पढ़े लिखे थे लेकिन हमें कुछ नॉलेज नहीं थी बैंक के बारे में। अब हम बैंक में जाते हैं, बैंक मैनेजर भी हमारी इज्जत करते हैं कि मैडम आओ, क्या काम है आपका। आज हमें बहुत अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है और इतनी बड़ी उपाधि मिली है और आत्मसम्मान बढ़ा है खुद का।
आप लोगों को ये तो नहीं लगता कि जैसे आप लोग औरतें हैं तो गांव वगैरह में लोग पसंद नहीं करते इस बात को, ऐसी कोई चीज़ है? मतलब आप जैसे जाती हैं ड्रोन लेके, उसमें कोई तकलीफ तो आपको नहीं है? मतलब लोग ज़्यादा
नहीं, ठीक है, अब तो बहुत चेंज हो रहा है। लोगों को अब तो पता भी लग गया है कि इन्होंने ड्रोन की ट्रेनिंग की है, ड्रोन मिला है और ड्रोन से ये स्प्रे कर रहे हैं। अभी लोगों में भी धीरे धीरे बहुत बदलाव आ रहा है हमें लेकर।
All right. Does anyone have any questions for the ladies here? Yeah.
आर्थिक रूप से आपका कितनी सुदृढ़ हुई हैं और इससे आपका परिवार में कितना डिसीजन मेकिंग में परिवर्तन आया है, ये थोड़ा अगर बताएंगी तो शायद और भी महिलाएं आगे आएंगी, क्योंकि अर्थव्यवस्था जो है ना, अर्थ बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट ड्राइवर होता है हर एक चीज़ का। तो ड्रोन से अगर किसानों के या महिला किसानों के आय में थोड़ी भी वृद्धि हो रही होगी तो वो आप कृपया हमें बताएं, तो शायद ये इंस्पायर करेगा बाकी लोगों को, सिर्फ हरियाणा में ही नहीं अन्य राज्यों में भी। तो वो बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हरियाणा तो थोड़ा सा एडवांस स्टेट पहले से ही है, लेकिन इसकी ज़रूरत है उत्तर प्रदेश में, बिहार में, झारखंड में, वेस्ट बंगाल में। तो शायद आप जब बताएंगी और ये जब लाइव हर जगह दिखाई देगा तो शायद इसका असर वहाँ तक जाएगा। तो प्लीज़ थोड़ा बताइए। थैंक यू।
जैसे हम गरीब परिवार से ही हैं, हमारा बैकग्राउंड गरीब ही है, लेकिन हमें ड्रोन मिलने के बाद हमारी इनकम में इजाफा हुआ है, इनकम बढ़ी है, तो घर में भी इज्जत हुई है। अब जैसे हमें यहाँ दिल्ली के लिए बुलाया गया है, तो अगर हमें हमारी इनकम बढ़ी है, हमें कुछ फ़ायदा हुआ है, घर के भी तभी भेजे,
घर वाले तभी
रहे हैं,
भेजते
हाँ
हैं।
जी, तभी सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं।
थोड़ा आप बताएंगे, रेणु जी बताएंगे?
हम हर एक एकड़ का 300 रुपये लेते हैं, तो ड्रोन से जो बैटरी सेट मिले हैं, एक बैटरी सेट से हम 2.5 एकड़ करते हैं, तो इसमें हमें बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हुआ है। आर्थिक स्थिति बहुत अच्छी हो गई है हमारी, जहाँ हम हज़ारों में रुपए कमाने लग गए हैं महीने में। तो यदि हमें साथ के साथ स्प्रे के लिए मिलता रहता है तो हम एक महीने में 10,000 रुपये आराम से कमा लेते हैं।
मेरा प्रश्न रेणु जी के लिए। आपने बताया कि बदलाव में समय लगेगा, कि जो आपके गांव के लोग हैं उनको आदत है कि 4-5 बोरियां वो लोग यूरिया की डालते हैं, तो वो अगर नैनो में, और आपने बोला कि गवर्नमेंट सरकार की तरफ से भी अगर कुछ मदद हो तो इस बदलाव में शायद थोड़ा वो जल्दी आए, तो किस तरह के आप मदद की उम्मीद रखती हैं?
जैसे मैम, हमें अभी पिछली गेहूं में सरकार ने ये दिया था, 1 लाख एकड़ दिया था कि आप 1 लाख एकड़ में स्प्रे कीजिए जितनी ड्रोन दीदियाँ हैं, और आपको 400 रुपये सरकार देगी, और वो 100 रुपये की नैनो किसान को दे रहे थे। इसमें ये फ़ायदा है, जैसे सरकार सब्सिडी भरती है, ये जो यूरिया खाद है उसके लिए 2,000 रुपये, तो या यदि वो 400 रुपये हमें देगी तो इसमें सरकार का बहुत फ़ायदा है। वहाँ सरकार को 1,500 रुपये बच रहे हैं सब्सिडी में, और जो अब 270 रुपये का कट्टा मिलता है, और नैनो यूरिया है वो 230 रुपये की मिलती है, और 300 रुपये फिर किसान को देने पड़ते हैं, तो वो उसको महंगा लगता है क्योंकि वो 550 के करीब हो जाता है। तो इसलिए सरकार से हम थोड़ी मदद चाहते हैं ताकि किसान की भी मदद हो जाए इसमें।
आप लोगों से मेरा एक सवाल था कि उत्पादन में कितना बदलाव आता है अगर आप जाते हैं और ड्रोन का उपयोग कर रही हैं, तो उस एकड़ में उत्पादन में कितना बदलाव आता है? और एक और कि आप लोग को आपके इस गांव में जाना है या आपको बुलाते हैं, तो आपको किस तरह से लोग रीच आउट करते हैं, किस तरह आपके पास आते हैं? क्या बीच में कोई कमीशन एजेंट भी होता है? आमतौर पे देखा गया है कि कमीशनिंग भी हो जाती है।
नो मैम, हमारा कमीशन कुछ नहीं है। हमें जैसे हमारे फ़ोन नंबर डाले हुए हैं ग्रुप में, तो वो किसान हमें फ़ोन करता है, हमें बुलाता है, और जैसे किसान जैसे कह रहे थे कि स्प्रे खाद में ज़्यादा विश्वास कर रहा है, ज़मीन को खाद की ज़्यादा मतलब वो खाद डाला तो उसी की आदत हुई है, तो नैनो यूरिया से थोड़ी फसल में कमी हो रही है, तो इसकी वजह से किसान संतुष्ट नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि जहाँ किसान मिट्टी को अब यूरिया खाद की जो आदत हो गई है वो पूरी नहीं हो रही है, तो धीरे धीरे ये बदलाव होगा, एकदम से नहीं हो पाएगा मैम।
अच्छा, एक क्वेश्चन, आपने बोला था कि 10 लीटर पानी आप ड्रोन से करते हैं, लेकिन जो सीनियर फार्मर्स हैं वो कहते हैं 100 लीटर और 120 लीटर चाहिए, तो तो अभी आपको कितना टाइम हो गया है कि आपने 10 लीटर में और आउटपुट सेम निकल रही है जो पहले 100 लीटर में निकलती थी? इसका कोई आपने रिकॉर्ड किया हुआ है, सो दैट यू कैन कन्विंस द पीपल, लोगों को पता चले कि अब 10 लीटर ही काफ़ी है, 100 लीटर नहीं चाहिए? इसका आपका कुछ ज्ञान देंगे हमको?
जी सर, जैसे 100 लीटर से वो जैसे हाथों से करते हैं या जैसे ट्रैक्टर की टंकी होती है उसके साथ करते हैं तो उसमें 100 लीटर पानी लगता ही है। तो वो किसान अंदर जाके जगह जगह स्प्रे करता है, कहीं ज़्यादा हो जाता है, कहीं कम हो जाता है। ड्रोन की मदद से हम 10 लीटर पानी से स्प्रे करते हैं तो एक जैसा एक पूरे एकड़ में अपने आप स्प्रे करके बाहर आके उतरता है, तो किसान को उसके लिए अंदर भी नहीं जाना पड़ता। और
भी है जिसने एक बार स्प्रे कराया वो 3-3 बार स्प्रे करवा रहा है ड्रोन से, जिसको एक बार इसका रिजल्ट पता लग गया।
जैसे 100 लीटर पानी से का रिजल्ट आता है मैम, ऐसे ही 10 लीटर पानी का रिजल्ट आता है सेम।
जी,
जितना मतलब रिजल्ट खेत में 100 लीटर पानी से होगा उतना
10 लीटर का यार
के स्प्रे के साथ 10 लीटर पानी का
सेम ही रिजल्ट।
ओके, थैंक यू।
रिजल्ट सेम ही है। जो कीड़े के दवाई लगाते हैं खेत में, कुछ भी लगाते हैं, तो वही रिजल्ट 100 लीटर पानी से आता है, वही रिजल्ट 10 लीटर पानी से आता है।
क्या आप लोगों को सक्सेसफुल देख के आपके गाँवों में और महिलाएं भी करना चाहती हैं?
जी,
और दूसरी बात, आपके बच्चे तो क्या बोलते हैं अभी? अपने दोस्तों के पास जाके बोलते हैं कि मेरी मम्मा ड्रोन पायलट है।
जी,
बच्चे बहुत प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं सर।
हमारे बच्चे ड्रोन दीदी ही बोलने लगे हैं सर। हमारे हस्बैंड भी ड्रोन दीदी ही बोलने लगे हैं।
बच्चे भी अब जैसे
हमारे सास ससुर भी ड्रोन दीदी बोलने लगे।
एक मेरा सवाल है कि आपके गांव में जैसे सर ने पूछे कि कोई महिला आके या जो स्कूल में पढ़ रहे हैं अभी बच्चे आके आपसे ये कभी पूछा है कि हमें भी ड्रोन दीदी बनना है, आप बताओ, इस तरीके की कोई क्वेश्चन या उसको ऐसे कोई पूछता है तो आप क्या जवाब देते हैं?
सर, हमसे बड़े बड़े जो जमींदार होते हैं ना, जिनके पास ज़्यादा ज़मीन होती है, वो पूछते हैं कि आप लोगों को ये कैसे मिल गया, आपको ही क्यों मिला, हमें तो नहीं मिला ये। तो हमने बोला कि जी ये तो सेल्फ हेल्प जो NRLM की तरफ से सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में जुड़ने के बाद जब महिलाएं थोड़ा सशक्त हुई, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में जुड़ी और उसके बाद वो थोड़ा थोड़ा बाहर निकलने लगी और अपना थोड़ा अपने अधिकारों को, अपने कर्तव्यों को समझने लगी। नहीं तो महिलाएं पहले घर पे ही थी। सेल्फ हेल्प के ग्रुप के माध्यम से सर ये सब कुछ हुआ है। जब से हम सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में जुड़े हैं, जुड़ने के बाद ब्लॉक लेवल पे थोड़ा काम करने लगे हैं। CRP मतलब गांव-गांव में जाकर गरीब महिलाओं को ग्रुप के माध्यम से जोड़कर उनको आजीविका प्रोवाइड करने लगे हैं। पहले तो हमने खुद की आजीविका की लोन लेके बैंकों से सरकार की मदद से, फिर मैंने एक्टिव महिला के रूप में गांव-गांव जाकर गरीब महिलाओं को चुन के उनका एक ग्रुप बना के बैंक में खाता खुलवा के उनका थोड़ी थोड़ी बचत करवाने लगे और जी उनसे बैंक लोन दिलवा के थोड़ी आजीविका करवाने लगे। हम आजीविका के माध्यम से बहुत सारी महिलाएं सशक्त हुई है। उन्होंने किसी ने दुकान की, किसी ने अपने पशुपालन किया, किसी ने कृषि की, किसी ने कुछ किया।
तो जो बड़े किसान हैं वो चाहते तो हैं कि हमें भी ड्रोन मिले, हमारी महिलाएं भी ट्रेनिंग करें, लेकिन वो महिलाओं को बाहर निकालना नहीं चाह रहे। वो खुद करना चाहते हैं, हम ही कर लें, महिलाओं को ना बाहर जाना पड़े।
और हमारे गांव में तो जी अब सभी सोचने लगे कि हमें भी ये शायद मिल जाए, हमें भी ये ट्रेनिंग लेने।
ड्रोन तो सर सबको चाहिए, जमींदारों को, पर महिला अंदर रहे कि हमें मिल जाए और महिला तो घर में ही काम करे, बाहर ना निकले।
तो काफ़ी
तो
बदलाव
पॉसिबल
आया
है
सर।
नहीं।
ड्रोन ये नमो ड्रोन दीदी की जो स्कीम चली थी भारत सरकार की, इससे महिलाएं बहुत सशक्त हुई है, बहुत ही चेंज आया है महिलाओं में। हम पहले हेजिटेशन करते थे सर बातचीत करने में किसी के साथ भी। जब से हम ड्रोन पायलट बने हैं तो हम सबके साथ बातचीत कर लेते हैं और हमारे अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ गया है। हमें नहीं पता था कि हम कभी 5 स्टार होटल में घूमेंगे, क्योंकि हम तो गांव से ही रिलेटेड थे, गांव में ही रहते थे, खेतों में रहते थे। तो आज हमें बहुत मान सम्मान मिला है और हम एक उपाधि भी मिली है ड्रोन पायलट, एक नाम भी मिला है, अपनी पहचान भी मिली है। धन्यवाद करती हूँ मैं भारत सरकार का, अपना जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का, कि उन्होंने हम सभी महिलाओं को एक साथ जोड़ा है और हम सबको महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए बहुत प्रयास किए हैं।
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। जो महिला ये कार्यक्रम, ये जो सेशन है लाइव देख रही है, उनके भी बहुत सारे सपने होंगे, उनको भी कुछ स्टार्टअप करना होगा, बट समाज की प्रेशर से या फिर सोसाइटी की प्रेशर से वो कर नहीं पाते। तो इस माध्यम से आप उनको क्या प्रेरणा देना चाहते, क्या मैसेज देना चाहते कि वो सपनों को कैसे पूरा किया जाए?
देखो सर, हर किसी औरत के मन में होता है कि वो आगे बढ़े, उनका नाम हो। तो इसमें हम औरतों से यही कहना कि एक बार हिचकिचाहट होगी, आप घर से बाहर निकलिए, आपको कहीं मौका मिल रहा है तो आप ज़रूर कीजिए, आपको मान सम्मान मिलेगा, आपकी आजीविका बढ़ेगी। तो सभी औरतों से यही गुजारिश है कि जहाँ भी आपको मौका मिले तो आप आगे बढ़े, अपने घर वालों को समझाए और घर वाले भी उनकी मदद करेंगे, थोड़ी उनको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी।
सर, एक बार अपने लिए तो निकलना ही पड़ेगा घर से, फिर फैमिली धीरे धीरे, जब आर्थिक हालत, ये पैसे इनकम आएंगे तो फैमिली भी सपोर्ट करती है। एक बार अपने लिए जियो और निकलो बाहर।
मुझे एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन है। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आई रियली अप्रिशिएट कि आपने बहुत अच्छा जो सेशन रखा है। आई हैव अटेंडेड नियरली 100 कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, पर फर्स्ट टाइम आई हैव सीन सच टाइप ऑफ दिस पैनल डिस्कशन। मैडम, मैं आपसे सिंपल 2 क्वेश्चन करूँगा। यू हैव टोल्ड एवरीथिंग। नंबर 1, पहला मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, बिकॉज वट एवर यू आर टेलिंग फ्रॉम द कोर ऑफ योर हार्ट। आप दिल से बात कर रहे हैं, जो भी कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद ये भी दिल से आंसर देंगे। पहला क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है, आपको कभी फीलिंग नहीं आती है कि तो मैं बच्चे पालती थी, एक नया काम मुझे दे दिया? नंबर 1। नंबर 2, आपको ऐसी कभी फीलिंग आती है आपके मेल मेंबर्स को कि उनको वो रिस्पेक्ट नहीं मिल रही है, अब इनको ज़्यादा रिस्पेक्ट मिल रही है और वो थोड़े डिमोरलाइज हो रहे हैं? ये 2 क्वेश्चन है।
सर, बच्चे पालते थे और अब ये ड्रोन का काम दे दिया, अच्छा लगता है सर। बच्चे तो हो गए बड़े थोड़े, तो हमें भी अपना बाहर निकलने को, बच्चे तो सभी पालते हैं और साथ साथ जॉब भी करते हैं। बहुत सारी लेडीज़ हैं, बच्चे भी पाल रही है और जॉब भी कर रही है और घर भी मैनेज कर रही है। तो हम भी दोनों काम बहुत अच्छे से कर रहे हैं और अच्छा भी लगता है, खुद बाहर जा रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा लगता है और दोनों काम मैनेज हो जाता है सर, फैमिली के सपोर्ट से। और
दूसरा मेरा क्वेश्चन था कि जो मेल मेंबर्स हैं वो कभी आपको देख के कि आपकी बहुत तारीफ हो रही है, उनकी कम हो रही है, उसमें कोई उनको ह्यूमिलेशन ऐसे कुछ फीलिंग
नहीं
तो नहीं
सर,
आती?
ऐसा नहीं है, सब उन्हीं के ही
बस वो
सर बदलाव आ रहा है उनमें बदलाव आ रहा है। वो भी चाहते हैं कि हम भी कुछ करें, हम भी कुछ अपने लिए करें।
वो कहते हैं कि आप हमें मत भूल जाना अपने उस
वो
हम भी
देख
आपके
के
साथ
हो रही है, वो हमें देख के वो भी चाहती है बाहर निकलना। पहले हम उनको बोलते थे कि आप निकलो थोड़ा सा, हम उनको गांव जाके समझाते थे कि आप भी थोड़ा सा कुछ करो अपने लिए, तो वो निकलना नहीं चाहती थी। अब वो हम निकल चुके हैं, तब हमें देख के वो भी कहते हैं हमें भी दिलवाओ कोई काम।
अब जैसे हमारा 15 अगस्त पे भी था मैडम प्रोग्राम, हम दिल्ली आए थे, तो जैसे उस टाइम हमारे साथ हमारे हस्बैंड को भी बुलाया गया था, अपने शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी है कृषि मंत्री, उन्होंने बुलाया था। तो उन्होंने बोला था कि पहले दीदी जेंट्स के साथ चलती थी, हस्बैंड के साथ चलती थी, आज जीजा जी दीदी के साथ आए हैं।
All right, if there's nothing else, we'll wrap up now. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. A wonderful session. Let's have a louder round of applause for all of them. Bringing the stories from the ground, we can see how beautiful our nation is shaping up. Thank you all, the Didis, for your presence here. और आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई जिस तरह का आप कार्य कर रही हैं. I request Ms. Joshi to kindly felicitate all the drone didis. Well, we all can see how beautifully the times are changing. A true example of Mahila Shashактikaran. आप सभी ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए आगे आ जाइए. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful interaction with our very own drone didis. Once again, thank you all of you. आप बहुत दूर से आए, सब कुछ छोड़ के आज हमारे साथ आए, अपनी स्टोरीज हमारे साथ शेयर की, अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस साझा किए. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. The inspiration to many, one life, many roles. These are the women of now. These are the women of India. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we break for lunch. Please be back here by 2:15. We have next session planned for you. So be back by 2:15. Thank you and have lunch. Wonderful lunch.
conventional fertilizer production, but pave the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly come back inside and take your seats. We are about to begin with the next session. Requesting all the guests to kindly come inside, take your seats. We will be starting with the next session. I hope all of you had your lunch. Please come back inside, take your seats. We will be starting with the next session now.
Even bigger challenges.
Interestingly, in India,
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly come inside. Please take your seats. We will be starting with the fourth session.
agricultural sector. Agriculture is a lifestyle in India, not only for the 55% population living in rural India, but also for the rest of 45% living in urban areas.
We'll be starting with the next panel. I hope all of you had your lunch. Welcome back once again to the... Yes, kindly be seated. Once again, welcome back to Agri-Business and Commodity Summit. We have yet another session for you. We all know that technology is growing at a very fast pace, a pace like never seen before. Now, technology and agriculture, the next session will certainly talk about that. The fourth session is about tapping digitization, technology for agri development. Well, it is not enough to come up with policies and strategies. We have to keep our pace with technology as well. We need to look at the latest technology to deliver the goods and much more. And with digitization, we can achieve the desired results. With the AI coming in, we have machine learning as well. So let's get deeper into this. We have an eminent set of panelists who will be talking on these very important topics. And I would like to begin by inviting our moderator for this session, Dr. K.V. Kurmanath of Businessline, to kindly join us on the stage for moderation. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Next, in our panel, we have Dr. Paresh Verma, Executive Director, Shriram Bioseed Genetics. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Put our hands together. Mr. Partha Ghosh, Program Lead, Social Alpha. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Hemendra Mathur, Co-Founder, Think AG. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, about tapping digitization, technology for agri development. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Veronica. Welcome all back to the session. The post-lunch session is always challenging one. Over and above that, we have a couple of challenges more. One panelist fell sick, he could not make it. And Mr. Paresh Verma of Bioseeds, he has a meeting with the Agriculture Secretary, so he has to leave very early. That is another challenge for us. Not long ago, about 5 years ago, when as a IT reporter also, I also write on IT. When I used to write on technology in agriculture, some people kind of skeptics used to say, you are much hyping. See, agriculture in India is in the dumps. It is facing several challenges, though certain pockets are doing very well. You are talking about technology in agriculture, we are just hyping. So 5 years after that, the situation is completely changed. No one now actually, questions you if you say technology has to play a major role in agriculture. It is already happening. So without much ado about this, I will start off, asking Mr. Paresh Verma. Mr. Verma, see, biotechnology in agriculture has been, a controversial subject. Whatever issues around controversy, I'm not going to ask you about that because this is not the right platform. So biotechnology in agriculture has transformed Indian agriculture. Cotton is a big example. But no, for 10 years, the productivity of cotton has gone up, the area has gone up. Almost all of the cotton area in the country is now under BT. But after BT1 and after BT2, now there seems to be a slack in the technology development. What do you think are the reasons of this development?
Sure. Thank you. A very good afternoon to all of you. The technology, as you mentioned, is controversial only in some parts of the world. Unfortunately, India is one of them. But otherwise, in many countries, the technology has been accepted both for cultivation as well as for consumption. And we often cite the example of what is happening in Europe. In Europe, yes, they are not growing it, but they are all consuming it because they import it from countries which grow GM crops. We have already harvested the fruits from BT cotton like you mentioned. Unfortunately, because of the controversy and the regulatory scenario that we have had for the last 15 years or so, the technology development could not keep pace with the other challenges. In a biological systems are always dynamic. And as we have seen in the case of several other agri inputs, whether it's diseases, insects, etc., the technology development, there is a race between technology development and pathogens like diseases, insects, and so on. And because of the fact that we have not made enough improvement in India, actually the insect has won the race, unfortunately. And BT cotton, which was so successful, has become susceptible to one particular kind of insect. We call it pink bollworm. And it is so critical that the textile industry is actually staring at shortages and India becoming a net importer again. At one time, we had become the second largest exporter. The yields in the last 5-6 years have actually started to come down from the peak that we reached in 2013-14. The reason for that, I think, is lack of coordination between the different stakeholders who manage the entire regulatory process, including research, development, approval, etc., and lack of a strong political will which would have otherwise ensured that such coordination happens. So and we have seen that in the case of COVID, when we faced the crisis, the same regulatory apparatus which also regulates medicines became very active, and they were able to come out with solutions very quickly. So what we really need is commitment at all levels, starting from the highest political level down through the different bureaucratic levels, and especially we need to have states on board, and that will smoothen the process of technology development and make sure that it reaches the benefits of technology reach the farmers as early as possible.
See, we also often hear from a section of the industry, particularly the companies that come from agri research. They say that the return on investment is not well appreciated. The pricing part is a very disadvantageous for them. What do you think? What are the issues, and how do you think this can be addressed?
Right. So seed, because I come from a seed industry, as you know, the seed in India is, not just in India, everywhere, seed is the most basic input because it has the genetic potential to give benefit to the farmers, and every other input only helps realize that genetic potential. It is also the only delivery vehicle which can carry the other seed and genetic technologies that the researchers can innovate and develop. What most people do not realize is that it is also one of the cheapest agri inputs. In fact, the cost of the seed is less than 10% in every crop, whether it's variety, hybrids, GM, BT cotton, etc. Now, seed in India is also considered as essential commodity and therefore is regulated under the Essential Commodities Act, where the central government has the power to regulate the price. And in this particular case, only in the case of BT cotton, the government has opted to exercise that option and control the price. So for the last 16 years, BT cotton seed has been, the price of BT cotton seed is being regulated. The result of this is that whereas the MSP of cotton, if you see in the last 16 years, since 2008, the MSP of cotton has gone up by 185, 190%. Whereas the seed price, which is arbitrarily fixed by the government, has gone up only by 15% at a CAGR of less than 1%, whereas the CAGR of MSP is about 7%, I would think. So, plus there is inflation. So, when it comes to cotton seed, and this is an issue only with cotton seed, it's not an issue with any other kind of seed. The cost of seed production, because seed has to be produced by the farmers, it's not produced in factories. So the MSP of a particular crop has a direct impact on the cost of seed production, because the seed growing farmers have to have an added economic advantage to produce seed. They have to earn more than what they would earn from a commercial crop. Second, there are other expenses, both direct and indirect, which the organization has to incur, and therefore what has happened is that the cost increase and the inflationary pressures, etc., have been much beyond what the price increase of 1% per year or less than 1% per year has been able to sustain. Consequently, the companies are under pressure, like you mentioned. Some of the companies which largely depended on cotton seed have actually gone out of business. Some other companies have started reducing their R&D spend because this is also a very highly research and innovation driven industry, in fact almost same as the pharmaceutical industry. So the research, and because the research spend is going down, therefore we are now at this critical stage where cotton yields are declining, the new innovations are slow to come, new technologies are not coming, we are losing about 15 to 20% of crop only to damage from pink bollworm. Okay. And that is really the impact of the shrinking margins in the case of cotton. Okay. And while this has happened in cotton, productivity is going down, production has gone down, etc. Productivity and production in all other crops in which we do not have seed price control has continued to go up and increase in the last 16 years.
Okay. Mr. Mathu, see, it always happens like this. Some individual excellences, individual entrepreneurship drive technology innovations. After that, okay, yeah, please. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mathu, Verma. Mr. Mathu, see, after some time, the technology, individual excellences take these advances to some stage, then the policy, comes in place. So digital stack is one of those examples, though it is late, actually it is happening now. can you please give us an update? What is the digital public good? How it is important, no, to drive innovation, and no, what is the status of the digital stack?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for this wonderful opportunity to be here. So you're right. I think if you look at the digitization of Indian food value chain, I would say for last 15 odd years, it's largely driven by startups. Though as Dr. Paresh said, the innovations in agriculture has been happening for decades, but largely government-led, right? Public sector-led. But last for 15 years, we saw thousands of startups coming and trying to build interesting models. So if you look at the innovations in Europe, in US, a significant innovations is around biotech. Interestingly, India is unique with 95% of the innovations in agriculture in India are still digital innovations, which is essentially digitizing the value chain for selling efficiently to farmers, for demand aggregation, for reducing sort of logistical costs, reducing intermediation, etc. And of course, everyone saw the benefit. There's a benefit which is accruing either to farmer or to consumer or in general to the ecosystem. And that's where this whole concept of digital public goods started gaining momentum. I remember I wrote an article in AgriStack in 2017. It was a new concept, but I saw that the government warming up to it, and 2021 is when they formally announced AgriStack, right? So I think as we speak, a lot has been happening there. For the knowledge of audience, AgriStack has 3 pillars: a farmer ID, a farm ID, and a crop ID. Right? So let's say it's going to be maybe 32 digit number. If you click this number, at the click of a button, you know who the farmer is, where is he or she located, the size of the farm, and the crop that he or she is growing. Right? So that is, I would say, a lot of information. Right? So to me, the next disruption in Indian agriculture is likely to be led with government-built digital public goods, and AgriStack is going to be the fundamental DPG that we're going to see in the sector. And it is essentially going to reduce the transactional cost of dealing with farmers. Now, for a SBI to give loan to farmer, even if they give 50,000 rupee loan, they may incur 5,000 to 10,000 rupees. You know, so the loan is a non-starter from the time you disperse it. So how can you bring that cost of giving a loan to farmer from 5,000 to 500 to 50 rupees to maybe 5 rupees? And I think that is the power of this digital public good, because you get a majority of information that you need, be it lending to farmer, or be it buying from farmers, or be it selling to farmers through these DPGs. Of course, you may need still few other APIs to make your decision, but I think that is what is going to change. As we speak, I would say at least there are few states where it has come to a pilot stage.
Okay.
So like I can tell you the work that I am doing in UP with government of UP as a project which I am doing for IFC. We are starting with AgriStack pilot in 2 districts, Ayodhya and Farrukhabad. So of course the data ownership is completely with the government. Let me clarify, that data will remain with the government. The government will give APIs to selected vendors to begin with, and who can use those APIs to transact with farmers. And all the information that is going to be shared, I think again I want to point that out, is going to be with the consent of the farmer. So I think that is another big issue in DPGs. How do you protect data privacy? So I think that is also another, I would say, guiding principle of these DPGs, that the consent of the farmer is going to be very, very important to transact with him or her.
See, he highlighted, Mr. Partha, Madhur has highlighted the challenge of cost of production. I mean, cost of giving a loan. Apart from cost of giving a loan, the banks and other financial institutes, they are faced with another challenge. Yeah. Oh, okay. They, the banks, they are faced with another challenge of credit risk. So they don't know what kind of risk they are going to face, whether their money is going to come back, forget about the returns. So in this space, IT applications, particularly the SaaS-based applications, what kind of solutions these can offer to banks and other financial institutions to actually minimize, if not reduce, minimize those risks?
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. Carrying forward from the conversation thread, Mr. Mathur pointed out that 95% of the innovation that has happened in the agriculture sector in India in the last 15 years has been around the digitization of value chains, and as a consequence, several SaaS-based applications have tried to solve for risks in the agriculture value chain. Now, when we say risk management in agriculture value chain, it becomes important not only for the producer themselves, but also for the ecosystem players who support these producers. For example, crop insurance and agriculture credit being the two major stakeholders in the agriculture ecosystem. Now, over the past decade or so, there are a lot of SaaS-based application who uses satellite imagery and near-term forecasting, added layer of let's say a geodetic survey, and then applications that can be used by the farmers themselves to take pictures of crops. So machine learning and artificial intelligence are also playing role in trying to create models, risk models, I would say, to get a sense of the kind of the kind of risks, physical risk of damages due to pest, diseases, or weather events farmers may face, and depending on the crop phenology, the duration of the crop, how exactly it is traceable by insurance company and a bank, right? So the interesting point that arises here is that with, let's say, an agri stack kind of application, which is a digital public good, now on the anvil of getting launched pan India with the sort of trials being started, what we can see that these SaaS based application can plug in to the agri stack, and some work is also happening in that space, so that the RBI Innovation Hub, some of you might know, is already working on something called a digital Kisan credit card product, right? So these credit card products, or let's say insurance product, would integrate with SaaS based platforms, or let's say an agri stack, to better their risk model, and therefore would minimize the cost of transaction for a bank and insurance company by offering them better risk management solutions. So probably this is not the right forum to discuss the technical nitty-gritties of it, but all we wanted to point out that there is a tremendous potential in the digital space, in the SaaS-based application space. The only challenge that I foresee is that today these products are pitched at a significant price point for which the banks and the NBFCs who are interested in the agriculture sector are not prepared to make that kind of investment. So maybe some kind of subsidization or some kind of scaling up will sort of help, but this is happening. Yeah.
So Madhu, there are quite a number of good technology solutions already available in agriculture. Some of them are still in the works. But the real challenge is the agri-tech startups are facing several challenges, which include the working capital. They also, when they want to grow up from seed stage to growth stage, they are not finding enough funds. So how actually the funding scenario in agri-tech startups? Are actually investors are keen enough to invest? Generally, agri-tech space is not attractive enough for some investors. What is the situation like?
Yeah, you're right. So it's been an interesting journey, because I also represent the investing community. I think for first 7-8 years, I would say since 2010, when agri-tech started taking roots, it was largely impact capital driven sector, and at best it was a trickle, $50-100 million per year kind of investment. I think so it took a pandemic for investors to realize that there is a value in agriculture, as simple as that. And thankfully in pandemic, the sort of run rate of investment into agriculture went to almost $1 billion a year for almost 2-3 years. It has kind of moderated, but that is true for other sectors also, because of expensive valuations and lack of discipline in using that capital by some of the startups. So that correction has happened. But having said that, I think the good part is it's not just impact capital oriented sector now. There are a lot of commercial money which is coming into the sector. The best of the VCs in India and outside India are looking at this sector. Many global VCs like Temasek, RTP, etc. have invested, and I'm sure they want to continue that. So I think to me it's far better than it was, but yeah, it can become better. And to me, for private capital to be attractive, we need public investments. I still believe agriculture is one of those areas. So whether it's investment into digital public goods or building your rural roads or highways and irrigation, etc., which kind of makes private capital more attractive. Right?
Okay.
So I think that is where we are. Having said that, I believe in next maybe 3 to 5 years, we're going to see some at least 2 or 3 IPOs from the startups who got funded and demonstrating that trajectory towards profitability and listing. And that will probably sort of get more investor interest into the sector. But I think it's a great space. Unlike any other space, I don't see any monopolization of this market by 1 or 2 startups.
Okay.
I think that is the beauty. You can be a small startup in UP, in Punjab, in Andhra, and build a $100 million business, right? So I don't think a pan-India winner of sorts, which is going to kill 50 other 100 startups in this sector, which has probably happened in fintech, e-com, where are like monopolies and duopolies or oligopolies. But I think this is one sector where my guess is it's probably we're going to have 10,000 startups in the next few years. And I think one important aspect which is missed in agriculture, agri-tech, of course it is driving farmer incomes and some productivity gains, etc. But the amount of rural employment which is getting created because of these models. Interesting people sitting in Bangalore, Delhi, Pune, where most of the agri-tech founders are, I think when they go to farmer, they don't trust them. So essentially, you end up working with local communities, village level entrepreneurs, micro entrepreneurs, and the livelihood it is creating at the grassroots level is mind-boggling. Yes. So I think it's a great Bharat story. Yeah. So my guess is the investment flow will continue, but yeah, government probably has to go extra yard, support more early stage, high risk sort of stage startups where the capital is still a challenge.
See, Ghosh, talking of public investments, Mr. Madhu was talking about investments, public investments from the supply side. So what do you think from the demand side? What kind of support system from the public institutes in order to improve adoption of technology?
Right, very apt point. So currently, the program that we are running in our organization is to demonstrate the economic potential of driving climate smart agriculture technology among smallholder farmers. And the lesson for us has been that without subsidization of these products, adoption is really difficult among smallholder farmers, right? There are 2 major reasons for this. So the first reason is the reluctance of the farmers. Obviously, as an entrepreneur, we should be reluctant to adopt any new technology without understanding its potential to drive or deliver economic gain. So that reluctance essentially translates into sort of a bottleneck for these startups to then go beyond pilots supported by philanthropies and then go for scale-ups. So wherever we have seen that the government or the public sector has come forward and subsidized the product, the adoption has taken up. For example, biodigester, let's say, right? So in states, or let's say solar pumps, right? With the PM Kusum scheme, although it's not perfect in its own ways, there are a lot of lacunae in that. But the PM Kusum scheme has driven the adoption of solar pumps in a way that no other technology innovation has been able to see that, although there are farm mechanization scheme. Similarly, biodigesters are getting subsidies driven by private philanthropies and carbon credit, sort of buyers. That has also seen some traction. And, in the contrary, the products and solutions that doesn't have a public sector scheme or a public sector mechanism to get subsidized, we are seeing very low uptakes, and we are apprehensive from a program point of view that whether these startups who are putting their, sort of blood and sweat into these innovation and technology would survive another 2 to 3 years or not. So coming back to your, to the sort of discussion point, yes, there is a need for the public sector to solve for the initial adoption challenge by first of all, breaking that barrier, like, the price barrier for the adoption. And second is to demonstrate enough, evidence of these technologies providing economic benefits. So two ways, I mean, first, early stage adopters, and second, through these early stage adopters, create a demonstration where large, like, set of farmers then are aware that these are economically beneficial, and therefore then the market forces start playing, and then, like, market level adoption or market led adoption starts. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Madhur, see, there is potential in technology in agriculture, and there are wonderful solutions we have seen. Only thing is, there are islands of excellence. Only certain pockets of India, they are using technology. So let us talk frankly about what are the gray areas. If not gray, what are the white spaces in agri-tech space? What are the issues that need to be addressed?
Many white spaces, I must say. So I think one large part of our rural economy is, for example, animal husbandry. So if you look at dairy, fisheries, poultry, goatry, beekeeping, or all this, the number of innovators in these ancillary industries is still very small as compared to the number of innovators you see on the crop side. And to me, we need a lot of innovations there. Like in dairy, for example, disease management, lactation management, improving quality of milk. So both hardware, software, biotech kind of solutions, we need tons of them. Okay. So I think that to me is still a white space. There are some good startups, I'm not saying that, but we need many more. Okay. So that's one. Secondly, I would say climate tech, for example, I think Parth also mentioned, we all know climate challenges, I won't go into that. But of course, we have some solution, but they're not scaling. Solutions around water use efficiency, solutions around energy efficiency, improving labor efficiency and all that. I think we are still sort of at very, very early stage. And to me, climate is probably the biggest challenge we face as a country, not across sectors, but I would say especially in agriculture sector, because it may threaten a food security, all said and done, right? So I think that has to be taken at a priority level by the government. Frankly, startups are there, but you'll be surprised not even a pure climate tech startup has even crossed $1 million revenue. So they are not even a VC. They are not even the radar of the VCs. They are dependent on some grants from here and there. So I think that to me is something where government has to push a lot, either through funding or again building some stack. I'm a big advocate of some climate stack in India, which can capture water data, weather data, and soil data, and bring it together, because this is all impacted by climate. Yeah. And these kind of data points will help you build innovations around climate risk mitigation, hopefully drive adaptation at scale. So there are many spaces, I think we are yet to see the real impact of agri-tech in India.
See, recently the government has asked airline companies to provide information to gather more information related stuff. Ghosh, see, one challenge in adoption is affordability. Though some farmers, after seeing progressive farmers, they want to adopt, but they don't have financial means to access it. So credit-driven sales, can it be one option? What exactly holding from companies to tap that option? Why it is not happening?
Right. So this again is a very sort of thorny topic, because if we see the rural market, and especially in the agriculture input side, we can see that major inputs like seed, fertilizer, agriculture chemicals have been able to access the kind of credit driven sales that are available to, let's say, consumer finance section. So we have seen how after 1991 liberalization, consumer finance has sort of taken scale in India. We have seen an equivalent of that through microfinancing or through rural financing, right, happening. But a lot of startups that we work with are facing challenge of accessing or tapping into that kind of product financing or consumer financing market. And the reason, sir, I think is that, first of all, what Mr. Mathur hinted at, that these, again, specific startups who are focusing on, let's say, climate smart agriculture or these specific technologies are really small. They are, their scale doesn't interest commercial lenders, right? So if they go and say that I want to pilot, like, say, 500 units of sales, tantamounting to, say, let's say 2 crore or 3 crore, that is not a significant number for even an NBFC to be excited about. Forget about developing a financing product around it. So scale is one issue. The other issue is the reliability of these products to deliver after-sales services. So most of the climate tech startups that we work with are struggling with distribution, are struggling with creating an ecosystem of after-sales service. So let's say there's a small battery-operated pump, a sub-HP pump. That is an excellent solution to smallholder farmers who do not need large pumps. They can tap surface water. These pumps are priced at around 50,000, 60,000 rupees, right? But when the manufacturer or the producer goes to a financing company, they ask the first thing that if this pumps require servicing or if the customer is not satisfied, we would be at a risk, right? And you would simply vanish tomorrow because you do not have the balance sheet strength to offer guarantee. So these market realities today are becoming a major obstacles for these product companies to tap into the commercial finance market. The solution is something that we are still working on, but of course we are not sure in the medium term what could be the solution to this problem.
Okay, thank you. Now I open the floor for any questions you may have. Yeah, please. Mike here, behind.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Ashok Sethi. I represent the Basmati export industry in Punjab. We are the largest exporter of Basmati rice in the world today. My question is to both these gentlemen regarding the startups and all that. We have, sir, created a small corpus called Basmati Export Development Foundation with our APIDA. We contribute 15 rupees per kg per ton for exports. So that creates quite a good corpus for us for innovation, for farmers awareness and all these things, even setting up labs for pesticide testing labs and for farmer training, and even certified seeds are produced in our farm, one of the farm we have in Mer today. We are building one other farm in Amritsar today. Amritsar is, of course, the mecca of Basmati. We have issues with the pesticide companies. Now, pesticide companies have, of course, they are good for the crop, for better yield, for another, but they have to be very, very friendly with the farmer and friendly with the industry. If one of my containers returns back from Europe or America, of course, the problem I face, you will appreciate that. But I want you guys to actually come up with a solution. So farmers understands why he needs a pesticide to be used at what time, whether disease is there or not there. I think these kind of things has to be brought to the public domain. So he understands the value of technology, values the understand of course, the drones they discussed in the last session. All these things, I think we have to get down to the level of farmer that he understands the compulsions of export, the compulsion of the Indian industry and the compulsions of all that. Because Punjab is today feeding the country with a lot of basmati and non-basmati rice. Non-basmati rice we have to wean out from Punjab. We are going to face a ecological imbalance. We are going to face...
Please ask your question.
My question is to you, sir, let's find a solution. How can we wean away the farmers from non-basmati producer? Because 1 kg of basmati is taking a huge lot of water. Okay. So if the water dies up, of course, everybody dies up. So I want you to find solution to this problem of water and the pesticide. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. All I can say, there is no dearth of solutions. There are enough startups working on improving water use efficiency. their sensors, their IoT devices, their remote irrigation control mechanisms. There are some biotech solutions to improve, to hold water in the root zone. So I don't think it's a question that we don't have solution. The question is, how do we drive adoption of the solution, and where the participation from players like you who are on the ground and who really understand farmer and who farmer trust you, I think you can be the bridge or the conduit for a lot of these innovations to go to farmers. Likewise for pest detection, there are tons of technologies. Image processing has become a norm, with the click of either a mobile image or some image through some hardware device, you can detect pest. You can detect kind of pest, and you can immediately suggest what pesticide is needed. So I think the question is driving adoption.
Okay. Yeah, please.
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम गौरव नैन है। हम स्टार्टअप के लिए बारे में कुछ क्वेश्चन मुझे पूछना था। मेरे स्टार्टअप का नाम है खेत कार्ट, खेत की गाड़ी। बट क्वेश्चन इज, वी आर बिलोंग्स टू फार्मर फैमिली। लाइक जो स्टार्टअप्स बड़े लेवल पर जिनको इन्वेस्टमेंट भी मिल जाता है, जो लाइक IIT, IIM एलुमनस एंड ऑल, हम बेसिकली, मेरे पापा अभी भी फार्मिंग करते हैं और हमने वहीं से कुछ जो रियल प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उनको हम कैटर कर रहे हैं, मतलब लाइक केमिकल फ्री प्रोडक्ट सप्लाई कर रहे हैं। अभी हमने अपने ही लेवल पर, अपने ही उस पर हमने स्टार्ट भी किया है स्टोर दिल्ली में। मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि हेमेंद्र सर से मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि हम जो सच में जिनको प्रॉब्लम्स हैं गांव में और वो कुछ उसके लिए करते हैं, तो वो कैसे कहीं किसी से कनेक्ट हो पाएँ कि हाँ उन्हें कुछ सपोर्ट मिल पाए। थैंक यू।
You are right. I won't say there's no IIT, I am biased, there is. But having said that, मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा आपको कि आप जो फार्मिंग फैमिली से आते हैं, विलेजेस से आते हैं, आई थिंक आपके भी बहुत पॉजिटिव्स हैं। जनरली फॉर एनीवन हु इज़ नॉट इनटू फार्मिंग, उसे प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट समझने में 4 साल 5 साल लग जाते हैं, 5, 10, 15, $20 मिलियन खर्च हो जाते हैं। I think you guys come with very, very good knowledge. Your problem statements are far more clear. I think where I would encourage people coming from villages and farm level sort of background is to articulate their solution better. I think it's not about language, I can tell you. It's not about language. It's about articulation. वो मुझे लगता है एक वो कमी है जो शायद दूर होनी चाहिए। तो I would strongly recommend you कि आप जो आपके आसपास कोई अच्छे इंक्यूबेटर्स हैं या उस तरह के जुड़े हुए, उनसे जुड़िए, हमसे जुड़िए, मुझसे जुड़िए, पार्थो से जुड़िए। We'll help you out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madhu. Thank you, Ghosh, for your wonderful insights. Yeah, you are there.
Thank you, the panelists. Thank you, sir. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Please come forward for a group picture. I also request Mr. Satish Mendon to kindly join us on the dais to felicitate our panelist. He's the National Head Event Sales Hindu Group. There are very interesting discussions, technology and agriculture putting together. Let's give them a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also a special mention to Dr. K.V. Kurmanath for moderating this session for us. Tapping digitization technology for agri development. Requesting you all to kindly come forward for a group picture together. This is the time we get the hold of technology for anything that we are doing, agriculture being one of the largest contributors of the economy. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is yet another very interesting session. We had drone Didis earlier. This is the time that we call upon solar Didis. Yes, they came all the way from Bihar to be a part of this. But before we go any further, before we delve deeper into the kind of work that we do, can we have the video, please?
मेरा नाम दीप्ति देवी, 14 साल की उम्र में शादी हो गई। ससुराल में जब अली तब दुख के बारे में पता चला। रोज के काम साफ सफाई करे के, कपड़ा लत्ता खींचे के, खाना पानी बनावे के, इधर उधर केकरो से बातचीत भी न करे के। काम नहीं था ना, बच्चों सब फिर भूखे रह जाते रहे। अगर दिन में बनल खाना तो रात में ना, रात में बनल तो दिन में। तो कहली अब हमरा से अब नहीं देखल जते, अब हमरा कोई काम कर ही के पड़ते। मीटिंग होले समूह के, सीएम दीदी बतालखिन सोलर के बारे में।
सौर ऊर्जा सिंचाई पे आप लोग को बताना चाह रहे हैं।
बिना रौदा से चलता है, कौन चीज है न चीज है, बिना पेट्रोल के थोड़ी बोर्डिंग चले। तब हमरा उम्मीद के किरण नजर आए। ना पैसा कहाँ से आते हैं? 3 लाख के सवाल है। बोले अपना सबके पास तो 10,000 रुपया नहीं, 1,000 रुपया नहीं, तो 3 लाख रुपया कहाँ से ला? तो हम कहलिए अब कैसे हम अकेले कर पाए इतना बड़का आथे। लेकिन फिर हम बेटा के बतैली तो बेटा कहलक ठीक है मम्मी से हम तोरा मदद करबो। वो दिन जे दिन हमरा बोर्डिंग करालक, सोलर लगलक, वो दिन हम सब दिन से ज़्यादा खुश। ये ले जब हमरा इनकम हमरा लाग से हम अपन जिंदगी के जंग हम जीत गए। बड़े बड़े किसान भी पानी हमरे से ले छे। हम तो 56 किसान, आ पानी हमरा 25 एकड़ तक ले जाए। ये काम बोर्डिंग के सिंचाई वाला मर्दे हियाँ करे, औरत न करे। लेकिन हम ही हती पहला से हम काम करे छी, आ वो बदलाव लावेला हम चाहे। पहले हम देवकी थी, अब हम सोलर वाली दीदी, यही हमार पहचान है। आंगन से उठी हूँ, अब आसमान मेरा है।
आंगन से उठी हूँ, अब आसमान मेरा है। ऐसी हैं हमारी सोलर दीदियाँ, बिहार से यहाँ पे आई हैं। And we've just seen the kind of phenomenal work that they are doing, uplifting themselves and the others around them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor that I welcome that. But before that, I would like to call upon the moderator for this session, Rishi Ranjan Kala of Businessline, to kindly join us. Mr. Rishi, a very warm welcome to you. और आइए स्वागत करते हैं हमारी सोलर दीदियों का। To begin with देवकी देवी, जोरदार तालियों के साथ लेट्स वेलकम देवकी देवी और सुनीता देवी। साथ ही साथ मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी मिस्टर मुकेश चंद्र जी को भी कि वो स्टेज पे आए। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और एक बार जोरदार तालियां चाहिए। लेट्स गिव देम अ थंडरस राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। ओवर टू यू मिस्टर ऋषि।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As this video shows, energy transition is not just an economic question. It is also a social, political, and cultural question. More so, what India, which is the world's fastest growing and emerging economy, and a country which needs to meet the aspirations of 1.4 billion people, with more than 50% living in semi-urban and rural areas. And an endeavor like Solar Didi it addresses some very pertinent questions which are at the heart of the rural economy. Questions like the stagnation of rural income, farm productivity, and above all, women empowerment in the rural areas. And today we have with us, today we have with us Devki Devi and Sunita Devi. And with Devki Devi and Sunita Devi, today they will share with us their experiences of this phenomenal journey. And make no mistake, Solar Didis can transform the agriculture heartland where almost 80% of the farmers have agricultural land which is less than 2 hectares, which means lesser resources for irrigation. आप सुनीता जी, देवकी जी, आप दोनों का स्वागत है। मुकेश जी, आपका भी स्वागत है। सुनीता जी, मैं देख रहा था जब आपने वीडियो देखा तो आप हर्ष और उत्साह से आप भर गई। ये हर्ष और उत्साह का कारण क्या है? सोलर दीदी के बारे में आपको कैसे पता चला?
ये हमरा पता चलल समूह से, जीविका समूह से। जैसे मीटिंग भेल है तो ओहिमे के हम अथी हती लीडर, तो अगना में दीदी अलखिन मीटिंग करावे, तब ओहिमे पता चलल से रौदा से पानी पटने वाला चीज़ है। तो हम कहली रौदा से कौन चीज़ है, न चीज़ है पाटे वाला। तो हम घरे आके बतैली सबके, घरों वाला के बतैली तो कही बुरबक बना के तोरा चल गेलो आ रौदा से कौन चीज़ पटे वाला है, न पटै छै। तो फिर हम अथी वीओ में गेली, तो वीओ में भी पता चलक से न रौदा से है चले वाला। तो फिर पता चलक 3 लाख 2.5 लाख रुपया खर्च होए वाला है, लेकिन हम तो गरीब आदमी हती, तो हम 2.5-3 लाख रुपया लाएम कहाँ से। फिर भी तैयो हम कहली घर वाला से इतना पैसा लाग रही, सही बात है। कहै न, तभी भी हम चोरा के हम पूसा चल गेली बेटा के मदद से। हुआँ देखली गनौर भैया के लागल तो बतलखिन, देखली चालू कऽ के। तो हम कहली ना ये बात तो ठीक है, हम लगा लेती तो घर से भी बाहर न कभी निकलली है, ऐसे लगा उगा लेम तो कुछ इनकम हो जाए। तो बच्चा सब गरीब है, खाए बाहर हर चीज़ के लिए दिक्कत होत रहा। अकेले कमाइत रहलखिन पेंट में, आज काम लगल तो कल ना, कल लगल तो परसों ना। ताहि के कारण हम कहली न, अब हमरा से न देखल जाते से, अब हम ही लगा के रहबै, जेना होते तेना लगा के रहबै। तो कुछ पैसा हम जीविका से 50,000 रुपया ले ली, आ कुछ बहन से 10% पर ब्याज पर लेके, आ कुछ रंगदे बैंक से बाद में ले ली, आ अगल बगल से हम ले ली कर्जा उर्जा। ओहो अगल बगल वाला हमरा कर्जा न देवे, कहे हम तोरा चिन्हबे न करे छे, हम तोरा कहाँ से दियो पैसा। कितना परेशान होइत होइत तब जाके हम ये सोलर हम लगैली।
सुनीता जी, आप और देवकी जी दोनों बता रहे थे कि कैसे आपकी बचपन में ही 14-15 साल की उम्र में शादी हो गई, आप 4वीं या 5वीं के बाद नहीं पढ़े। तो ये जो सोलर दीदी में आपने काम शुरू किया, इसकी प्रेरणा आपको असलियत में मिली किससे?
जीविका से।
जीविका से। आपका देवकी जी?
मुझे भी जीविका समूह से मिली।
तो आपने?
मेरा शादी 16 वर्ष में हुआ और मैं मैट्रिक 1992 में ही की, लेकिन मुझे जो है सो घर से नहीं निकलने दिया जाता था, और इसलिए मैं कुछ भी नहीं कर रही थी, घर में बैठी रहती थी, अपना गाय भैंसी ये सब पोसती थी। जब जीविका के समूह के बैठक में हमको पता चला जो ऐसा आया है सिस्टम, तो हम देखने देवकी दीदी के यहाँ गए थे।
अच्छा
जी, फर्स्ट बार देखे और समझे, उसके बाद हमको अच्छा लगा, परिवार में बात किए तो उन लोग भी बोले जो ठीक है तब लगा लो। तो पैसा तो नहीं था, कुछ समूह के दीदी लोग भी सपोर्ट की, जो हम लोग देंगे आपको पैसा तो लगा लीजिए। तो हम 50,000 रुपया जीविका समूह से लिए, और कुछ अपना था तो वो तो पंप करवा लिए। फिर पाइपलाइन के लिए मेरे पास पैसा नहीं था, तो रंदे से हमको सपोर्ट मिला लोन के रूप में। तो हम अंडरग्राउंड पाइपलाइन पहले 1200 फीट किए, उसके बाद जब और किसान लोगों का मांग होने लगा जो मेरे तरफ भी दीजिए, तो 600 फीट और करवाए।
तो देवकी जी, सुनीता जी और ऐसी कई महिलाओं ने आपसे प्रेरणा लेके शुरू की, लेकिन जब आपने इसको पहली बार शुरू किया तो आपके गांव में, आपके ससुराल में और आपके मायके में इसको लेके क्या बातें हुई, क्या चर्चा हुई? कैसे आपने अपने ससुराल को, अपने मायके को इस बात के लिए मनाया कि आपको इस काम के लिए करने दिया जाए?
हमारा घर में तो कोई राजी न रहे, लेकिन हम दोनों मतारी बेटा इतना झगड़ा झुगड़ी कऽ के हम ही लगा लेली। लेकिन अपन बाबूजी के कहली तो बाबूजी कहलक न, ये काम हो तो कर ले। बैठला से अच्छा उससे कोई 2 रुपया 4 रुपया आ रहा तो अच्छा बात न है। कितना दिन हम सब मदद करब, ज़्यादा दिन तो ना हमरा सबके जिंदगी है। आई के लेल हम सबके मनैली, उनको कहली कितना झगड़ा झुगड़ी होलक, तकरा बादे हमरा सोलर लागल। बोर्डिंग न हले देवे, कितना झगड़ा झुगड़ी करथिन।
तो
अभी भी हम
अंत
हार न
में
माने।
तो आज जब आपका ये काम चल गया है तो आज आपके ससुराल और मायके में क्या चर्चा है?
चर्चा तो ये है से सब घर में हम पूरा फैमिली खुश हती, लेकिन पट्टी परदार खुश ना है, कहीं जाए देवे लागी न चाहे। कैला तो 75,000 इनाम मिलल, पटना गेली था, यही लेल न जाए देम किधरो आ न एकरा कुछ होए, यही के लेल हमरा कोई घर से बाहर अभियो न निकले दे।
सुनीता जी, आपको जब आपने देवकी जी को देखा और आप इनसे प्रेरित हुई तो आपको अपने गांव में, अपने घर में, समाज में क्या समस्याओं से?
जी पहले तो समस्या किए वो लोग जो ये जगह में मेरा है हम नहीं लगाने देंगे, तो हम जो उन लोग को समझाएं जो भाई आपका जहाँ से होगा आप ले लीजिएगा, यहाँ हमको लगाने दीजिए। तो कुछ थोड़ा समझाने बुझाने के बाद वो लोग माने, और बाहर निकलते हैं तो लोग तरह तरह का बात बोलते हैं जो अब ये तो मैडम हो गई है, ये हो गई है, तो हम उन लोग का बात का ध्यान नहीं देते हैं।
अब जा रही बड़का
तो
बड़का
वैसे मेरे परिवार का लोग भी कहता है जो नहीं सो घूमने फिरती है तो ठीक तो है, अपना 2 रुपया आमदनी तो आता है, वैसे बैठे रहती थी घर में कि हमको तो किसी से बात उत भी नहीं किया करने दिया जाता था। और अब जो है सो दीदी लोग आती है और हम भी जाते हैं उनके पास, जैसे अति थोड़ा दिक्कत होता है पाइप बिछाने में तो उनको समझाते हैं, जाके खुद से बांध देते हैं, उन लोग से नहीं होता है तो, और आते हैं तो चालू कर देते हैं, फोन भी करती है वो लोग तो हम यहाँ से खुद से हम चलाते हैं।
देवकी जी, मूलतः सिंचाई तो डीजल या बिजली से होती है। आपने अपने गांव में, क्योंकि खेत छोटे छोटे हैं, कैसे आपने अगल बगल के किसानों को मनाया? थोड़ा हम लोगों को बताइए कि शुरुआत कैसे हुई? शुरुआत जब हुई थोड़ा संघर्ष था, लेकिन कैसे ये काम आपका बढ़ा और आज ये काम जो आपका है कितनी जगह फैल गया है? सुनीता जी जैसे कितने और लोग आपके साथ जुड़ गए हैं, थोड़ा हम लोगों को इस पे चर्चा करिए।
हमरा सुनीता दीदी जैसा आदमी सब 106 दीदी हती, 106 दीदी अथी हो गए, लेकिन वो लोग हमरा बोर्डिंग के इतना ज़्यादा पानी दे रहे है ना से सब अपने अपने खदला खुनवा ले। पाइपलाइन के लिए हमरा कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, सारा किसान अपने हम घरे रहते रही, सब किसान अपने मिस्त्री लेके खुनवा देते रही से हमरा में गया अथी लगा दे सकल पाइप न बिछावे के पड़े, यही के लिए।
तो फिर इस समस्या से आपने कैसे जुड़े?
न ये में कोई समस्या नहीं, पाइपलाइन के लिए कोई समस्या नहीं।
तो आज कितने किसान, शुरुआत में कितने किसान जब आपने शुरू किया, कितने किसान आपसे जुड़े?
पहला दिन तो हम 5 किसान के पानी देंगे।
और आज कितने किसान आपके
अभी 56 किसान हैं, अभी बढ़ते जा रहा है।
56 किसान हैं। और आपकी आमदनी कैसे बढ़ी है?
शुरुआत के दिन पहले दिन हम मशीन चालू कैली तो हमरा 500 रुपया कमा ली। अच्छा। ओकरा बाद से 2023 जून के हम लगैली, वही से अभी तक के हमरा इनकम 1,20,000 तक के कमा लेली।
सुनीता जी, आपका काम कितना बड़ा है? कितने किसान आपसे जुड़ चुके हैं?
हमसे अभी 27 किसान जुड़े हुए हैं, और मेरे एरिया में जो है सो थोड़ा लंबा लंबा खेत है, और उसमें जो है सो हम 35 एकड़ में पानी दे रहे हैं।
तो सुनीता जी, आप जैसे बता रही थी आपने अपनी बेटी को बीए करा लिया है,
जी।
तो आप सोलर दीदी से जो आपने आपकी आमदनी, इससे कितना सहयोग आपको मिला अपनी बेटी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए?
जी, जो पहले तो शुरू में सरकारी स्कूल में ही पढ़ाई लिखाएं, और उसके बाद जब हमको कुछ आमदनी आने लगा तो मुजफ्फरपुर टाउन में जो है सो उसको बीए कराए हैं, बीए ऑनर्स कराए हैं, और हम चाहते हैं जो वो कुछ बने, कोई ऐसा काम करे जो अपने आत्मनिर्भर बने।
तो आप क्या चाहेंगे कि आपकी बेटी भी सोलर दीदी बने?
जी, ऐसा मौका मिलेगा तो हम जरूर चाहेंगे।
We have with us Mr. Mukesh. Mr. Mukesh is the coordinator of the Aga Khan Rural Support Program India, which is leveraging the solar Didis expansion in Bihar. मुकेश जी, थोड़ा सा हमको ये जो जीविका सोलर दीदी योजना है इसके बारे में, कितनी जगह फैल गया है, कितने सोलर दीदियाँ इससे जुड़ी हैं, कितने किसान इससे जुड़े हैं और कितनी भूमि हम इरिगेट कर रहे हैं सौर ऊर्जा से?
सोलर दीदी, ये जीविका सोलर दीदी के पहले आगा खान रूरल सपोर्ट प्रोग्राम इंडिया जो है बिहार में 2000 मतलब लगभग हम लोग 15 साल से काम कर रहे हैं और 2008 से ये काम कर रहे थे। तो जब भी हम लोग किसानों के पास जाते थे तो बड़ी समस्या निकल के आती थी कि पानी का पटवन का दिक्कत है, इरिगेशन का। और हम लोग बिहार में क्या है कि अंडरग्राउंड वाटर है, पानी का है, लेकिन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का कमी है, इरिगेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है सरकार की तरफ से, या इंडिविजुअल में भी लोगों के पास इतना इनकम नहीं है कि वो खुद से वो लगा सकते हैं। दूसरी समस्या ये है कि एनर्जी का प्रॉब्लम है। अभी हालांकि पिछले मैंने 5 सालों में ये ठीक हुआ है, पहले पूरा जो इरिगेशन था वो डीजल पे आधारित था। तो ये समस्या को दूर करने के लिए हम लोगों ने 2013-14 से ये इरिगेशन का काम चालू किया और 2015 से हम लोग सोलर ग्रुप इरिगेशन के रूप में हम लोग काम चालू किए थे। तो पहले हम लोग पुरुषों के साथ ग्रुप इरिगेशन करते थे, उसके बाद महिलाओं के साथ ग्रुप इरिगेशन किए, लेकिन ग्रुप इरिगेशन में ये समस्या निकल के आती थी कि वो 10-15 किसान अपने तक ही सीमित रखते थे, ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं हो पाता था जो चलना चाहिए। और एक सिस्टम लगाने में पहले लगभग 8 लाख रुपए का खर्च आता था, सोलर कॉस्टली था। अभी ये जो हम लोगों ने ये सिस्टम को निजात किया और पिछले 5 सालों में जो सीखा उससे निकल कर के ये जीविका सोलर दीदी का जो कंसेप्ट आया, इसमें हम लोग ये कॉस्ट रिड्यूस होते होते ये अभी 5,30,000 में ही आता है। और 5,30,000 में ऐसे है कि बोरिंग करने का जो अंडरग्राउंड बोरिंग करते हैं वो 300-325 फीट का होता है, उसमें लगभग 1 लाख रुपए का खर्च होता है। उसके बाद सोलर का जो पंप का कॉस्ट है वो 5 HP का पंप होता है, वो 2,65,000 रुपये का वो आता है। और उसके बाद पाइपलाइन होता है, अंडरग्राउंड पाइपलाइन होता है जो 1500 फीट जो अलग अलग डायरेक्शन में होता है, जो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एरिया को कवर कर सके, एक साथ में 2-3 एरिया में पानी जा सके। तो वो करने का लगभग 1.25 लाख रुपये का खर्च आता है। और एक छोटा सा पंप हाउस जो, क्योंकि खेत में ये पंप लगा है तो जो चलाते हैं उनके बैठने का जगह चाहिए, डिलीवरी पाइप का ये चाहिए, VFD जो रहता है उसकी सुरक्षा चाहिए, तो उसके लिए एक छोटा सा पंप हाउस चाहिए। तो अभी ये खर्चा 5,30,000 में आ रहा है। और ऐसा हम लोगों ने 1 साल 1.25 साल में हम लोगों ने लगभग 106 किया है, जिससे लगभग 3500 किसानों को पानी मिल रहा है। और लगभग देखेंगे कुमुलेटिव इनकम जो सोलर दीदी कमा रही हैं वो लगभग 35 लाख रुपए का इनकम हुआ है। और ऐसे हम लोग लगभग 20 गांव में, बोछा ब्लॉक में 20 गांव में अभी हम लोग ऐसा कर रहे हैं। ये सैचुरेशन मोड पे हम लोग कर रहे हैं और ये सरकार को ऐसा हम लोग दिखाने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि बिहार में एक स्कीम है 7 निश्चय योजना जो मुख्यमंत्री का है, 7 निश्चय 2 में, उसमें हर खेत को पानी देना है। हर खेत को पानी देने का मतलब सरकार का मतलब ये है, मानना ये है कि हर खेत को पानी देने का मतलब हर खेत में बोरिंग करना है और इलेक्ट्रिक कनेक्शन देना है, बिजली का कनेक्शन देना है। उससे सरकार की सब्सिडी का बोझ बहुत बड़ा होता है और बिजली कनेक्शन मिल नहीं पाता। तो हम लोग ये सरकार को ये दिखाने का कोशिश ये कर रहे हैं कि हर खेत को पानी देने का ज़रूरत में, हर जगह बोरिंग करने का और हर को कनेक्शन देने का ज़रूरत नहीं है। जो कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट है ये सरकार करे ये सोलर पे, और हर खेत को पानी और इस तरीके से भी दिया जा सकता है। तो इस तरीके का हम लोग पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी में भी काम कर रहे हैं और सरकार इसको।
देवकी जी, आपने जब काम शुरू किया तो जैसा आपने बताया कि आपको समस्याओं से जूझना पड़ा, पर एक बार जब आपका काम चल गया, आपकी आमदनी शुरू हुई, तो जाहिर बात है आस पड़ोस ने भी आपको देखा हो। तो आपके अपने समाज में, आपके अपने गांव में ये बदलाव आया है या कैसे बदलाव आया कि लोगों ने इस बात को मानना शुरू किया कि सोलर दीदी, महिलाएं भी ये काम कर सकती हैं, जहाँ पे जो पुरुषों के लिए काम होता था, सिंचाई का काम ज़्यादातर पुरुष करते थे हमारे कृषि समाज में। तो ये बदलाव के बारे में आप कुछ बताइए।
यहाँ तो अब सब महिला सब जा रहा है पानी पटावे, कोई पुरुष उतना न जा रहा है। अब कोई अलग है सोलर वाली दीदी चलू तक पानी चालू कर दे। हमरा घर में ये नियम कानून लगैले हथिए, पहले आज जो आते ओकर रजिस्टर पर नाम लिखा जाए तब ओकरा कल पानी मिले। कल हमरा ज़्यादा किसान है, एक दिन में हम उतना आदमी के पानी न दे पाबै छी। कल हमरा बिजली न है, आई के कारण हमरा 4 से 5 बजे तक बोर्डिंग बंद अभी जा रहा है। लेकिन अब सब दीदी चाहे छी से हमू देवकी दीदी जैसा हमू लगा लेती, लेकिन 25 एकड़ तक ले अब तक न लागे वाला है।
सुनीता जी, आपने देवकी जी के बारे में आपको कैसे पता चला?
जो मेरे CM भैया हैं वो देवकी दीदी के घर के पास ही उनका घर है।
अच्छा।
तो जब इनका लगा तो वो भैया ही समूह के बैठक में बताए, जो मेरे घर के पास जो देवकी दीदी है तो उनका लगा है। तो आपको यदि संतुष्टि मेरे बात से नहीं है तो आप जाके देख सकते हैं। तो सही में उनके कहने में उतना हमको संतुष्टि नहीं हुआ, तो हम इनके यहाँ गए, देखे, समझे पूरा बात। उसके बाद आरती दीदी जो हम CRP है मेरे यहाँ की, तो उनका नंबर लिए, उनसे बात किए तो वो घर पर आई, सभी को बताई, सभी को समझ में आया। तो बोले जो ठीक है तो पैसा का व्यवस्था कर लेंगे और लगा लेंगे।
तो आज आपके अपने गांव में, आपके आस पड़ोस में महिलाएं क्या आपसे पूछने आती हैं? जैसे आप एक समय इनको सुन के इनसे मिलने गई, क्या आपको ये?
जी आती है, और हम मेरा लगने के बाद भी एक शोभा दीदी है, वो भी लगाई है, वो मेरे यहाँ देखकर ही लगाई है।
तो आप लोगों का जो महिलाओं का जो स्वयं ग्रुप है, जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है, उसमें किस किस्म की महिलाएं को अब आप जोड़ रहे हैं? इस स्कीम को कैसे आप आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं? आपको क्या लगता है कि सरकार या जो प्राइवेट कंपनियां क्या आपको मदद कर सकती हैं कि आप और महिलाओं के से जोड़ सकें? क्या समस्याओं से आप रोज़ रूबरू होते हैं? पहले देवकी जी आप बताइए, फिर सुनीता जी आपसे पूछेंगे। देवकी जी, क्या समस्याएं हैं ऐसी जो अगर आप उनको हल किया जाए तो और महिलाएं जुड़ सकती हैं?
ज़्यादातर तो महिला सब कहै छी से जाइ छी यहाँ बड़का बड़का मीटिंग में, तो कोई ऐसा काम खोज के बोलू अही तक चालू करूँ से हमहूँ से अहें के लेखन 200-400 के रोज हमहूँ से कमा सके। बहुत ऐसा महिला आ रहा है बोर्डिंग पर से दीदी हमरो कोई ऐसा चीज़ में जुड़वा दो, कमाएम उमाएम। तो हम कहे अच्छा ना वैसन वाला स्कीम आते तो सब गोरा के में जुड़ल जाते। यह सब बात कहे।
सुनीता जी, आपको क्या लगता है?
जी इसमें जैसे है, जैसे कि जैविक खाद उद बनाने वाला और ये अमृत जल, ये सब का यदि सिस्टम लगेगा तो बहुत महिला उसमें काम कर सकती है। और किसानी क्षेत्र है, उनका सेल भी बहुत अच्छा होगा।
तो सरकार से कोई मदद या ऐसी सहायता या कोई चीज़ों को समझना या कोई ऐसी सहायता की उपेक्षा आप रखते हैं?
जी जैसे हम लोग का संस्था सपोर्ट करती है, तो उसी तरह यदि हम लोग को सपोर्ट मिले तो आगे काम और अच्छा बढ़ सकता है। और बहुत दीदी लोग अब जागरूक हुई है, जो काम करना चाहती है। पहले तो उतना घर से नहीं निकलती थी, लेकिन अब हम लोग को देखने से बहुत दीदी ऐसी है जो काम करना चाहती है। और बहुत दीदी है जो जीविका समूह में अब शादी होके आती है और जुड़ जाती है।
क्या धन की एक समस्या है जो महिलाओं को
जी धन की भी समस्या है, और खाना बनाने के बाद बाकी दिन बैठे रहती है घर में। तो वो लोग सोचती है जो यदि इस समय हम काम करें तो कुछ पैसा भी परिवार चलाने के लिए आ जाएगा, और हम जो बैठे रहते हैं वो बैठे भी नहीं रहेंगे।
मुकेश जी, सोलर दीदी जो योजना है ये राज्य के स्तर पे है, केंद्र से अभी कोई सहायता है नहीं। क्या किस किस्म की सहायता राज्य या केंद्र सरकार कर सकता है कि हम जो विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स हैं जो इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं उनको फाइनेंशियल या दूसरी किस्म की नॉलेज की मदद कैसे कर सकते हैं?
जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि ये PM कुसुम योजना सरकार की चल रही है, केंद्र सरकार की चल रही है, लेकिन बिहार में इसका ये इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ना हो पाया है क्योंकि बिहार सरकार और केंद्र सरकार के में थोड़ा मतभेद था। तो इसमें PM कुसुम में क्या होता है कि पहले वो डिमांड जनरेट करना पड़ता है कि इतना फंड हमें चाहिए। बिहार सरकार ने ये नहीं किया था, तो जो कंपोनेंट C है उसमें ये चीज़ नहीं किया गया था। अभी ये मॉडल को चीफ मिनिस्टर ने भी विजिट किया है, और बिहार के जितने भी सेक्रेटरीज, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी हैं, RD सेक्रेटरी हैं, और एक डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर के ये में 9 लोगों का ये कमेटी बनाया गया था, और ये पूरा विजिट करके ये चीज़ों को समझे हैं। अभी हम लोगों का भी इसमें मतलब मानना ये है, और हम लोग इसके लिए पुश भी कर रहे हैं संस्था की तरफ से कि सरकार इसको कैसे अडॉप्ट कर सके। अभी ये कैबिनेट नोट में जाने का है और पॉलिसी में ये अडॉप्ट होने का है। इसमें थोड़ा समय लगेगा, लेकिन सरकार की सहमति, राज्य सरकार की सहमति इसमें है, और राज्य सरकार की बहुत सारी योजना अलग अलग रूप में चल रही है। जैसे प्रधानमंत्री कृषि सिंचाई योजना है जिसमें बोरिंग के लिए मिलता है, हॉर्टिकल्चर का है, कुछ अलग सब्सिडी मिलता है। तो एक कैसे इसको इंटीग्रेट करके और जीविका इसके इम्प्लीमेंटिंग पार्टनर रहे, और हम लोग आगा का संस्था एक इसके टेक्निकल सपोर्ट एजेंसी के रूप में रहेगी, और इसको पूरे जहाँ भी वाटर अवेलेबल एरिया है, स्कार्सिटी वाले एरिया में नहीं, स्ट्रेस वाले एरिया में नहीं, तो वैसे एरिया नॉर्थ बिहार में हैं। तो अभी हम लोग इस सरकार से इसको लेकर के बात चल रही है, और लगभग 10 जिलों में इसको लेकर के अगले 2-3 महीने में ये प्लान बनेगा। तो इस तरीके का हम लोगों का सोच है।
इससे पहले हम ख़त्म करें, देवकी जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी आज की महिलाओं को? आज हम देख रहे हैं कि महिलाएं एक से एक पढ़ाई के या सक्सेस के एक से एक पायदानों पे हैं। आप एक छोटे से गांव से निकल के आई हैं, आपने आज लोग आपका नाम सुन के आपको देखने आते हैं। क्या आज की महिलाओं के लिए जो शहरों में हैं या गाँव में हैं, क्या संदेश आप देना चाहेंगे?
हम तो यह बहन सबके कह सकै छी से जेना हम काम करै छी ओना ओहो जागरूक होकर काम करे, कोई ना बैठे, हर घर में काम चले, तभी गरीबी दूर है।
सुनीता जी, आप तो हम सबसे काफ़ी उम्र बड़ी हैं, आपने ज़्यादा जीवन देखा है, आपने नीचे से ऊपर उठ के आए आज, और आपने अपनी बेटी को, खुद आपने कहा कि आपने अपनी बेटी को जो आपने जीविका कमाई उससे बीए करा। आज की जो नए ज़माने की बच्चियां हैं या जो महिलाएं हैं, उनके लिए आपका क्या संदेश है?
यही हम तो सभी दीदी लोगों को कहेंगे जो पढ़े लिखे और आगे बढ़े, और कहीं कोई क्षेत्र में डरे नहीं, अपना विकास करें।
तो आप दोनों से एक आखिरी सवाल, क्या धन की समस्या एक ऐसी समस्या है जो हमारे गांव में जो महिलाएं हैं, जो घरों में हैं, वो उनको काम करने से रोक रही हैं?
गांव में तो धन के बहुत कम है
जी, बात महंगाई बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ चुकी है, और
अब
हर
एक
घर
के
में
कमाई
जो
से
है
न हो रहा है।
एक कमाने वाले होता है, उसे परिवार चल नहीं पाता है, थोड़ा दिक्कत तो होता ही है। और इसलिए महिला लोग चाहती है जो नहीं, दोनों पति पत्नी यदि मिल के कमाए तो थोड़ा अच्छा बच्चा लोग का जो है शिक्षा दे पाएंगे।
So the concept of Solar Didi strikes at the heart of three big problems which the Indian government wants to solve. One is the proliferation of distributed renewable energy, which is not commercial energy, so there are no buyers for it. But there are takers for it if we place them innovatively like the Solar Didi concept. Second, it strikes at the heart of irrigation. Irrigation has been a perennial problem for Indian agriculture system. Most of our farmers are small and marginalized farmers with lesser financial wherewithal for electrified irrigations. And a concept like Solar Didi, solar irrigation really can play wonders. You virtually irrigate 3 to 4 bighas of land for 100 rupees, while with diesel it costs you 150 for 1 bigha of land. The differences are stark. And the third most critical problem which even Indian government is facing is effecting a climate transition. And a climate transition has to begin at the village level. And schemes like Solar Didi can really push them up. What we need is a better coordination between the center and states. Thank you all of you for a patient hearing, and please.
Yeah, just
I'm sorry. We'll have questions. Any questions, please?
No, I just have 2 points that they can explain. One is the advantage of solar power versus electricity and diesel, because one, if you're using diesel, that's going to cost fossil fuel. So there is a you're tackling climate challenge there. So one, and the cost also, I think the costs are low. The other one is somebody like Devaki Devi. She is getting advance from farmers to supply water, and she is unwell actually. She's been going through a treatment. But for her hospitalization, farmers are giving her payment in advance so that they are secured of their water supply. So these 2 points, I think, probably.
और दीदी, थोड़ा आप जब बीमार पड़ी थी तो कैसे आपके जो किसान हैं वो एडवांस पैसा दिए थे, वो थोड़ा सा बताना है।
हम जब भर्ती रहली हॉस्पिटल में तो हमारे घर वाला
हुआ क्या?
नहीं, हमको अथी तबीयत खराब था। तो घरे गेलखिन सबसे पैसा मांगे घरे पट्टी परदार से कुछ मदद कर पैसा के तो कहै छै हम कहाँ से पैसा उसा दियो से पानी पटबै छै अब तू जान न जान कमाई जाइ छै पैसा की करे जाइ छै हम कहला दी ना देलकै हमरा 7 गो किसान हमरा पैसा मेडिकल भेजलक तब जाके हमरा इलाज होलक आ तितने कर्जा उर्जा करा के हम बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस हो गेली 2.5-3 लाख रुपया हमरा
तो
दे
60 किसानों ने आके आपको पहले से ही पैसा एडवांस में दिया?
हाँ एडवांस में। अब उन लोगों के हम पानी पटा पटा के सबके सधा दिली।
पैसा आपने चुका दिया?
हाँ सब दे दिली।
सुनीता जी, डीजल और बिजली के से अगर देखा जाए सौर ऊर्जा से चलने वाले पंपों को तो क्या क्या फ़ायदा है?
डीजल में जो है सो 200 रुपये घंटा देना पड़ता है, उसमें भी 1 कट्ठा ही पानी पड़ता है। और इसमें है जो हम लोग जो है 100 रुपये घंटा लेते हैं और 1 घंटा में 3 कट्ठा पानी पट जाता है। तो ये जो है सोलर से सुविधा होता है और वो डीजल से महंगा पड़ता है।
किसानों को सस्ता पड़ता
जी, किसानों को सस्ता पड़ता है। और इसका पानी जो है सोलर का पानी जो भरपूर मात्रा में मिलता है और डीजल से उतना पानी मिल नहीं पाता है, इसलिए ज़्यादा लोग सोलर से पटाना चाहते हैं। जिसके पास है भी डीजल पंप वो नहीं चलाते, वो हम लोग से ही पटाते हैं।
2-3 डिफरेंस और है जो दीदी लोग थोड़ा हमें भी याद नहीं है, लेकिन एक क्या है कि डीजल वाले या इलेक्ट्रिक वाले में क्या होता है कि उनको घर से ढोकर के ले जाना पड़ता है। इस कारण से दीदी मतलब महिलाएं उसमें इन्वॉल्व नहीं होती है, इरिगेशन में पहले नहीं होती थी। दूसरा एक है कि डीजल या इलेक्ट्रिक वाले में अंडरग्राउंड पाइपलाइन की व्यवस्था नहीं होती है, तो वो डिलीवरी पाइप को लगाना और उसको समेटना वो एक बहुत बड़ा मतलब ह्यूमन रिसोर्स ये चाहिए, इंगेजमेंट चाहिए। तो उस कारण से दीदी इन्वॉल्वमेंट इरिगेशन में नहीं था। ये दोनों कंपोनेंट इसमें नहीं है। और तीसरी बड़ी समस्या जो बोचहा में ऐसा घटना भी हुआ था, जब हम लोग शुरुआत कर रहे थे और बात कर रहे थे, तो बिजली के करंट से 2-3 ऐसे डेथ केसेज हो चुके थे, तो लोग मतलब बिजली को छूने में भी डरते थे। और हमारी सोलर दीदी में भी 1-2 ऐसी दीदी आई हैं जो जिनका बच्चा बिजली से डेथ हुआ था और वो फिर शुरुआत में डर रही थी कि बिजली ये हम नहीं काम करेंगे, फिर उनको ये पता चला कि बिजली वाला ये नहीं है इसमें, तो फिर वो ये की। तो सबसे बड़ा जो ईजी टू ऑपरेट जो है ना, वो एक बड़ा मैंने पार्ट है महिलाओं का इन्वॉल्वमेंट में, तो वो दीदी लोग थोड़ा सा उसमें नहीं बता पाई।
एनी क्वेश्चंस? वी कैन टेक अ कपल ऑफ क्वेश्चंस।
दीदी, आपके पति आए हुए हैं आपके संग अभी, तो जब आप शुरुआत की तो उनका पहला रिएक्शन क्या था? रौरा के का बोल ले जब रौरा पहला बार बोलने की काम करे के बाद?
पहला दिन तो पैसा देखलखिन तो बड़ा खुश हो गए, लेकिन वैया से सबके बतावे लगलखिन से वो से लगा ले जा।
तो रौरा के देख के खुश ना हो, नहीं पैसा देख के खुश हो गई?
शुरू में ना लगावे देते, वो ठग ठुक के भाग जाइए।
हाँ
यही के कारण। आ जब पहला दिन पानी चल रहा है अब पैसा सब किसान से हाथ में हमरा दे गेलखिन, वही दे के एकदम मन गदगद हो गेलखिन, सब पैसा आवे लगा।
अच्छा दीदी, एक थोड़ा सीरियस सवाल है कि आप बोले कि बिहार सरकार का ये कार्यक्रम है, बिहार सरकार के तरफ से ये हो रहा है। भारत सरकार और बिहार सरकार में 36 का आंकड़ा है। तो अब आप ये बताइए कि आगे बढ़ने के लिए, आगे जाने के लिए और क्या आप सोच रही हैं? एक तो आपके गांव में ये कर रही हैं, फैल रहा है, काम फैल रहा है, पर आगे भी कुछ और सोचा है कि आगे क्या करेंगे और औरतों को प्रोत्साहित करेंगे, क्या करेंगे?
हम आगे के सोचले हती से पैसा वैसा ज़्यादा हो जाए तो 1-2 और बिजनेस वही तरह खोलल जाए और महिलों से कोई में जोड़ल जाए से हमरे जोड़े जोड़े मिल के सब दीदियों भी काम कर सकै छी, उनको घर चल सकैए। हमरा ये सोचे से हमरे लेकिन सब दीदी आगे के लिए।
Thank you for a patient hearing, and please put your hands together and
a true example of empowering ourselves and others. Let us put our hands together once again. हमारी प्यारी सोलर दीदी। I also request Mr. Rishi Ranjan to kindly felicitate Solar Didis and Mukesh Chandraji. Well, there's so much to learn from these stories which are coming from the ground, so much happening at the places we don't even see. We can't even think of such things happening, and they're doing wonders. They're an inspiration to a lot many out there. आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, इसी तरह बाकियों को भी और प्रेरणा दे। धन्यवाद। Great. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, it is the time for the next session. Drone Didi, Solar Didi, so much happening. Well, but the next session will talk about biomass-based bioenergy, which is advancing the immense advantage, which can bring immense advantage to India. Biomass and bioenergy are set to play a key role in this era of climate change. They not only are trying to save on fossil fuel, but putting to good use various wastes, particularly on farm-generated wastes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from the experts for this session. I would like to call upon our moderator for this session, Ms. Richa Mishra of Businessline, to kindly join us on the dais. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Ms. Mishra.
लगी नहीं रह सकती, हमारा कैमरा में अच्छा नहीं लगता। 4 people are there.
Okay. Yes, moving ahead, in the panel with us we have Mr. Madhur Jain, co-founder and CEO Varaha. Please welcome Mr. Madhur Jain with a round of applause. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Ravi Nasawe, CEO Biofuel Circle. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And Mr. Maninder Singh Nair, CEO CEF. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें। A very warm welcome to you, sir. Making way for biomass-based bioenergy advancing, which will be of immense advantage to India. Over to you, Ms. Mishra.
Thank you. And I don't know how enthusiastic we'll be after the solar Didis and the drone Didis that we heard. But we do need to talk about something very important, and that's biomass. Because amidst all bioenergy resources, this is one which is available in abundance, doesn't cost much, started off, but still is not spoken about. So before we move and start discussing on the issues, I would request each one of you to tell us a little about your project and what you are doing.
Thanks, Richa. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Madhur Jain, and I am representing Varaha over here. So Varaha is a climate tech venture which is focused upon generating high-quality carbon offsets from sustainable agricultural interventions. So we focus upon regenerative agriculture practices which can help store carbon within the soil at massive scale while making agriculture more sustainable, right? And so when we started in 2022 with a very small scale, I think it was okay, but once we started growing our business, we saw that there's a lot of biomass which is burnt on those farms itself. And as of today, we work with a million acres, more than 100,000 farmers in total. And that's a lot of biomass, which is actually being burnt out in the open. And so what we started to do is we started to sort of collect this biomass from the farms and started burning them in the absence of oxygen at high temperatures, which is called pyrolysis. And so what happens is when you burn it at high temperature, absence of oxygen, it turns into condensed carbon, which basically makes carbon so hard that it becomes permanent in nature. So if you put it back into the soil, it acts as a biofertilizer, one, and second, stores carbon for more than 1,000 years, resulting into permanent removal of carbon from the atmosphere. And so, as of today, we are the largest in biomass-based biochar carbon credit category. But once you start to make biochar through pyrolysis, you generate a lot of energy as well. And so each of our plant that we have in place today generates close to 5,500 megawatt of energy as well. And there are at least 23 plants that we are setting up in the next 2 years to do this, while getting rid of the menace of crop residue burning, creating a biofertilizer in the form of biochar, storing and removing carbon for more than 1,000 years, while creating bioenergy in the process to sustain different industries. So I'll take a pause over here.
So that's pretty enterprising.
Hi, my name is Ashwin Save. I am the co-founder of Biofuel Circle. We are a digital marketplace for biofuels. We are helping industry decarbonize by getting them access to solid biofuels particularly, and also enabling producers of solid biofuels connect with buyers and find wider access to their products. Beyond that, we are a tech-enabled supply chain for agri-residue. We help with aggregation of residues and putting them into this supply chain for conversion, not just into densified solid biofuels, but also into conversion to compressed biogas. Compressed biogas, incidentally, also generates a byproduct, which is classified as organic manure, and we facilitate bringing that back to the soil, so returning carbon to the soil and returning nutrients in the process as well.
So basically, we are taking it from where we are getting it.
We are creating a circularity of carbon there.
Yeah, very good evening, everyone. This is Maninder. I represent CF Group as the founder and MD. So we are an energy biofuel solutions company, and I would not call ourselves a product company. We are rather placed as an impact company in the country, because we started this journey way back in 2012-13, when we realized how grave is this problem of waste in our country. And we started working on various solutions only to reach biofuels, as in bio-CNG, as we used to call it when we started it, and now it is called CBG, right, to give a sustainable, commercial, environmental solution to the problem of organic waste in the country. So at present, we have around 12 plants that we are building, where 7 of our plants are going to be operational in 2025 and others in next year. We also do a lot of work around the agriculture sector and bio-agri inputs, where we've done a lot of research, field trials, and made 9 new products and circulated them in 9 states right now, where we are replacing chemical-based fertilizers directly with bio-agri inputs to make farming and agriculture more sustainable.
So there's one very common feature among all three of you, and that is like we're taking something which is available to us in abundance and to make use of it, and how best we can make use of it. So as far as I can understand, we have crossed beyond the phase of awareness, because people are aware of it, even in a smaller community and smaller place. People are aware of biomass. It's not that you're not aware of it. But my question is to you is that still, despite all this, despite being available in abundance, what is it that it's not really taken off the way, say, people talk about a solar or a wind or other resources? That why of it? I just wanted to understand from all three of you. Please.
So, you know, I was in a global platform in Germany in 2013, and there's one distinguished factor which I still remember and like to quote it, that over there, they were not addressing it as a waste. In our country, the real categorization of biomass as a residue, as a commodity, as something that has value, has just got significance in last 6-7 years. So small country as compared to India, like Germany, which had some 8,000 biomass-based projects in their country, by 2010, today have 18,000 plus such projects. Whereas in our country, in 2018, we announced as a government that we should have at least 5,000 projects in the country by 2022, 24, I guess, but we are not even at 200 mark right now. The problem is, that what we are doing is all for urban development, whereas biomass is primarily a subject of rural India. And rural India is not something which is far away from here. You go in any direction, 40 kilometers from where we are sitting, you'll find rural India. The problem is, in our city where we are, in Delhi or any metropolitan city for that matter, there is an agency appointment done for waste collection, waste transportation, and there is an allocation of all this waste from our households, restaurants to a dump yard site. And this waste has significantly less value than biomass. But when we go into rural India, there is no biomass collection, there is no biomass bank, there is no biomass aggregation which is happening with either government or PPP level. So urban cities, we spend almost 2,500 rupees per ton of waste collection. But for biomass, we don't even spend 5% of that. That is the biggest problem.
We see three dimensions to the problem. Essentially, agri residue is, farm residue is essentially distributed. Your challenge is aggregation, your challenge is collection and making it economically viable. In India, the average farm is small, it's a 2-acre farm. So mechanization does not exist in most of the cases. Particularly the Western countries have managed the biomass collection challenge through mechanization. So that is second part of it. The other part is it's seasonal, right? Like crops, it is seasonal, but it is low in value. So you need to store it. If you're going to convert it into biogas, the biogas plant has to run through the year, whereas agri residue is going to be only available twice a year. So there's a challenge of storage, which essentially means working capital. If you want to encourage micro entrepreneurs and if you want to encourage this at scale, they need to make working capital available to them at competitive rates at scale. And at the third side of it, the way we see it, is the challenge of a very unstructured and a very distributed supply chain. These micro-entrepreneurs, these processors, these aggregators are currently not very organized, not very sophisticated, whereas the consumer at the other end, a biogas company or someone who's looking to replace coal with agri residue-based fuel is a very large organized industry. So unorganized can't do business with organized. So these are the three challenges that we see have been the reasons why the agri residue potential of the country has not been realized.
That's the sad part of it.
That's the very unfortunate part. If you look at the statistics, that the 10 large agricultural states of India, north to south, generate about 650 million tons of residue, agri residue. Now, most of it does get used into fodder, into packaging, even into returning to the ground through mulching. But about 235 million tons is just wasted every year, year on year, 235 million tons.
Your take?
Yeah, I think a lot of points have already been covered, but from our point of view in terms of problems that we faced, in terms of why didn't we scale this before and now, why? So one is sort of building the entire value chain or the supply chain around aggregating the biomass, because we have smallholder farmers as compared to the West, right? So I think going to this 1.5, 1.6 acre farms and then being able to collect them, transport them at a cost that it's sustainable, I think that's a massive challenge. So unless you're operating at a decent scale, it doesn't make sense financially to do this. So that's one. The second one is that the cost of aggregation in terms of labor, transportation to the factory, and then processing, all of these things put together. And when we look at the capex in terms of reactor for doing the pyrolysis process, if you only have one revenue stream, your financial returns are not large enough to actually warrant scale up, right? It just remains a pilot. But now I think what has happened in our case is that for us, the prime business is carbon credits, which is biochar-based carbon credits bought by Microsoft, Google, and the likes of them. It was just about breaking even. But now after adding bioenergy and being able to sell biochar along with it at subsidized prices to the farmer, it makes a great investment scenario for an investor to come in and help scale all of these things together. So I think just finding different revenue streams so that if one market is not working, you are still generating some kind of a return. And then secondly, operating at a decent enough scale to find value in your value chain of transportation and aggregation. I think these are two big challenges to help scale this, in my view.
I had another very basic question. So talking about residue, before we move to storage, how do you, and that again depends on how many people are willing to understand that it is a residue which could be used for this purpose, which is much larger. So how do you identify the area, or how do you go about, trying to spot that, okay, this is from where you can get the residue? And supplement to that would be that many a times people are unaware that if you're giving that residue, you can still make some money, because if you are, giving it across, because everything has a cost to it. So how do you people go about it? I mean, since you all three are in a different aspects of the business, if you all, from your perspective, can explain to us.
The biggest challenge has been the regulation over supply and demand, which in fact has not been there at any level as of now. So not only the residue coming from the farmers, which is at substantially small level, scattered, but also for agro-industrial residue, like waste coming from sugar mills, like press mud or bagasse, everything is just left at the market for market to decide. As a result of which, what is happening, that because of this particular reason, the entire speed of CBG development industry in the country has slowed down to only 20 miles an hour, what could have been 100 miles an hour otherwise. So that still remains a problem, and no state, because it is mostly a state subject other than center, they just don't want to address this problem where they can give a pricing up to kilometers for X amount of residue which the farmers can bring and take a particular amount. So nobody is getting into that.
Is it because of a lack of awareness?
No, awareness is there. See, farmers is a sensitive topic in our country.
Yes.
All right. So I don't want to bring politics in this discussion, but yes, it will take some real good, hard politician to get this done.
Our take is slightly different, though he raises a very valid point. The solution should be less regulation and not more regulation. That's a very important point, that there is no independent price discovery mechanism, and that's one of the themes that we are working to solve. Look at any commodity market, whether it is the agricultural commodities, whether it is the energy commodities. Globally, you have mechanisms where buyers and sellers can discover true price, market value. And organizations like yourselves, the news and reporting agencies play an important role in bringing this information forward, in establishing independent mechanisms of price assessment. Now, these we believe are the ways in which transparency through pricing, access to means of establishing a price, which would mean markets, platforms, and the means to validate a price. So take another example. I come from the oil world, from the energy commodities world. And in oil, you have simple measures like API or specific gravity or sulfur content and so on, which are easy to determine, easy to understand, and hence easy to benchmark a price. So to take care of the variability, agri-residue is essentially a natural product. You're not going to get standard specification or standard quality anywhere. So the need to establish such mechanisms of various gradation, simple to understand, and the need to create transparent price discovery mechanism would be the solution, in my opinion, to take this forward.
So I think when we talk about how do we select residue and pockets where it makes both economic sense and from the impact perspective as well, that you can sell off that biochar which can go back into the ground, which is actually a requirement for the credit creation. So see, on the carbon credit side, there are certain components such as the concept of additionality, right? That if your project didn't exist, this residue would have been burnt. So I think it's important for us to go to those pockets wherein residue is mostly burnt out in the open. and a significant amount of it, which can be proven through satellite and other interview data. So looking at residue, which is actually being treated as a waste and being burnt or just left to rot and decompose in the form of methane. That's one. The second criteria is to look at biomasses which, when pyrolyzed at high temperatures and turned into biochar, actually have a higher carbon content, because the higher the carbon content, the more the number of carbon credits that or the carbon that you're removing from the atmosphere and putting it back into the ground. So I think they are very well laid down parameters which we look for, test for, generate data on through lab reports, our own analysis, satellite, and then sort of zero down on that these are the geographies, these are the pockets, these are the crop residue that we can actually focus upon and scale.
So crop residue is one, and if I am not wrong, in Delhi there was a concept where in the community levels it was decided, and of course whenever we talk about energy generation, it's mostly referred to electricity. We're not looking at the other aspects which it can help with. But someone whom I was having a chat with some time back, they said, no, we don't do, even basic segregation doesn't happen. And landfills, land areas where you can actually have them. So they said, no, we won't allow in this area because it stinks. So that's one big thing which you hear about it, that it stinks. So coming to the point of storage then, so the basic, when you're collecting the residues and you're putting them together, what are the challenges that come your way?
So, see, residue, one challenge is because we have marginal farmers. Most of the farmers are marginal in our country, which means that they have less than 1 hectare of land holding with them. So it becomes very difficult for those individual players to do the harvesting properly so that they can get the residue in place. That is one of the reasons why a lot of farmers burn their residue also. One is that. Second is, when you do the storage, there's a way you treat the moisture, because you don't get value for moisture in the market. You get value for the dry matter mostly. So how do you make storage where you can control the moisture part? And third is the calibration of centralized locations where you put the storage together so that people from surroundings can then use that product for their use. So these three challenges are still pertaining largely on the ground, and that is why farmers or residue providers, they are not able to do anything much about it.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think he's raised very significant points, and in order to unlock the bioenergy or possibility of using biomass, you do need industrial grade thinking in how you handle storage. One of the challenges in storing aggregated biomass, if you get the moisture wrong, is methanation. And methanation leads to risk of fire. So getting the moisture content right at the time of aggregation, at the time of densification is quite important. Creating guidelines and creating SOPs on how to handle, how to store is quite important. Like biomass is fluffy product, right? It is voluminous product, so it can't travel a lot. If you would have seen on the highway, there are these trucks overflowing with fodder, and that must be hardly 1 ton of it, whereas the truck can carry 10 tons. So you need to process it closer to the farm. So you need to densify it so that it becomes easy to store, easy to handle. One of the ways is baling. You pack it into circular or square bales. The other way, and so this has to necessarily happen on farm, and the storage would need to be somewhere between 15 to 20 kilometers. The processing also would need to be between 25 to 50 kilometers. So these are essentially localized industries, and like what Varaha does as well, that these will be distributed processing units. You will probably never see a huge biochar unit like a massive factory. There will be multiple distributed units, and hence bringing in SOPs and commonly established guidelines around storage of biomass is a key challenge to solve.
Yeah, I think again, just to answer from our point of view, how we handle it. So, for example, in case of cotton, it is shredded at the farm level, then baled, because it makes more economic sense. Otherwise, you won't be able to store enough in a single lorry. The transportation cost will be much higher per ton. So, this is the process which is followed. Once it comes down to the factory, then it's dried upon so that the moisture goes down to 12 to 13%. And then it's stored actually in a shed with ventilators and everything. I think one advantage or sort of semi-advantage is that we have 2 agricultural seasons in India. So we are able to get 5-6 months of flowing biomass. We don't need to store really. It's only for a period of 6 months that you really need to have stored biomass, which is dried enough to a certain moisture level and then stored in sort of godowns which have ventilators, etc. for so that there is no methanation which takes place in the process.
Now, before I move on to my next question, I had another, I'll deviate from a topic a little, and I'm just curious to know what prompted each one of you to get into this line of business.
So
I particularly want to start with him because he's been like...
So see, once I get into the detail, it's much easier to understand. I'm 35 years old. I've been in agriculture for 18 years. Like I'm an agricultural engineer, then I did an MBA, which is Agri-Business Management, and my entire professional life has been in agriculture. And also agriculture and tech. These are the 2 themes that I've worked on, and building enterprises, early stage enterprises. So the idea was how to use this entire experience of sort of looking at biggest problems and challenges that can be solved from India for the world. And I think climate change came at the top of it. And within climate change as well, soil organic carbon and soil fertility was the first to solve, right? Because that's the largest you are solving for climate, food security, and farmers' income right at the same time. That's what we started off with. I think it's more of a serendipity that we stumbled upon this bioenergy, biochar concept, that there is so much residue which is coming from these farms, which is being left as a waste, how to create value out of it. So I think this is how I got into this.
And he's pretty passionate about it because when he talks, it's like, so you also have to nod your head and say, okay, yes, I'm getting everything you are saying.
As I mentioned earlier, I started my career as an oil trader. I'm a commodity
That's where
trader.
I was coming from a devil to this.
So energy and commodity trading is what I understand. I also have a background in technology and commodity markets driven by tech. My co-founder Suhas is also from the industry which called these alternative fuels before they were called biofuels. And so he comes from the energy business as well. And for us, it seemed like a very natural dovetailing of everything that we have done so far when we realize that the potential which exists is significant, but it has not yet been realized. And we believe that digital intervention to solve supply chain problems, to bring in efficiencies, are the ways in which we could uncover the access to bioenergy through agri-residue from the country.
My story was a little different. I was always an education and tech entrepreneur till early years of my life, till about 2011. It was only in 2012 when I took a 1.5-year break and I decided to go around the world. So I made a tour for myself to visit 17 countries, and I would spend 18 months outside India to learn what others are doing and what we are doing. So when I went across the world and came back, I figured out one thing. When you say you are from India, people are like, oh, wow. And they immediately get back to your culture, to your food, to your diversity and size. But by the end of the conversation, it will go like, ganda bahut hai yaar.
Yes.
So that is something that really pinched me, especially when I was in Japan. It really pinched me, right? And I decided that now I'm going to dedicate my life to 3 aspects. One, to do the safai, kooda saaf karna hai. Second, to convert chemical-based agriculture to bio-based, because uski wajah se bahut sara kooda hai. And that's a very, very big challenge which we are not focusing on, but it is coming up like a monster. And third, to create rural employment. So with that, I started my stint in renewable energy in 2013, and
today here we are.
Yeah.
So this brings me to my very next question, which I wanted to ask, because all of you have taken a certain amount of risk. You could have succeeded, you could have failed, but it was an element of risk with which you people came in. So how easy was it to get funds or convince the banks or your financiers to get into this? Why? My question comes from the fact that what if future people want to go and take this risk? What are the challenges they face?
You want to hear the truth? So like I said, I declared my retirement in 2011. That's because I made some good amount of money selling my company off to some foreigners. तो वो जो पैसा बनाया था, कमाया था, जिससे रिलैक्सेशन था दिमाग में, 2012-13 में वापस उसको किया स्टार्ट रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी बिजनेस. 2016 में बैंकरप्ट था. So I had 5 properties, I had to sell them all. And it was only in 2017 that we got some traction from this industry when it was organized by Dharmendra Pradhan Saab. And I got a chance to personally take Dharmendra Pradhan Saab and Sanjeev Singh ji, who was the chairman of Indian Oil at that time. I organized a trip for them to visit a running model in Germany, where they saw the plant, came back, and when they came back, Mantri ji immediately called me and he asked Indian Oil to sign MOU with CF so that we can actually convert this into a policy and we can make CBG a possibility in India just like it is in Germany. So that was the turning point. उससे motivation आ गया फिर कर्जा लेके दोबारा काम start करने का. And God has been kind. God has been kind.
And with Mantri behind, I think the financing was
like
easier.
behind. But I was very happy with the fact कि हम सुनते थे कि सरकारी सिस्टम बहुत स्लो होता है, काम नहीं होता. But it was in May 2018 when we decided कि इसके ऊपर policy आनी चाहिए and it will need a lot of people to come together. And only in 5 months, on 1st October, the policy was announced. So that was a brilliant work done by Government of India.
So I would say that private capital is looking for innovative solutions, solutions that solve in India for the world or solve in India for India. And you know, it would be pretentious to say that it's easy to raise capital, but there was a very valid point that was made in one of the previous sessions that it is going to be a combination of public capital and private capital. It needs certain success stories to demonstrate that it is possible to create a profitable business out of this sector in India. And I believe that could be the catalyst to make these happen. And I think he'll have a much bigger perspective on this as well.
Yeah, so I would say like our capital raise story to finance the business that we do has been like any lower middle class founder in India, right? That you basically sort of showcase, first of all, to raise a smaller money, you showcase your credentials, your background, your education, and prove that you can build something, right? That you have done enough, that you can do something. So the first capital comes in like that, which is more of a venture approach, right? And so using that small capital that you raise, which is called seed capital, you build a solution, you showcase some revenue, and you showcase a path to sustainability, profitability, and impact at the same time. So using that, we were again able to raise a much larger round in the form of a Series A, as it's called in venture language. And then I think this fundraisers allowed us to actually showcase much more success at higher level, so much so that we became like one of the largest in South Asia, Southeast Asia region in terms of biochar production and carbon removal. Now, I think we are in a position wherein we are able to raise multiple different kind of instruments so we can get cheaper loans from bank because this is a pure green business that we are doing, right? Carbon removal, bioenergy, farmer income, right? And it's easily proven. We are able to raise project financing into the project directly to be able to build more reactors, more plants. But I think I would also sort of admit to the fact that we were fortunate to be able to get to this level so fast because I think there's a lot of focus on green capital, energy transition, etc. But most of it, in my view, is going towards EVs and renewables. I think these niche solutions, which is bioenergy, biochar, biofertilizer, I think if you look at risk capital, that is still available in like very limited quantities in my view, which probably I think if folks like us showcase success at major scale, really just helps spur the entire sector. So that's probably the hope, that's where we get.
Yes, there's always some hope. And we'll open the floor now if there are any questions. Yes, please, sir.
Thank you all the panelists for very interesting discussion. In fact, you have made that here two things. One is success stories, failure stories. So I am on the failure stories. Why I'm telling you? I was working on municipal waste of Calcutta. My topic was recycling of organic waste into manure. And in Calcutta, number of places this dumping is going on. But what we did, I did my PhD thesis is like that. What we did actually, we took all the municipal compost into the field, do the laboratory test, whatever it may be. And we have made also unrecommended as such. But what we have seen that it is a huge quantity of heavy metals. We don't know how the heavy metals has come to that. Even in my PhD recommendation, it has been written very clearly that though we are recommending, but you are having manganese, mercury, and other things like that. So my point is that I wanted to be like them, but today I am a meteorologist. The reason behind that, when I apply to the field, so many kind of information is coming that is not allowing, because this is the biochar and this is the carbon sequestration is there, okay. So what I did actually, we felt that only for the organic waste, taking as a carbon sequestration as a profit to the farmers, it is not a feasible strategy. Then what we did actually, we made different compositions with the urea, then potash, something like that. And ultimately we could get to one particular composition which is have a cost-benefit ratio. And I was working with agro industries in West Bengal. But I don't know why that agro industries, then state government, they are not encouraging me to do these things, okay. So I want to know from all the panelists that if somebody for me at the early age is starting this kind of thing, how to get a quality kind of product, what kind of feasibility will be there, how much cost-benefit ratio, because once your municipal waste or city compost give it quality control, then only you can go to the rural areas where you can say that yes, a kind of quality control check is there and this is a usable like kind of thing. So though I know it's a very complex thing, but I want, because the discussion is going on, I just want to know that in future, if somebody wants to do, what could be the strategy for the municipal waste to make it as a effective for, even also I'm telling when I was taking all the municipal.
So, sorry to cut you short there, but so the basic question is that if you want to set up an enterprise using the municipal waste, what will be the way forward and what will be the approach, right?
Yes.
Anyone would like to?
So we have 2 plants right now under construction. One of them will be commissioned by May 25, another one next year. See, for municipal solid waste, the basic problem is that the waste that we get in our country is unsegregated. So the challenge remains at the base level that you have to do segregation at 4 stages. 1, visual, 2nd, mechanical, 3rd, automated, 4th, pre-digester stage. When you do segregation at 4 stages, you'll be able to get the organic waste separately, which you can then digest and get CBG or electricity, whatever you want to do later out of it. Unless you are able to do this kind of segregation to that level, you will not be able to get good output from MSW. In our country, sadly, unfortunately, municipal solid waste, there are around 81 projects where it's only being classified as RDF and compost. So when you talk about this RDF, it has a lot of organic matter in it, which decreases the calorific value. It is not a good quality material. When you talk about this compost, it has a lot of toxins, plastics, and heavy metals. It is certainly not advisable to give it to the farmers for agriculture use. So both the projects are a flop, because of which almost all 81 out of 81 plants are shut down or non-operational. The difference is that when we actually tried to build a plant of 350 tons capacity to treat 350 tons of MSW per day, generally in India you would see in a lot of municipalities a capital cost of not more than 20 crores or 24 crores, 22 crores was being spent to a project of that magnitude. But when we try to integrate the machinery, because this is special Indian waste and needs a lot of integration of machinery from different vendors and parts of the world, the project cost went as high as 134 crores. But we were lucky, and because of some exposure that we had internationally, we got our funding from Europe. We got our debt funding from Europe. क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान के बैंक कभी MSW को तो देखना भी नहीं चाहते. You go to them, they will deny. So don't, Mr. Maninder, don't enter our bank. Okay. So we got the funding. We've taken that risk. People tell us that it's a big risk that you have taken. But then going back to 2013, that is what we are working for.
You would like to?
We have no experience in municipal waste, so sorry.
Yes, sir. Sir, just one.
Yeah, so we are present right now in Telangana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Maharashtra at this point in time. These are the states that we are working in. Constraint always is that the amount of capital that you can unlock at one point in time. So you raise some capital, showcase success with that, then you raise the next, right? So how do you really raise so much that you are able to sort of set up 100 plants or larger plants, 20 larger plants rather than 100 smaller plants? So capital is one constraint, I would say, which is available at the right structure. The second one would be biomass, which is available as per the carbon credit conditions. I mentioned when I started this session that there is a concept called additionality. So residue which is actually just thrown out or is being burnt out as a waste, only that kind of residue can be used. You can't just use any residue for this purpose. But I do believe India is endowed with a lot of biomass which is wasted. So that is not really a constraint. It's more about creating that successful value chain in different areas. Capital, I would say, is the primary one. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, yes, that's a very valid point. That's an extremely valid point, and the reason why bioenergy is considered a cleaner form of energy is because this is recent carbon that came from crop which was grown in the last 1 year. But it is very important to return the carbon to the soil, and biochar, for example, offers one of the means to do it. Fermented organic manure, which is the byproduct of CBG production, offers another means to do it. So, as an agriculturalist, you raise a very valid point. That is, it is important to return carbon back to the soil. Depletion of soil nutrition is a key concern that needs to be talked about, and that needs to be monitored. Our approach of doing this is to use agri residue in fashions by which the return is made possible. So avoiding burning of agri residue, because that's just going to release the carbon back into the atmosphere. Promoting practices which involve, on one hand, things like mulching, where you're actually putting the contents back. Things like conversion to biochar, conversion to green fuels. Essentially, fuel. When you burn a fuel, you're going to unlock and generate carbon dioxide in any case.
I just want that, let's give a guarantee to the agriculturists that you are not slowly mining organic carbon out of soil, in whatever way you say. So, I don't know how much, 10 years you have been doing it. So, what have you monitored? Is the organic carbon of the soil going down?
No, I think when we use biomass for any kind of regeneration, 99% it's going to give back to the soil.
You agree?
Yes, 1%, because there is nothing like perfection, right? So 1% is always under experimental stage also. So I think when the whole factor is about giving back and not burning, so it will solve most of the problems of the soil.
Sir, I would just like to take it, because we do have data as well. Like, we have a lot of agricultural scientists within the team from ICAR institutions. I'm myself an agricultural engineer from GB Pant University. So whatever new interventions that we do which are tested on the soil, we do set up A/B testing units like control and treatment. And so, sir, we have seen, like for example, in Gujarat, the farms wherein we have done this treatment and also monitored, the organic carbon has grown actually from 0.32% to close to 0.37% over 2.5 years. Plus, the agricultural yields have increased by close to 12% as well on these farms. Now, I'm just talking about very specific scenarios wherein we have actually done monitoring, evaluation, and learning based projects on it. We haven't done this across different areas, but it's not just our own data which is sort of sufficing that it's actually beneficial in terms of soil organic carbon, climate adaptation, and increase in agricultural yields. There are also research papers which have been published by ICAR, IRI institutions as well for Indian conditions supporting biochar use.
So basically, sir, they are indeed giving back something, not fully. We'll give them that discount of 1% at least for the beginning. No, so we'll just give them a kind of a lifeline of a year or so to see that they give us more back. So that was a very interesting conversation, and we could sustain the audience. That's a big applause to us, at least, after those interesting DDs that we heard. So thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you all the panelists. This was on biomass-based bioenergy, and I request Ms. Richa to kindly felicitate all the speakers with a memento. We would like to thank Mr. Madhur Jain, Mr. Ravinash, and Mr. Maninder. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are less in numbers, but the energy is still high. A very informative session on how bioenergy can be leveraged. Thank you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the concluding session of the day. It's been a long day, but I'm sure you all have made your notes. You've learned many things today and going to implement in the near future. Well, okay. Before we go any further, let's just energize this hall. We have one last session left for the day. Can we have a louder round of applause? I want to listen all of you. People at the back, both the hands together. Let's do it for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, all of you. 2, 1. Great. Yes. Well, we often talk about energy. The most sustainable way of creating energy is by creating energy in yourself. And when you applaud, it gives you a lot of energy. Now, moving ahead, the next session we'll talk about, it's a very different session from whatever we've heard so far. It's on the risk management. This session will be different from the earlier ones, and we will look at the various risks that farmers, stakeholders, and the industry, including exporters and importers, face. They will also explain the risks in financing agriculture development. It's going to be a really interesting session, and to moderate this session, I would like to call upon Mr. Prabhudatta Mishra of Businessline to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause. I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Kumar, former Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, to kindly join us. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Kedar Deshpande, Chief Business Officer, NCDEX, to kindly join us on the dais. Mr. Kedar Deshpande, Dr. Ashutosh Kumar, General Manager, NABARD. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And in the panel with us, we'll have Mr. Sanjay V.S., GM, ABU, State Bank of India. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges in risk management, a very interesting topic and a very unique topic. Let's get ready. Over to you, Mr. Mishra.
Welcome our guests in this last session, and the topic is very crucial, because when I speak to farmers, one farmer once said that you pay us the right price. Right price, there will always be debate what is the right price. And he said that we don't need any kind of any schemes. We will do our own things, whatever investment required, but you have to provide the real price for the crops. And it is a very difficult question. So when prices are the main factor, and we have seen in 2024 also, prices remain the key issues, and some farmers are already protesting, demanding legal MSP. And there has been debate going on whether legal MSP is feasible or not. But more than that, the price risk that farmers go through, because many of us are in the services sector, or we are employees, we have a stable income at the end of the month. So even if the companies do not do well, they pay our salary. May not be the hike every year we are expecting, that may not happen, but we have a stable salary. But why farmers who are feeding the nation, they should not have a stable income? That is a bigger question. And if the risks in the prices are mitigated, probably they will have a stable income. So how that can be done? Probably we can find some answers in today's discussions. So I will start with Mr. Deshpande, who is from NCDEX. So he has a long experience with NERL earlier. So he will be able to throw some light on what are the challenges particularly, and how we can find some solution, we can move towards some solution. No, sir, please.
Hello now? Yeah. Sir, actually it is very difficult to fix the problem, because there are so many variables are there for MSP, for MSP guarantee per se. But I'll tell you the three aspects to it. One is the robust price discovery. Today we don't have the robust price discovery mechanism in the country. Second, we don't have the right hedging tools, price risk management tools. That is the second part. And third is the counterparty risk management. यानी मैं किसी को बेचता हूँ तो मुझे ठीक से पैसे आएंगे कि नहीं, और जो खरीद रहा है उसको ये गारंटी नहीं कि मुझे राइट क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी का माल मिलेगा कि नहीं. So if you fix this major problem, I think the farmer definitely will able to get the appropriate price. I am not saying because MSP is a different discussion, but I think he will get the price what he thinks. So the main is the infrastructure that is missing. I can stop here, then we can discuss further. Yeah.
Yeah, we have Mr. Ashutosh Kumar from NABARD, and I would like to throw some lights on this, sir.
You know, agriculture is a sector which is quite different from any other sector in the economy. For example, when we are talking about manufacturing sector or services, generally prices are determined by the cost of production plus some kind of markup, I mean margin. But agriculture is a sector where prices are determined by weather conditions, demand and supply conditions, international market sentiments. So farmers are basically totally at the receiving end. Farmers are producers, but they are not able to decide the kind of price they would like to have. Whereas in other sectors, say for example manufacturing, when we are producing certain things, we determine based on what is the cost of production or cost of raw material, etc., and then we add certain markup. So essentially what I'm trying to say is agriculture is a sector which is little unique, and it is basically facing a very unique kind of phenomenon that we call cobweb phenomenon. If there is, by virtue of all kinds of initiatives, if the production is very high, still there are chances because of glut, the prices will go down. You know, farmers decide the cropping pattern based on previous year's price sentiment. So as a result, production, suppose previous year's prices were very high, so most of the farmers will go for that particular crop. As a result, production will go up. But since majority of the farmers are going for that particular crop, the prices of that particular crop will go down. So essentially, even if the production has gone up, income of the farmer is not rising. And other way around, if he is not with the trend, if the production is down, so in that case also income is lower. So this is what we call cobweb phenomenon in economics actually. So in that case, what I would like to just say that this is a very unique kind of, like our other panelists have said, that it is very difficult situation and we have to somehow manage through some kind of risk, price risk, and other things. I think we will request other panelists to go further.
Yeah, thank you, Ashutosh. Now we have Mr. Sanjay from SBI. I would like to ask him that recently the government has made some arrangements with WDRA and to enforce the negotiable warehouse receipts, because public sector banks, particularly SBI, is doing very well, but private sectors are not that much showing interest. That farmers should definitely, this is a good instrument, but farmers have not been able to tap that. Mostly the traders or aggregators are utilizing that avenue. थोड़ा सा मैं हिंदी में भी बोलना चाहूँगा, कुछ लोग अगर समझना चाहेंगे, ये warehouse receipt में आप 75% जो क्रॉप का वैल्यू है, जो भी आप रखेंगे उतना आप बैंक से लोन ले सकते हैं with a reasonable interest rate जो गवर्नमेंट डिसाइड करता है. देन उसी के ऊपर अगर जैसे 6 months में आप इफ़ यू आर कैपेबल टू पे, देन यू पे एंड जो भी है आपका इट इज सेटल हो जाता है. एंड इफ in 6 months you get a higher price from the market, that is your profit basically. लेकिन उसमें इंटरेस्ट कितना लेते हैं और कितना फार्मर्स को प्रॉफिट होता है, ये अभी तक किसी ने स्टडी ऐसा कुछ किया नहीं है. प्रोबेबली आवर SBI expert from SBI, he may able to throw some light on that.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So the point, the price risk is a subject which everybody has been discussing. There is no solution to that. That is why this POT, potato, onion, tomato, every year we are discussing. Nobody knows the solution for that. And coming to, before answering to that, I would like to bring about this. There are two kinds of farmers. One is bigger farmers who will be able to utilize the products of futures and all that to hedge and all that. But in India, most of the farmers are smaller marginal farmers with smaller size,
For them, the product which Mr. Mishra talked about, which has been launched recently by the government in WDRA, the product was already there. That is a pledge financing. Up to 75 lakhs, a borrower can avail finance against his produce by pledging the warehouse receipt. And it is up to 75 lakhs, it is treated as a priority sector if it is a e-negotiable warehouse. So in India, around 10 lakh crores of KCC is outstanding. But if you see that whatever they are producing, that produce is being sold at a distress sale. Most of the produce is sold at a distress sale by the small farmers, because they are not aware that this kind of facilities are available, and they can store the goods at the WDRA accredited warehouses and get the ENWR electronic negotiable warehouse receipts and take a pledge loan from the bank at the same rate as normal KCC, and they are eligible for subvention also. Being the biggest bank in the country, we have very big portfolio of KCC. We submit the claim for the subvention which government is giving to the farmers. But unfortunately, I don't know, not even double-digit claims are there for the warehouse receipt finance. That means that is and around 6,000 crores is the portfolio of warehouse financing taken against WDRA warehouse. Almost 300 crores is the maximum portfolio of availed by the farmers. So these are all being availed by the traders. Now my suggestion would be the farmers should take use of collectives like FPO so that they can aggregate. And so for a small farmer to take his little bit of produce and go to warehouse and store it, and all that lot of cost will be incurred. So if they aggregate through FPO and other collectives, and the large produce can be stored, and whenever the market is appropriate, they can sell it. And since this is a e-negotiable warehouse receipt, they will not have any liquidity problem. They can avail pledge finance from the banks at the cheaper rates, and whenever the price is appropriate, they can sell it, so that this distress sale can be avoided. And this demand supply whenever the huge new produce comes. Today also there was news in the paper, chili suddenly almost 50% it has come down. So whenever new produce comes, the market is affecting the farmers. So this can be prevented. And one good modification which has come in this scheme is that around 1,000 crores credit guarantee has been enabled during scheme has been launched last month. So if any loss is there in the price of that produce, that banks will be able to claim from that guarantee. So bankers are also happy with that scheme. A lot of discussions have happened with the banks, and based on the popular demand, government has brought out that scheme. And this scheme is available in Jan Samarth portal also. Customer can directly apply through the Jan Samarth portal, and the banks will be able to finance the loan against that. So very good scheme. I think this is one of the tools available for the managing the price risk for smaller farmers.
Yeah, thank you. We have Mr. P.K. Swain, who was an additional secretary in Agriculture Ministry earlier, and he is the person who devised the INAM platform during his tenure, and also he piloted the FPO schemes where the government came out with a target to create 10,000 FPOs in the country. Now over 9,200 FPOs have been created so far, and probably in the next one or 2 months they will meet the target of 10,000. So I would like to ask him, we are discussing about price risk. Government has schemes like PM ASHA, then PSS scheme, several other schemes. And also recently they have announced a target to lend out through the EW warehouse receipt scheme. So why we need all such things? Is it necessary, or we need to shift to some other kind of instrument so that the price risk is really mitigated?
Thank you, Prabhudat Sahab.
Thank you for inviting me to the stage. Of course, I had come as a viewer and a listener to your program. So thank you for bringing me here. But very interesting part is that price that we are talking about, it's never a static thing. You'll always see, I mean, I was managing the Agmark net, which captures about, when I was director also, we had devised this entire platform. It captures in 3,000 markets about 300 commodities, prices and arrival. If you see that, even if you plot it, then obviously you'll see price is never static at any point of time, any given point of time. Not just at this moment, at the next moment. It is always moving. So the risk, what is the risk in this? The farmer has put all his resources to raise a crop, say about 3 months time window, that's a general time. He has put it from his pocket, and 86% of farmers are small and marginal. That's the statistics that we have been quoting. So obviously, majority of them have taken loan from some source or other source at a very high rate or whatever in kind, and they have put into this. But then comes the climate risk. And nowadays, climate risk is now come. So obviously, he is not sure. If you go to California, if you see a farmer, he knows exactly how much when he has a good plan of sowing and the harvesting. Dates are fixed. He knows how much he is going to harvest on such and such date and how much he is going to take it to the which market. And what will be the price? That price predictions also they do. But in India, this price predictions is by the individuals. And who are these individuals? These are the farmers. They are the entrepreneurs. We call them entrepreneur because they have put all the money, resources, labor to bring up this entire industry called agriculture, though we have not given this industry status. But they are still the entrepreneur. So obviously, given this risk of climate, then there is a market risk. You know, internationally, today agriculture is integrated internationally. So you cannot say, though India may be less integrated, China may be more integrated, Europe may be more integrated. So there is a kind of movement of the agricultural commodities, whether it is on a local space or in an international space. So the value addition happens in movement. There are two different movements. Rather, I mean, three value additions are happening. One is the change of form. The other is in terms of distance. If the farmer brings the produce from his place of production to a larger distance, he gets a better price. That's economics. Or even in time. If he can store it, where we are talking about WDRA, because I integrated ENAM with the WDRA receipt. So we realized that if you are able to store it, then we are able to get a good price. Because if you know, in AgmarNet, when I plotted all the commodities, I saw from the harvest, suppose a paddy or wheat or anything, the first 90 days is where the price is very low. It is gradually picking up. The moment the first arrival comes, the price drops, and it gradually builds up, and around 90 days, then it moves up. And if there is a huge demand, because it's a demand and supply transaction, so obviously, maybe some marriage seasons of this year, actually, frankly speaking, there is huge marriage season, unlike last year. So obviously, the demand of certain commodities will be much more than it was last year. So the price is fluctuating. Poor fellow, the farmer who is bringing it to the market or to a village, this thing, or who is able to aggregate and take it to a little distance. So the price realization happens as per this. So the risk is how much he is able to trade, where he is trading, to whom he is trading. So that's the question. And in India, practically the small and marginal farmers cannot go beyond the village, say about 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers. That's the maximum they can hire a cart and go. So if a market, in that market, the agent, who are the agents, commission agents or the traders, if they are in collusion, if it is in physical trade form, obviously the farmer is in the receiving end. So that's another risk which you are facing. So obviously a lot of items are adding to this price risk. And there are some commodities I saw while plotting it, more the hygroscopic, that is more water in that commodity, the price fluctuation is very high. Like tomato, for example, we saw the price fluctuation is typically very peculiar.
Yeah, it is more than
it is more than anything.
Times.
More the hygroscopic, more this thing. Of course, NCDEX may or may not agree because they have their own way of hedging. But that's the kind of trend I saw in AgmarNet. When I developed this ENAM, the basic thing was that we have to factor, and the other is the loss. You know, there are a couple of things which are the loss. The post-harvest losses are too many in our system. In beginning of this millennium, the post-harvest loss is very high. CIFET, Ludhiana has made all the studies. Even Millennium report was there earlier, then followed by the CIFET report. The government of India went for putting a lot of market infrastructure, such as warehouses, small warehouses in the rural areas for storage. It will reduce the loss. Value additions, cleaning, sorting, packaging. Packaging also reduces moisture, evaporations, and helps. So if you are able to do these value additions with this, then the risk also reduces. It is a factor of that, whatever this thing. So government of India cannot just believe on one particular this thing. ENAM, we attempted on a transparency and then price bidding on a quality, because we provided laboratory equipment, testing laboratory equipment to all these APMCs, and I insisted that these equipments have to be used for this thing. Then we realized that some of these equipments are mostly imported from outside, we are not able to afford. So I engaged IIT Kharagpur and others in developing through our startups AI-based equipment which are very fast, and they are much faster than the foreign equipment, and we are able to do it. So we did that price discovery based on the quality. So there we made a kind of regression and saw, of course we didn't do it public. I saw that same market where the physical trading is happening and the ENAM trading is happening, there is a price difference, because ENAM is quality based price this thing. So the risk reduces with more of the kind of system improvement that you do. So one is the WDRI, which is the storage part of it. The other is the PM MASA, as you have spoken about, because that's a procurement part of it and distribution part of it. MSP is another which is there. But at the end of it, if you compare India's market with foreign market, there's a huge difference. I mean, by foreign, I'm talking about the Western market. They are typically kind of almost tending towards a free market, where supply and demand has a fair play. But in India...
do you agree that farmers should have a stable income, or they should be left to the market forces?
Everywhere, income is very important. Whether you, me, or farmer, or anybody. Unless income, how do you live? So obviously, they will have to have income. But the source of income can be from different places. It's not just from the agri. You know, I realized that there is subsidy also in California, though they won't publicly say this. Why is it being given? Because they have to prop up the income. In India, we have also subsidy in different forms. We don't call it subsidy, but the support to the farmers. Then new development which has happened is like PM Kisan. That's a universal income which is being injected into their account, so that they are able to buy seeds, fertilizer, all the input, access the technology, access the market. So that's the kind of money which is being put into there, and even they can use that money for their own social activities, such as birth, death, and other things. So if you are helping a farmer in kind of universal income like PM Kisan, during that COVID period, we had a deliberations and came up with this PM Kisan, and we introduced this PM Kisan.
That is a separate subject.
So that's a one. But if market is able to give money back to the farmer what he has plowed back, you don't call it profit. In case of this entrepreneur, unlike the industries, I agree with him that it's different from the industry. Industry, you have a production planning, because market is fixed, product is fixed, and the condition is almost the fixed. So, but here the conditions are varying, weather condition is varying, every condition is varying. And so that is why here the margin that is getting is fluctuating depending on the price that he is getting. So based on this, in India, at least if your 86% of farmers are in small and marginal, how do you help them in getting that income?
That's why I want to know from Mr. Kedar. NCDX sometime back, a few years back, devised this options trading. That was basically seen as an instrument which can really take care of, to some extent definitely, the price risk. But that did not take off. What was the reason, and how we can improve upon it? Is it possible now to put that as an option before farmers?
No, the put option is absolutely one of the best financial product. And when we talk about the financial product, then financial literacy comes. But we as a strongly believe that the put option will give that kind of a, I should not say MSP guarantee, but it's a supplement to the MSP guarantee. What we are saying that the farmer at a sowing period, sowing time, can pay some premium and fix up the strike price. It can be MSP or it can be above MSP, it can be below MSP, whatever it is. So take it as a strike price as a MSP. At a harvesting time, if the market price, the spot market price is higher than the MSP, he can sell it in the market. He can sell it in the market, no issue on that. But if the prices are below MSP, which is happening now in Kharif crops, if it is a below MSP, he have an option to deliver it on exchange, or the buyer will increase the premium and then he can set off the transaction by taking the higher premium from the buyer. So these are fantastic. So we are now running the NABARD, thanks to NABARD. NABARD has given us a grant of 25 crore and we are running with the FPOs now, mainly in spices like turmeric, jeera and coriander. But across the, we have seen in China also the Dalian Exchange. Dalian Exchange is having this kind of a product. And one more I will tell you, Dalian Exchange have came to India actually. Before starting the derivative exchange, they came to us, they learned, and they are now far ahead of us. And still from last 20 years, we are thinking whether we need the derivative tools in agriculture or not. We are still thinking that. That's the unfortunate thing. So, but I can assure you, yes, the put option can be a supplement to MSP.
But why it did not take off?
You need willpower.
There must be some regions
it's a political subject. You need willpower because you need large kind of a, because you have to enroll the farmers, you have to enroll their land records, then the premium has to be decided because everything is a mathematical model. You have to decide the premium, who will pay the premium, all these things. But as an ideation and what we have done the pilots, in pilots we have got the good result. And that's why the NABARD have given us a grant again to do it in spices. So we are doing that. The program started and the response is quite decent.
Yeah, Ashutosh may add something on that, and also I would like to know from Ashutosh, NABARD has been working with many FPOs they have created. And what is the experience from working with NABARD closely? That have you been able to mitigate the price risk of the farmers?
Yeah, one of the important problems in agriculture sector is like the value chain in agriculture is highly fragmented. Lot of intermediation is there. So one of the very important criteria for getting better price, better income for farmers is to have an efficient value chain system. Say for example, in poultry and dairy, out of 100 paise, 75 paise is going to the farmers. So price realization is very high. But in case of top, like sir was talking, here around 26 to 32% is only the price realized by farmers. Similarly, in cereals, the price realization by the farmers is very, means the share of farmer in the consumer's rupee is very less. So what essentially is required is that there should be an efficient value chain system. Here only the role of farmers, FPOs comes. Like sir was saying, in India more than 86% farmers are small and marginal. So how they can like have a better efficiency of price realization? Like if they converge into an FPO, they have two kinds of things. First of all, if they have very good bargaining power to purchase the input cost, to purchase the inputs, plus if they aggregate all their output and they are able to sell in the market, so they have a very strong bargaining power. As a result, they will be giving better prices. So that is what the FPOs are intended to reduce the cost of production as also to have better price realization. And just to add that NABARD has been able to promote more than 7,000 FPOs, and we are happy to share that many of the FPOs, they have been able to help farmers in getting better price realization, and we are trying to have more and more such FPOs. And there are other technology interventions, for example, like in dairy and all that, AI sector or poultry integrated farming. So these are also, besides the intervention through FPOs, we need to have technology interventions
market interventions and development of institutions. Like FPOs are kind of institutions which enable them to have better price realization. Similarly, like NABARD is an organization which is into like providing all kinds of support to the farmers so that they can have a better income. What essentially they are doing is to provide access to credit and all the related services, as also like sir was telling, creation of lot of infrastructure in terms of irrigation, rural roads, connectivity, so that whenever farmers, they can bring their produce to the marketplaces. They can sell at the places where they are getting the highest price, like Inam is there. They are able to find out what kind of prices are available, where it is the best one. So because of investment, that is why NABARD has been trying to invest in rural infrastructure, and other public sector institutions also need to invest because it is complementary in nature. Once public sector invests, private sector comes in. So that is how NABARD is playing its role through FPOs, and many of the FPOs are very, of course there are certain FPOs where we need to further strengthen their supply chain, their value addition, but many FPOs are doing exemplary work, and NABARD is continuously into promoting those FPOs. So this is what from our end.
But sir, one thing I have seen, many people talk about value addition, food processing, all these things. जैसे बोलते हैं एग्रीकल्चर क्रॉप प्राइसेस अगर अच्छा मिल रहा है तो प्रोसेसिंग को बढ़ावा देना चाहिए. आई विल गिव वन इंस्टेंस. जब ऑनियन प्राइसेस डिप हो जाता है, गवर्नमेंट को फार्मर्स प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा फेंकना पड़ता है, तब गवर्नमेंट बोलता है कि नहीं प्रोसेसिंग होना चाहिए, समवन रोड की ऑनियन पाउडर बनाना चाहिए. ये बट एज ए कंज्यूमर्स आप बताइए यहाँ पे कितने लोगों के घर में ऑनियन पाउडर आज भी मिलता है, कौन खरीदता है? सो वी हैव ए प्रिफरेंस फॉर द पर्टिकुलर आइटम, फूड आइटम. सो हु विल चेंज दैट प्रिफरेंस, कंज्यूमर प्रिफरेंस? तो ये ऑटोमेटिक होगा, कोई आके इसको कैंपेन करना नहीं पड़ेगा कि ऑनियन प्राइसेस 1 रुपया हो जाएगा पर किलो तो गवर्नमेंट बोलेगा कि नहीं उसमें पाउडर शुरू कर दो. ऐसा नहीं होता है. प्रोसेसिंग बढ़ावा मतलब कहीं पे भी नहीं होता है इस टाइप का. सो द प्रॉब्लम हियर इज वी हैव टू हेल्प फार्मर्स टू नो व्हाट द मार्केट नीड्स. मार्केट में डिमांड क्या है उनको समझाना पड़ेगा. दैट इज ए सब्जेक्ट की हु विल टेक दैट रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. इनाम इज ए गुड प्लेटफॉर्म, एगमार्क नेट इज ए गुड प्लेटफॉर्म कि वहाँ पे प्राइसेस डिस्प्ले होता है. सम कंपनीज आर डूइंग दिस ऑल्सो कि फार्मर को मोबाइल पे प्राइस दे देते हैं. बट क्वेश्चन इज ये प्राइस डिसेमिनेशन अच्छा है, उसके आधार पे क्या सोइंग हो रहा है, सोइंग पैटर्न उसी हिसाब से चेंज हो रहा है, वो गवर्नमेंट को देखने का काम है. और गवर्नमेंट शुड एनालाइज दोज थिंग्स एंड अकॉर्डिंगली पॉलिसी शुड बी formulated. लेकिन probably P.K. Swami will answer this question, whether our policy is really being formulated in that way कि what the actual demand is, so that the farmers can move in that forward.
That's a very tricky question. Very, very tricky questions. And in a post-lunch session,
Sir, I am asking you this question because you are free now. You are not inside the government.
Okay.
You can throw some light.
Thank you. So, when it comes to policy, let me first start with this. When I was doing my course in ENA, École Nationale d'Administration, France, I was told, because we are a group of 50 from all over the world, one criticism which is coming up of India, because it was all in French, 100% French, it was a long-term course. One criticism which came, I came to know that India is one country with the highest number of policies. No other country has that much of policies that India has. So, adding 1 or 2 policies is not a kind of problem if we have so many policies. And why are these policies? We are different from the Western countries, because if you see, our aspirations are developing to develop. We are moving in that, we are transiting in that direction. So obviously our policy has to be moving in that direction. It's not already we have reached the developed stage that our policy will come to a halt and it will remain for long term. In India, we'll have to cater to from say, a lot of people are moving from, sub-income region to the middle income region to the high income region. So obviously policy has to cater to this moving economy. If I may be permitted to call it moving economy. So the policy has to be there. It has to be there for the benefit of the people, and the government of the day has to look into this, that it serves the welfare of the people, whatever its category. Now when it comes to the pricing policy, yes, pricing policy have been there in a way. From mid-60s they have been there in India. And when it comes to the risk leveraging, that is also there. Various instruments are there. If MSP, there is a lot of criticism, and whether it is a legal MSP or otherwise, there is a lot of things being debated. Why is it? Because many economists call it a kind of market interference. It's not a free price movement, what the Western people would like to call. But then, why is that in Western country, I'm asking, there is a food coupon. In India, we are creating a kind of buffer stock. But there in Western country, there is a food coupon concept. They are not talking about the food coupon, but they are talking about RMSP. So obviously there is a risk leveraging is required always. So we have to ensure that our people always remain out of that risk most of the time, whether it is MSP, PM ASA, or even WDR, that warehouse, or any infrastructure. Even the logistic value chain that we are talking about is a very, very important aspect in the agriculture. Probably agriculture we mean by production, but in marketing I realized, first I started with the infrastructure, then I realized the logistic, then I realized the value chain, that transition, and now I am realizing a green value chain. I'll add to this green word to a value chain. So now the world is moving in India towards the green value chain. So obviously everything is towards de-risking, whether it is de-risking the environment economy, or it is de-risking the production, whether it is de-risking the market, we have to do that. So obviously the policies have to take into account all these areas. So policy, so I'll say that all the policies which have been added by subsequent government, they have actually helped India to grow. We are a powerhouse in agriculture today. World Bank and so many reports have acknowledged India is a powerhouse. And we are moving in a very positive direction. And when the COVID came, it is one of the very few countries whose agriculture actually propped up the economy. Very, very few countries. We could manage through our dedication, open the market and the harvester around the corner. Despite the COVID moving very fast, we took all the best practices of the world, put it in the market so that the COVID doesn't spread. Market doesn't become this center for spread of the COVID, and yet the farmers is able to sell it. And we brought in the technology very clearly into the market, moved the technology to the market so that the farmers can sell it even sitting in that house, not come to the market. So obviously all the policies have helped us to move forward in a very positive directions in India. So that is why I'll always say that even if I'm out of the government, the policies have always helped.
I would like to ask Mr. Sanjay, how the banks can help farmers in this kind of a fluctuations they have to live with, because they do not want to live with definitely such fluctuations. But given that it is a fact that no government can help in avoiding this fluctuation, open market economy, this is part of life. So how banks like SBI, which has a larger footprint in rural areas also, how you can help the farmers?
Yeah, when we talk about price risk for the farmer, when we accept that there is a price risk for the farmer, but as a banker, ultimately that risk translates to my credit portfolio. So it is all the more important that I reduce that risk. So what we are doing is that it is not only the bank. First, I would, whatever other panelists have discussed, the sum is that there is no easy solution. Banks are here, it is the risk for the bank also, we are here to reduce the risk. So ultimately what some of the success stories which people have done, that will give us some message also, because diversification has to be there. That is also another kind of risk mitigation, because price of that product alone we will not be able to manage fully. For example, when one startup called Science for Society, S4S Technologies in Maharashtra, what they did was that they engaged with the farmers
and made the farmers to avail the different schemes of the government, like Prime Minister's formalization of medium enterprise scheme, which is processing, food processing activity. So what they did was that they arranged these farmers, and banks given loans for arranging solar dryers for processing of these tomatoes, the grapes and all that. So the price risk, they can dry it and they can sell it to sell it means these startups also procured those dried products. So marketing was assured, and additionally farmers also can dry, and there were the women folk were given these dryers even if they are not farmers. That gave them additional income. So other avenues of income was there. So farmer can earn from his produce as well as this activity. So minimum 1,000 to 50,000 additional income they could earn. So like that way, we are very happy to be, ultimately we want to increase the farmer's income. Then only our portfolio risk is reduced. So we are happy to do that. Only 2 or 3 things is, they have to aggregate, like individual farmer doing it is very, very difficult. So it will be, if it is an aggregated like FPO and societies and all that, packs and all that, it will be benefiting the farmers, and large volume will be there, and different good things, they can exchange ideas, and it will help everyone. That is what I would like to say.
Probably we will end up the discussion because prices एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है, इट कैन गो ऑन लाइक दिस, एंड इसका कोई सॉल्यूशन मुझे लगता नहीं है कि सेंटर के पास आप जाएंगे वो बोलेंगे इस एग्रीकल्चर इज ए स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, और स्टेट में अगर कुछ करने के लिए बोला जाएगा तो दे विल से कि ये सेंटर हमारे ऊपर इम्पोज कर रहा है. दे डू नॉट वांट टू डू थिंग्स. मतलब जो रिफॉर्म स्टेट में, कुछ स्टेट अच्छे काम किए हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि सारे स्टेट एक जैसे हैं, लेकिन कई स्टेट में लॉट ऑफ वर्क्स दे नीड टू डू, और जब तक वो नहीं करेंगे प्रोबेबली दैट विल नॉट मूव. जो एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग का रिफॉर्म्स है, और अभी रिसेंटली जो सब्जेक्ट आया है, एक नेशनल फ्रेमवर्क बना है एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग के ऊपर, जिसका पंजाब ने पहला ऑब्जेक्शन ऑफिशियली रेज किया है कि ये नहीं होना चाहिए. इट इज जो फार्म लॉज आया था ये इसी का ही है, जबकि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, उसमें लिखा नहीं है. इट इज स्टेट को साथ लेके चलने की बात हो रही है. स्टेट शुड फ्रेम देयर ओन फ्रेमवर्क, और उनको बोला गया है दिस इज ए पाथवे, आप इसी तरह से कर सकते हैं. फार्मर से अभी भी जो एपीएमसी है, फार्मर्स को तो कहीं पे रेस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है, वो कहीं पे भी बेच सकता है, लेकिन एपीएमसी लॉज बना दिया कि ट्रेडर्स के ऊपर पाबंदी लगा दिया कि वो एपीएमसी मंडी में ही खरीदेगा. अब डायरेक्ट मार्केटिंग लाइसेंस दिया जा रहा है सारे स्टेट में, कई स्टेट ने कर दिए हैं, और दे आर एबल टू प्रोक्योर डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम फार्मर्स, लेकिन उनको मंडी फीस देना पड़ रहा है, डिस्पाइट कि मंडी का उसमें कोई रोल नहीं है. इट इज एडिंग अप टू देयर कॉस्ट. तो कई सारे रिफॉर्म्स हैं अभी करने हैं. प्रोबेबली आपके कोई क्वेश्चन है तो you can definitely raise. Yeah, please.
Hello. Myself, Dr. Anjot Singh Bains from Punjab. I am from Department of Agriculture. सर आपने बोला कि एफपीओ की अच्छी फंक्शनिंग हो रही है और उससे अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं. मैं अपनी स्टेट की बात करता हूँ. 145 एफपीओ हैं. मुझे नहीं लगता कि एक भी एफपीओ आप गिना सकते हो कि कोई अच्छा काम कर रहा है. उसकी वजह क्या है? उसकी वजह ये है कि जो 10,000 फॉर्मेशन एंड प्रमोशन एफपीओ स्कीम के अंडर एफपीओ बनाए गए हैं या बनाए जा रहे हैं, उनको आपने जो सीबीबीओज के थ्रू जोड़ा हुआ है, वो सीबीबीओ तो अपने आप में वो सेल्फ सफिशिएंट नहीं है. उनको इतना नॉलेज ही नहीं है कि कहाँ एफपीओ को लेके जाना है. मैंने सुबह भी एक बात की थी कि 145 ब्लॉक में
आप 48 से 50 लाख रुपया एक एफपीओ पे खर्च करते हो।
सर एक चीज मुझे
सर,
बताइए,
सर,
सॉरी
सर, सर,
नहीं
सर।
एक क्वेश्चन है, आप पंजाब गवर्नमेंट से आते हैं, एफपीओ की रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपके ऊपर है, आप क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे करते हो, तो आंसर कौन देगा? यही क्वेश्चन मैंने रखा कि अकाउंटेबिलिटी किसकी है?
सर मैं वो उसी पे आ रहा हूँ, आप मेरी बात एक बार ध्यान से सुन लें, फिर
नहीं,
आप
नहीं,
ऊपर से
आप जो सवाल खड़े कर रहे हो 145 एफपीओ कोई काम नहीं कर रहा है, ये अपने ऊपर सवाल कर रहे हो।
बिल्कुल ठीक
कि
है
आप नहीं कर पा रहे हो।
बिल्कुल ठीक है।
हु विल डू दिस, आप बताइए ना।
मैं वही बताने जा रहा हूँ आपके कि कौन करेगा। जो सीबीबीओ हैं वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने वो उनके साथ पेनलाइज्ड किए हुए हैं, नॉट स्टेट ने, ठीक है जी। तो जिस एफपीओ की मैं हैंड होल्डिंग कर रहा हूँ वो पहले तो वो काम नहीं करता था, मैं उसका नाम नहीं लूँगा। उसके बाद जो नया हमने यहाँ से चेंज करवाया उसके पूरे एविडेंसेस देके कि 1.5 साल से जे एक बार हमारे यहाँ एफपीओ आए नहीं, तो उसके बाद जो नया आया वो भी नहीं काम कर रहा, तो किसको हम बोलें बताओ।
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ,
एक मिनट,
अभी एफपीओ पॉलिसी बनाए हैं, एफपीओ आपका सवाल हो गया। एफपीओ पॉलिसी जो बनाए थे, स्वाई साहब हमारे पास बैठे हैं, नाबार्ड ने काफ़ी सारे, इन्होंने बताया अभी आशुतोष जी ने कि 7,000 से ऊपर एफपीओ बना दिए हैं। इनको भी तो बोलने का मौका दो कि एफपीओ कर क्या रहा है।
मेरा क्वेश्चन तो सुनो।
आपका सवाल हो गया था, फिर उसके बाद आप बता दीजिएगा। जो
नहीं हुआ ना।
सवाल क्या है बताइए।
मेरा सवाल यही है कि अगर एफपीओ में बहुत ट्रमेंडस जो एक उसके पास काम करने की क्षमता हो सकती है, जिसको हम अभी तक नहीं चैनलाइज कर पा रहे, उसके ऊपर हमें गौर करने की
इसमें आप सब लोग एग्री करते हैं ना?
पोटेंशियल
है
सब। दूसरी बात
पोटेंशियल है, सब एग्री करते हैं।
बिल्कुल पोटेंशियल है। उस पे हमें काम करने की जरूरत है। अगर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से ये चले जाए कि सीबीबीओ स्टेट का समझे, स्टेट अपने हिसाब से ले ले, हम कोई भी अपना इंस्टीट्यूशन उनको सीबीबीओ को कोई अच्छा बिजनेस प्लान तो दे सकते हैं ना। वो जो आपके सीबीबीओ यहाँ से अपने डेलीगेट किए हैं, उनको तो बेचारों को यूपी के बंदे हैं बेचारे, उनको पंजाब का स्टेट पता ही नहीं है।
चलिए हो गया।
मेरा क्वेश्चन
सर ये खत्म, एक एक करके आएंगे। अभी हाँ स्वाई साहब कुछ अगर इफ यू कैन थ्रो सम लाइट।
थैंक यू। एक्चुअली आपने प्रैक्टिकल चीज़ बताए हैं पंजाब से। जब मैं बना रहा था 10,000 एफपीओ वाला, खुद ही बनाया, जो आपने पूरा स्कीम देखे हैं, गाइडलाइन देखे हैं, पूरा एंटायर इंक्लूडिंग ऑल एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ इट। क्रेडिट गारंटी फंड भी हमने नाबार्ड के साथ साइन करके उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कराया। ये है, यू नो, व्हेन यू सी दिस, लुक एट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ द एफपीओ। पंजाब को मैं आऊँगा बाद में। इफ़ यू सी, कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट जब स्टार्ट हुआ था, आपको देखेंगे वेस्टर्न यूरोप में, नेदरलैंड देखिए पोटैटो करता है, फ्रांस देखिए करता है, ये सब सारे जो कंट्रीज़ है वो कोऑपरेटिव, मैं पूरा उसको स्टडी किया। और देन आई केम टू दी एशियन रीजन। आई सेड कि एशियन रीजन में हमारा कल्चर थोड़ा सा सिमिलर होगा, क्योंकि हम लोग वही स्मॉल साइज फार्म का हम शेयर करते हैं। अब अगर यूरोप का एवरेज देखेंगे तो 40 एकड़ पर एकड़ आई मीन एवरेज ये लैंड है। हमारा तो है 1.006 था, अभी 1 से भी कम हो गया है, अभी 1 से भी कम हो गया, 1 हेक्टेयर से भी कम हो गया है। एंड चाइना का भी स्मॉल है, इंडोनेशिया के भी स्मॉल है। सो व्हेन आई लुक्ड इनटू दिस, आई रियलाइज दैट इन एशियन रीजन एंड इन आई मीन एशियन रीजन ऑल्सो देयर इज दिस, हमारे जिससे एफपीओ है उनका एक प्रोडक्शन ग्रुप है, प्रोडक्शन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भी है। तो ये जब हमने इसको कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइज किया था, ये कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइज किया था कि हमारे जो कोऑपरेटिव से लाइक वेस्टर्न इंडिया में काफ़ी अच्छा हुआ, महाराष्ट्र में अच्छा हुआ, गुजरात में अच्छा हुआ, वेजिटेबल में नहीं हो पाया कोऑपरेटिव। आप देखेंगे बहुत कम आए, जैसे दूध में आए, बट वेजिटेबल्स में नहीं आ पाए। बट ईस्टर्न रीजन में जब आए, वो क्रेडिट कोऑपरेटिव वाला काम किया, बट जो कोऑपरेटिव मार्केटिंग वाला, थोड़ा सा कोऑपरेटिव मार्केटिंग वाला काम नहीं कर पाया। तो वन साइज फिट्स ऑल वो नहीं हो सकता है, इट हैज़ टू बी डिफरेंट। सो एफपीओ वाला एज अल्टरनेटिव टू कोऑपरेटिव हमने फिर इसको लाया, क्योंकि कोऑपरेटिव में इसका जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी है वो क्वेश्चन में आ गया था। तो इसलिए था कि इट इज़ बाय द फार्मर फॉर द फार्मर। ये जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आप अगर पढ़ेंगे उसमें हमने हर पूरा वर्ल्ड का पूरा देखने के बाद उसको बाय द फार्मर फॉर द फार्मर। वोटिंग राइट्स भी जो होगा, इट्स ओनली शेयर होल्डिंग इज बाय द, इट्स लाइक कंपनीज जो अंडर द सेक्शन 13 कंपनीज एक्ट में हुआ ये वाला चैप्टर 9 और समथिंग। तो इसमें जो हुआ इसमें था कि बाय द फार्मर फॉर द फार्मर, इवन इफ इंडस्ट्री वहाँ पे ज्वाइन कर रहा है उसको वोटिंग राइट नहीं रहता है, नोबडी कैन इन्फ्लुएंस देम एंड द डिसीजन मेकिंग। सो when it comes to, we realize that this can work in many of the other states where the cooperative marketing is not coming up, because it was necessary already, मेरे panelists बता चुके हैं, because ये small fragmented है इसलिए economy of scale नहीं है। FPO will actually, if you, we just saw कि 300 के नंबर अगर क्रॉस कर होता है और फंक्शनल होता है तब ये FPO आगे बढ़ जाता है। अगर 300 से समाव 300 पार करने में उसको मुश्किल होता है, मैं ये शेयर मैं इंटरनल जो मेरा अपना ये है तो फिर वो जो क्रिटिकल मास को कवर नहीं कर पाता है। What happens is that ये FPO has now started moving up, even in those states where the cooperative is there also FPO is moving up. Even in the eastern region we are seeing the FPO is moving up. Southern region it's already been there. I mean it's all moving up. When it comes to Punjab and Haryana, I saw a difference between Punjab and Haryana. पंजाब में जो इट इज़ बेसिकली पैडी एंड व्हीट, मैं आप मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस उस टाइम का मैं बता रहा हूँ, इट्स ऑल MSP। पैडी में नियरली 96% तो प्रोक्योरमेंट हो ही जाता है, व्हीट में मे बी 80%। तो इसमें प्रोक्योरमेंट जब मार्केट है अश्योर्ड मार्केट, वहाँ पे FPO के लिए स्कोप ही है नहीं। स्कोप किस में है? बासमती राइस। बट बासमती राइस एक्सपोर्टेबल, पूरा जो ऑल इंडिया एक्सपोर्ट बासमती राइस एक्सपोर्टर एसोसिएशन पूरा एक्टिव है, करनाल में है, हर जगह पे उनका बेस बैठा हुआ है, तो उसको वो डायरेक्टली प्रोक्योर कर लेते हैं। तो इसीलिए पंजाब में मैंने देखा ये FPO जो है वो हो नहीं पा रहा है, हुआ भी नहीं। बट हरियाणा में वेजिटेबल्स केम क्वाइट अ बिट, वेजिटेबल्स एंड ये जो अदर देन द पैडी एंड व्हीट। पंजाब में वी आर ट्राइंग दैट इफ यू आर मूविंग अवे फ्रॉम moving to the diversification, crop diversification, then obviously there will be need to deal with the market. Very important is the market. Market is here in Ajatpur market है, different markets है, we can do it. But
तो आपको just to interrupt, तो आपको लगता है कि पंजाब गवर्नमेंट should give incentives to the FPOs?
नहीं,
for crop diversification
नहीं होगा, इंसेंटिव से नहीं होगा। मैं डाइवर्सिफिकेशन का बात कर रहा हूँ। पैडी व्हीट में जब मार्केट ऑलरेडी है, MSP है, What is the question of having a FPO? Because FPO आएगा जब ये मार्केट फेल्योर है या प्राइस फेल्योर है फार्मर्स पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू में। जब वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी एश्योर्ड मार्केट है, मार्केट एट द डोर स्टेप है, तो वहाँ पे FPO का जरूरत ही है नहीं। बट जरूरत इसलिए है कि इनका ग्राउंड वाटर नीचे जा रहा है। मैं सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज स्टडी किया ग्राउंड वाटर सिचुएशन। पटियाला का मैं देखा, आपका इट वॉज वन ऑफ द वेरी मोस्ट पॉलिटिकली इन्फ्लुएंशियल ये, उसका ग्राउंड वाटर नीचे जा रहा है, इसका कंटामिनेशन भी है सॉइल का। तो अगर पैडी जिसमें आप वाटर ड्रॉ कर रहे हैं, अगर वो कंटिन्यू करेंगे तो फिर वाटर जाते रहेगा। तो अगर आप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन में जा रहे हो, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का पॉलिसी है, पल्सेस में जाइए, वेजिटेबल में जाइए, आपके लिए काफ़ी अच्छा मार्केट है। वैल्यू एडिशन आपके लिए, आपके फार्मर्स आर वेरी एंटरप्रेन्योर। तो ऑब्वियसली आपको अगर FPO वहाँ पे ज़रूरत है, तो ये जो स्कीम आप कह रहे हैं CBBO, आज आप आके नहीं आएंगे हमारे पास कि इनके पास कि ये CBBO फेल्योर है, आप उसी को मान जाएंगे, बिकॉज वही CBBO हरियाणा में काम कर रहा है, वही CBBO आपका पंजाब में काम कर रहा है। बट दे हैव ए चैलेंज इन पंजाब, बिकॉज क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन में आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, एक थोड़ा सा पॉलिसी जो उन्होंने बताया थे प्रभुदत्त जी, एक गवर्नमेंट का पॉलिसी का यहाँ पर बहुत ज़रूरत है सपोर्ट का, कि हमको ग्राउंड वाटर बचाना है, फ्यूचर जनरेशन को बचाना है। पानी है जीवन का एक लक्ष्य, ये है साध्य है। तो अगर पानी नहीं है तो जीवन ही नहीं है। तो ऑब्वियसली इसको करेंगे तो FPO ऑटोमेटिकली आएगा वहाँ पे। आपको फिर CBBO वाला इशू नहीं
अगर कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे इसमें?
मैं इस बारे में यही कहना चाहूँगा कि देखिए FPO की सक्सेस स्टोरीज भी हैं, कहीं कहीं थोड़े से कमी भी है। तो एक आइलैंड्स ऑफ सक्सेस नहीं कह सकते, बहुत सारी जगह अधिकतर सक्सेस है, जैसे सर ने हमारा बताया। पंजाब की परिस्थिति थोड़ी डिफरेंट है, तो इस बारे में यही कहना चाहूँगा कि जहाँ भी थोड़ी सी कमी है, सभी स्टेक होल्डर को, वेदर इट इज स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, CBBO, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, फार्मर्स, और डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की बात जैसे सर कर रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी चूँकि एश्योर्ड मार्केट है वहाँ पे व्हीट पैडी का, तो क्यों लोग साथ में आएंगे। तो सभी स्टेक होल्डर को एक साथ आकर मिल कर के FPO को आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए, सो दैट जो है सस्टेनेबिलिटी ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेज, सॉइल रिसोर्सेज, वो बना रहे। बस ये मुझे इस बारे में इतना ही कहना है कि सभी लोगों को एक साथ मिल करके काम करना पड़ेगा। जहाँ पे कि FPO नहीं काम कर रहा है, वहाँ पे देखना पड़ेगा कि उसको और कैसे मॉडिफाई करके थोड़ा सा और आगे बढ़ाया जा सके। सबका रोल लेकिन इम्पॉर्टेंट है, एक इंक्लूडिंग सेंट्रल एंड CBBOs को भी कहाँ पे देखना पड़ेगा, उनकी क्या कमी है वहाँ पे। तो ये मैं कहना चाहूँगा।
मेरा सिर्फ एक सबमिशन ये था कि जो CBBOs हैं वो स्टेट्स को दे दो कि भाई आप इनको जो CBBOs हैं स्टेट अपने हिसाब से, क्योंकि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को ज़्यादा पता है कि मेरे वहाँ क्या क्या हो सकता है। मैं आपको अपने FPO की बात बताता हूँ, हम रोपड़ से आते हैं। हम पहली बार वहाँ कॉटन हमने बजा दी सर। आप यकीन नहीं करोगे, जो सबसे फर्टाइल एरिया है जहाँ कॉटन होती नहीं थी, हमने 2 साल सक्सेसफुली कॉटन की, क्योंकि वहाँ इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी, हमारी इन्वॉल्वमेंट थी। हमने वहाँ राजमा बजाए, सोयाबीन हो, हमारे मिल्ट्स हुए। दैट मीन कि कहीं ना कहीं अगर उनको हम या तो उनको नॉलेज वाइज स्ट्रेंथन कर दें या उनका कोई बिजनेस प्लान ही ऐसा दे दें जहाँ आप ये स्टेट्स को दे दोगे भाई आप स्टेट अथॉरिटीज़ अपने आप डेवलपमेंट ऑफिसर को लगाएं या व्हाट्सओवर जो भी करें, चाहे इनके साथ अटैच कर दें, तो ये अच्छा काम कर सकता है। इसमें बड़े अच्छे, अगर क्रॉप डिवर्सिफिकेशन, जनाब मेरा ये आप लिख लो, अगर क्रॉप डिवर्सिफिकेशन पंजाब में करनी है तो हमें FPO को स्ट्रेंथन करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो आपकी क्रॉप डिवर्सिफिकेशन नहीं हो सकती। दूसरा क्वेश्चन सर, आपने बोला एक एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग पॉलिसी के जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने पंजाब को या सभी स्टेट्स को जो सर्कुलेट किया है, उसके बारे में आपने कहा कि ये पंजाब के पॉइंट्स गलत हैं। उसमें सर मेरा आपसे 2-3 पॉइंट्स पे मैं आपसे एग्री नहीं करता। पंजाब और हरियाणा का सबसे वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड मार्केटिंग सिस्टम है। हमारा 14,000 से लेके 15,000 करोड़ रुपया वो सिस्टम डेवलप करने पे लगा हुआ है। तो अगर ये नया सिस्टम आप हमारे पे ला दोगे तो एक तो जो 14,000-15,000 करोड़ रुपए की स्टेट की प्रॉपर्टी है उसका क्या होगा। दूसरी बात, जो कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन पहले 3 लॉज में थी वही इसमें है, जो पहले भी फेल हुई थी अभी भी फेल है। तीसरा पॉइंट, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग जो बुरी तरह पंजाब में फेल हुई, अब नए इन्हें जो नया अपना मार्केटिंग अपना ड्राफ्ट है उसमें दोबारा उसको एनफोर्स किया जा रहा है। जो साइलोज बनाने की बात है, हम कब मना कर रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर बनाए साइलोज, हमारे पास बिग यार्ड्स हैं खाली पड़े हैं, बनाओ वहाँ हमारी पल्सेस रख दो, अब ऑयल सीड स्टोर कर दो। आप अगर पंजाब को और हरियाणा को थोड़ा सा डिफरेंटली दैन अदर स्टेट्स के साथ ट्रीट करोगे तो बहुत अच्छे वहाँ से आ जाएंगे। मैंने सुबह भी बात की थी, 20
देखिए ये आपका अपना ओपिनियन है, ये कोई एग्री कर सकता है नहीं कर सकता है,
मैं अपना पक्ष रख रहा हूँ सर,
हाँ,
मैं अपना पक्ष रख रहा हूँ।
गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया भी ये जो फ्रेमवर्क लेके आया है ये फोर्स नहीं कर रहा है,
बिल्कुल
ये बोल रहा है इट इज अप टू पंजाब गवर्नमेंट, चाहे करे नहीं चाहे मत करे।
बिल्कुल सर, स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है वो तो, स्टेट्स पे मैं सिर्फ उसके जो आपने पॉइंट्स बताए हैं मैं अपने पॉइंट्स स्टेट की तरफ से बता रहा हूँ और कुछ नहीं।
स्टेट का जो पॉइंट्स है वो मिस इंटरप्रिट किया जा रहा है कि कोई इसमें ये नहीं है, ऑब्लिगेशन नहीं है कहीं पे।
सर वो आपका पॉइंट है,
आपका पॉइंट नहीं, वो फ्रेमवर्क में लिखा हुआ है, स्टेट को मानना है माने, ये क्लियर है पूरा।
मेरी बात
अगर नहीं है तो आप बताइए।
मेरी एक बात कह के मैं बैठ जाऊंगा। इसमें RDF है और जो मंडी फीस है, हमारे पंजाब और हरियाणा का सारा जो विलेज लेवल का जो रोड्स का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो उससे डेवलप होता है। अब विद द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम, मैं नहीं कहूँगा गवर्नमेंट मशीनरी के, या अब हमारी स्टेट आई कैन से के फाइनेंशियली क्रंच हो गई। तो अगर इसी जो हमारा नया मार्केटिंग लॉ है ये आ जाएगा तो हमारा वो डेवलपमेंट नहीं
सर इसमें
तो ये मेरे पॉइंट थे सर।
इसमें अपना चीज आप थोपना चाहो थोप सकते हो, बट अब दूसरे स्टेट में जहां RDF नहीं है वहां का रोड नहीं बन रहे हैं, वहां इससे पंजाब से बेहतर रोड जाके देख के आओ। महाराष्ट्र में, तमिलनाडु में, रूरल एरिया में वहां RDF नहीं है।
हमारी स्टेट का RDF
तो आप कैसे बोल सकते हो कि हमारा ही चीज अच्छा है, ये सही नहीं है
सर। 4,000 करोड़ रुपया नहीं मेरा RDF का स्टेट का पड़ा है, तो 4,000 करोड़ रुपया आज की डेट में कम नहीं है।
अब खत्म करते हैं, नाउ वी हैव टू क्लोज इट। आप डिस्कस कर सकते हैं सर, अभी आ रहा है ऑलरेडी, इट इज ओवर, यू कैन डिस्कस विद द पैनलिस्ट या प्राइवेटली कर लेना। हाँ बता दीजिए
So you can take the questions offline. They'll all be available right here after this. We have the paucity of the time. आप इसके बाद ये यहीं पे हैं सब आप इनसे बात कर सकते हैं.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for this discussion. Can we have a round of applause for all the panelists? A very important topic, risk management. Requesting you all to step forward for a group picture, and I also request Mr. Prabhu Datta to kindly felicitate all the panelists. A small token of gratitude, requesting Mr. Prabhu Datta to kindly felicitate. A very fruitful discussion. Let's have a round of applause. Thank you once again for sharing these wonderful insights with us. Wherever there's work, wherever there is karobar, there has to be risk, and how to manage that risk is very important. And special mention to Mr. Prabhu Datta for moderating this session for us. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful day. I'm sure you all had fruitful engagements, have gained a lot of information, and will be implying this in the near future. And now for the vote of thanks, for the closing remarks, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vinay Kamath of Businessline to kindly join us. Please have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
End of a long day, and rather depleted audience, but it's my duty to deliver a vote of thanks, and I hope you all enjoyed the learnings and takeaways from Businessline's Agri Summit. This is the fourth year we are doing this summit, and we are perhaps the only business newspaper to be doing such a summit. And we hope you had benefited from all the rich debates that went on over the day, and the inaugural session touched upon the core theme of the summit, which was agriculture and agribusiness and the changing climate. The Agriculture Secretary made some very valuable points on strategies to create drought and flood-resistant crop varieties and implementing efficient water management techniques. And he had noted that promoting natural farming to reduce chemical inputs and improve soil health is also a big area of focus for the government. And of course, we had the Secretary, Ministry of Cooperation, Dr. Ashish Bhutani, who said that the government would revitalize the cooperative sector to combat climate change by expanding the scope of primary agricultural cooperative societies. The NABARD chairman, Mr. Shaji KV, said it's adopting a multifaceted approach to address climate change. He outlined 4 pillars of growth for NABARD that would guide the bank in addressing the challenges posed by climate change. And of course, while experts in each session articulated key takeaways for mitigating the risks of climate change, the highlights of the summit were undeniably the presentation of those who are doing stellar work on ground, the drone Didis and the solar Didis. Their stories of transformation from really cloistered backgrounds to the forefront of farming operations made for really heartwarming listening. An event of this scale would not have been possible without the support of our many sponsors. A big thank you to our presenting sponsor, NABARD, and the partner which co-powered the summit, FSSI, the Federation of Seed Industry of India, and in association with Yara India. A big thanks to associate partners NCDX, Indophil, Bayer Crop Science, TNAU, Cripco Agri, NSC, the Aqua Group, Hindustan Urvarak and Rasayan, and our thanks to our banking partner, State Bank of India, and broadcast partner, NDTV Profit. And of course, a big thanks to all our editorial colleagues in the New Delhi office, and also to our sales team and the events and marketing team for having put their best foot forward for this summit. So you can look forward to reading tomorrow's Business Line with reports from today's summit, and you can also view it on our YouTube channel, the entire day's proceedings. It will also be telecast on NDTV Profit in a few days. So thank you all for having attended the summit, and have a good evening.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The tea and coffee is being served outside. Make yourself warm before stepping out into the cold. Thank you once again. Deepest gratitude to each one of you for your kind presence here. Namaskar.